This is ridiculous. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I am trying to get this up and running, but for some reason, like, my webcam is just not connecting to VTube Studio. but I need to do it. So I'm just probably going to have the model on stream and then just to have it on the stream. This is weird. I'm double checking, make sure there's something going on. Come on. Okay, well, kick over, I guess. Yeah, sorry guys, I can't get the model to like. I might have to validate the files later, but also sorry I'm late. I had to get my oil changed in my car, and that ended up being longer than I expected with some extra stuff that needed to be done. But yeah, we are going to take a look at some of the events that happened over the week. There's some Alex Reddy stuff that has dropped over the week. Basically more Minnesota mayhem, along with some other things. I don't think I'll be able to get to it today, but there is some Rev says Desu situation that's happened over the span of the last couple of days, and I'd like to get to that, but I don't know if I will. So if you guys are here for that specifically, just be warned. Just with the order of things, I'm trying to go in chronological order as opposed to just shooting in the dark. So with that being said, my name is Arashi Namikaze, and this is This Week in Politics. So let's go ahead and switch on over to my stream page. I don't actually have this set up yet. Hold on. Is it this? Nope. Which one is it? That is a good question. No. Oh, great. Is it not going to pick up? Everything is just wrong. I usually try not to have scuff, which is kind of an oddity. But my window capture is not capturing the window I need it to capture. Is it because I don't have it up? Um. Oh, okay. There we go. All right, cool. Switch over. Oh wait, I probably need to be over here. Actually, I'm used to being over on this side, but I guess I need to be over here. I'm probably, upon thinking about it, yeah, I'm probably going to not talk about the Rev stuff tonight or today, and I'll probably talk about it tomorrow because I want to actually have a live model that's working. But yeah, let's get into it, shall we? Get through the ads.
Now, the first big story that we need to break down, which came out over the weekend, comes from Cam Higbee, Minneapolis Signalgate. I think Signalgate may already exist as a scandal.
That's
yeah,
already
that was
a thing.
right. That was with
Pete Hegseth.
yeah,
and
right.
The other,
so
and
we got,
everybody.
but
And
people
the
are calling
Atlantic,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, people are calling it Signalgate. Here's the story. As it turns out, there are Democrat politicians and government officials actively a part of what they refer to as a resistance network, where they're providing government resources and acting as de facto law enforcement so that they can, as a state, rebel against the federal government. And this is not an exaggeration. They call it a resistance. Call it whatever you want. Cam Higbee says, I've been undercover inside the group for days. You'll notice emojis next to people's names. The highlighted positions are the most crucial. Most self-explanatory. Mobile patrols send their entire shift searching for suspicious vehicles. They have plate checkers. And let's see if I don't know if I have this pulled up, actually. I don't think I do. They have a database of license plates. Now, the question is, who is giving them access to the state license plate registry? Well, somebody is. And they're using that to compile a list of names and associate them with vehicles to figure out who's doing what. Notably, James O'Keefe was identified by his vehicle, and they knew his license plate, which means they'd not only have access to the database, the plate database, someone's granted them access, but the car rental agencies as well. James O'Keefe said it was insane that they were employees at these hotels that were ratting them out. This is not just some activists protesting. This is a city and statewide insurgent network. These people have been operating a shadow law enforcement operation. It's now being exposed. And, you know, I do want to get into, this is the biggest component of this. Of course, we need to get into the shooting of Preddy. But as it turns out, it's being reported that Alex Preddy, the man shot and killed by CBP, was an active member of this insurgent group. Now the question is, what is going on and what will be done about it? Who are these people? How deep does this go? And I'll make this argument. The only reason we know about this one is because Trump sent in the troops. When CBP and ICE became active in Minneapolis, these people fought back, and they fought back to an extreme degree. But the operations that we see in other places aren't as heavy-handed, and there's more cooperation from the state. So these networks don't get exposed. I'd be willing to bet California, Washington, Oregon, Colorado, New Mexico, many of these deep blue states have the same kind of insurgent networks with politicians actively providing direct access to state infrastructure. But we don't know about it because they have no reason to reveal what they're doing behind the scenes. Now, unfortunately, Trump's saying he's pulling out. So we can just kick it around and we'll generally talk about what's going on, and then we'll get into the nitty-gritty of the Preddy shooting.
Is this the signal group that Peggy Flanagan, the Lieutenant General, is apparently a part of?
That's allegedly.
If it is allegedly, then we call this,
as Southside Fran.
we call this Flanagate.
Yeah.
Flanagate.
There we go.
Okay.
There are other local lawmakers who have bragged about being involved in this chat.
One of the Krasensteins was bragging about it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but and that's fine when you have someone like that in these groups. But there's a state senator who was having a meeting. Libs TikTok posted the video where he says, "I am running this chat.
This is crazy.
You can join." And it's one thing to say we have meetups and we protest. It's another thing to say we want you to go out and act as scouts, targeting private vehicles. Now, understand this. What we're learning about this signal, how they have a license plate database. We also know that these groups have been going around various neighborhoods and smashing up vehicles and looting them. All connected. This is not a protest. This is an insurgent. They call themselves resistance, right? You want to call them resistance? Sure. Equally as such, you can call them insurgent. They're using this network, and someone in the state is giving them access, and they're smashing up vehicles. They've already stolen weapons from federal vehicles. Let's just put it this way. We're there. I don't know what else you call this. This is state level. This is state senators, politicians, and government officials organizing this. What do you call it?
One of the people who was out looting the FBI vehicles and stealing documents and then reading the documents aloud on live stream. It looked to be the exact same person who was standing in the back of a pickup truck with Ilhan Omar giving speeches to protesters about, resist and we care and all the rest of it. So this really does seem very entrenched within Minnesota elected officials as well, within that. And what do you call that, right? I mean, it seems to me like you could call it sedition, you could call it
probably.
insurrection.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Insurrection is insufficient. Insurgency is because it's an organized network that's consistent, right? It's continuous. It's not like just one event.
Well,
And
yes,
it's
but
continuous.
it's the government doing it. So
And
I don't
it's
know if
since
insurgency is
BLM.
the right word either.
Right? It's since
Well,
BLM.
we
I mean,
called it-
Preddy was involved with the George Floyd BLM protests in 2020 as well.
Well, we've got a great name, right? So we had J6 as an insurrection. How is this any different? Maybe worse. I mean, I'd argue treason.
It's substantially worse.
But here's the thing. Let me throw this out because I haven't heard anybody bring this up. Melissa Hortman, right? You guys
There we
remember
go.
Melissa
I'm
Hortman?
back.
She was-
So
All
Melissa
right.
Hortman, former Democrat Speaker of the House in Minnesota, who voted against the Somali welfare fraud, ends up dead by a guy who claims Tim Walz told him to do it, who was a Tim Walz appointee, and no one investigates Tim Walz for conspiracy to commit murder.
Who was also neck deep in activist organizations in, I think it was the Congo, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
this is international.
And who was
So-
super into communist China.
Yeah, so-
It's. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
well, so
Now, I will probably be on this one for a minute because there's some revelations in this that is very interesting. So yeah, that's probably why I'm not going to get to revs, because there's a lot that happened this week in terms of like the Alex Preddy stuff, apparently the the Signal Gate, like Minnesota Signal Gate stuff. And yeah, it's kind of crazy. So please bear with me. I probably won't be talking a whole lot over this, but there is just a lot going on.
Sarah Adams is she's a former CIA basically targeter. She worked overseas a lot, and she's of the opinion that the terrorist networks overseas are at the very least involved, so that way they can get response times, track movements, get equipment information, routines, all that stuff. So even if this isn't just a problem domestically, this is going to spread to international, even if it isn't already.
Well, that was also the issue with the Somali fraud of Minnesota, is how much of that money went to fund al-Shabaab
Yeah.
and international terrorist organizations. When you describe it, Tim, it sounds like the scene out of a Fight Club when you have your moles on the inside and he says, we're good, sir. And I don't want to, reach out the tentacles of conspiracy theory too much, but I do think back to Charlie Kirk's assassination, where if you have activists within organizations that tell you that you have security where you don't, so that they can be part of this resistance movement to go after these certain voices. Part of me was always asking the question as to how the roof was left open, and if you have activist actors
Yeah.
who are in on what's going to
That's
happen
fair.
because people had advanced knowledge of it, then leaving deliberate weaknesses open, it sounds exactly what's happening right now. And if they go after James O'Keefe by getting his license plate from the car rental, you have activists within who are participating in facilitating acts of violence against the people who are documenting it, speaking out, and arguably changing the mind. So that's where my mind goes, and I don't think it's totally untenable.
Let me show you this video, guys. This is from Frontlines, and it is an officer from the Federal Bureau of Prisons covered in blood.
This is the guy that got his finger bit off?
No, this is the guy who got bashed in the face with a brick. And now the question is why? They are at a Home 2 Suites or whatever?
Home 2 Suites in St. Paul, Minnesota.
And far left extremists thought ICE was there, so they ransacked it. They showed up, they smashed out the windows, they tried fighting their way inside. There was a single cop, and this guy, along with this other guy, were sent to protect it, and someone threw a brick at his face.
Oof.
Yeah.
At one point, you hear
Jeez.
sirens, and then you see an ambulance go by. There's no cops, you know?
So, like, imagine if the cops did this. Imagine if it was the cops, you know, throwing something, shooting a protester, whatever. I mean, this guy's just standing there. They throw a brick at him. He's doing his job, right? So you've got every right to protest. But imagine if the shoe was on the other foot. I mean, these people are out there, and this whole thing was supposedly kicked off, and it's a lie. Don't tell me it was actually this woman who, you know, they shot. So you get this all over some woman who tries to run over a guy with a gun who's law enforcement, who, you know, unknowns to her, you know, had been ran over before. He defends himself. And you know, this whole thing is supposed to be from that. And we're supposed to believe that there's that much outrage that we're going to have, you know, this sort of a thing. This is planned. This is a network. And the real question I have is, why is there never any accountability from the people who keep organizing these things?
Because the point is the chaos.
Yeah.
You know, they want the fact that all of ICE's operations.
The fact that none of the figureheads of the state is telling them to stop, like, it's, and I think I said this on Twitch, no, on Twitter X, this, like, I was like, why is nobody saying anything to Jacob Fry or Tim Walls other than, like, because literally, like, he's hyping people up, he's gassing them up and just sending them to their deaths when he could just say, hey, stop, let them do their job, and because it's not worth losing your life over. It's chaos. Like, they want them to die. It's just, that's what it is. They don't care about his constituents, otherwise he would tell them to stop. He does not care if they die or not. And we're just trying to get them to stop doing it.
Operations in other states have gone smoothly it points directly at the fact that this is something that not just the protesters but the local and state government want. And you can pontificate about what the reason is, whether you say, oh, it's because of the alleged improprieties that Jacob Frey and Tim Waltz are involved in because of the Somali daycare scandal or whatever.
Oh, it's Frey? I thought it was Frey. My
that's
bad.
not the point, because they are actively involved in this stuff. They are doing everything they can to inhibit federal law enforcement from detaining and you know.
And be in mind, ICE is there to get the criminals out of the prisons and jails, and Jacob Frey and Tim Walls will not let them have them.
Deporting illegals.
Yeah, I mean, part of how you can tell that this is what they want is that they've done it before.
Yeah.
Right? So they were doing this in 2020. You had Tim Waltz essentially facilitating the riots, then facilitating the Minneapolis Autonomous Zone. You had Jacob Frey taking the knee for George Floyd. You had their city council was working to defund police. Now Minneapolis, according to Jacob Frey, has 600 cops, which is far below what they actually need to manage the city. And that's after demoralizing their police force, defunding their police force, and all the rest of it. And during that summer, let's not forget, this came out during the campaign when, you know, Governor Waltz almost became our vice president. We heard that his wife demanded that they leave the windows open of the governor's mansion so that she could smell the burning tires of the protest.
That sounds
Yeah.
like mean.
It's for real.
apocalypse now.
It's for real
It's
because she
real,
wanted to
yeah.
remember her white privilege. And I think another thing that's important to remember, and this is something I keep thinking about, is all of these leftists have for years been telling us about white privilege, right? And how white people get a pass and whatever. So what you end up with is this white lady, this white guy, they go into these protests, and I think they actually believe that they are protected by their white privilege. I think they actually believe that if they go in there first, they're not going to get shot. They believed that white, middle-aged white lady.
Oh, I didn't even. That's an interesting. I didn't even think that take that into account. That is just like, it's the white privilege is something you should be ashamed, like they should be ashamed of, but they'll go out and use it as a shield, as some to like do whatever they want because think they get a free pass. I did not actually take that into account as like a weird like reverse psychology thing. We're just like, because you're white, you can do no wrong, so therefore they do these things in order to because they know they'll get away from it scot-free. What a weird reverse psychology like element. Wow. Okay, that's interesting.
Was in absolutely no danger because police are so racist that they would never shoot this middle-aged white lady. They believe that their privilege protects them. That's how racist they actually are.
Did she want the windows left
Wow.
open because she wanted to smell the be part of the suffering, or because she wanted to take pride in what she had done?
No, she wanted to remember what she had done and be aware of her privilege, and it's
Okay,
sort of
that's
like a
like
whole
props
big
to the homies pouring out a little bit of-
combo.
So she's certifiable, is what we're getting at.
Batshit crazy.
She's not. But Waltz left he was like, okay, babe, and he left the windows open. He was okay with it too.
Wow.
And you can tell that this is what they want because it is what they keep delivering. And we know also, and we were talking about this before the show, if it weren't for these sanctuary policies, there would not
crazy.
be confrontations in the communities, and we would not see all of this going on. We don't see it in other states. Florida, there's more deportations. I think California, New York, there's more
Tennessee.
deportations. Texas, there's more deportations than in Minneapolis. But we only see this mayhem in Minneapolis because that's what the elected leaders want to have happen.
Yeah.
And it is important to say that they're covering up, $9 billion plus in fraud.
This is the tragedy that Tim Walz needs to distract from the multi-billion-dollar scandal.
Yeah, he wishes now that he had waited instead of saying that he wasn't going to run again. Because he already said he wasn't going to run for governor again. I bet he regrets that decision now.
I mean, yeah, that's a speculative conspiracy that they've activated their secular troops to cause this chaos to like brush under the rug all of the fraud scandal that happened a couple weeks prior. No, actually, it was like a week or two before the Renee Good shooting. So there was that. But yeah, and it's funny because it's like they're literally destroying their own communities in which the Somali people are in. So it's like, do the Somali people actually want to stay in a community that's full of crazy arse white people?
This is all, it is obviously all politics, but this is insurrection, insurgents, whatever you want to call it. It is politics so that they can get the screenshots or they can get the images and the sound bites to use against Trump and the Republicans in the midterms. That might be part and parcel of some broader scheme of funding international terrorism, but I think that is the bottom line element to this. It's activist blue states that are trying to get the clips, sound bites, and images for their next political promotional campaign. And then the problem is not to give them that which they so desperately want.
And every night, don't forget, all of these activist groups are holding online virtual trainings. The Women's March is holding a virtual training tonight so that they can tell everyone how to resist more and all of the rest of it. And they're just one group, that I'm still on the list of. And there's dozens of other ones that are doing the exact same thing. And there's pamphlets, there's whole documents that tell you how to use your car, how to de-arrest people, how to obstruct law enforcement without, taking any culpability for yourself.
I want to jump to this next story. We can get into the actual shooting that took place. You guys may have heard a man named Alex Preddy was shot and killed. Everyone keeps saying ICE, and that's my bad too. Initially, everybody thought these were ICE agents. They were CBP agents, so it's not ICE. But there's a lot to break down on this. And the one thing I'll tell you first and foremost is that everybody is lying. Everybody's lying. Initially, the Trump admin said that this is a guy who wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement, and that's absurd. There's no evidence to suggest that's the case. However, the left said this was an innocent guy who is just peacefully protesting and exercising his First and Second Amendment rights. That is also a
Yeah, it's
lie.
also not true.
According to the New York Post, this guy is part of a network that is tracking law enforcement, pulling citizens, random civilians over, threatening them, forcing them to, threatening to kill James O'Keefe in that circumstance. This guy's part of a group that is trained to obstruct law enforcement, and they refer to themselves as a resistance network. Sure, if you're actively training people to track law enforcement vehicles and obstruct while armed, you're not a resistance network, you're an insurgency. Now, this guy, Preddy, sought to interfere with a law enforcement operation for which a scuffle ensued. Now, the left is arguing again that he's peacefully protesting. He's not. He certainly wasn't there to massacre people, but we're going to play the video for you. And there's some commentary that I don't think matters all that much, but watch this. Viewer discretion is advised. This does show the shooting, though it is grainy and low res. For those that are just listening, they're now putting him on the ground. He's resisting and trying to stand up. You hear now gun, gun. You could hear someone. Now you can see he's got the gun taken away. A shot is fired. And then they shoot the guy on the ground. Now, there's several important things to understand about this. First, it is not a protest. There was no organized protest. This was an active insurgent group tracking law enforcement. 3 people then get out and surround the CBP guy, 2 women and a guy. The agent then shoves them across the street. He keeps pushing them, knocks them into the ground. Preddy did not show up as a protester to wave signs. This is an insurgent group with government backing that was seeking out feds to obstruct law enforcement operations. That's a felony, okay? Then, when the police made a move to arrest him, and by all means, say the CBP is overly aggressive and didn't need to go that far. That's a fine opinion. I'm not saying it's right or wrong what they did, but he did resist arrest and he was armed. It appears that what happens is at some point as they're trying to pin him down and he's actively fighting them, they notice he's armed. It appears he has a gun in his back waistband. This agent, it appears, I believe he's an agent in gray, then pulls the gun out and someone yells, "Gun, gun." Now, the interesting thing here is this was a SIG
Basically,
P320.
like disarm
I believe that's
him,
what it's
yeah.
called.
Yeah.
And when the agent then turns, it appears he's only holding the grip. The gun goes off. Listen.
Yeah, I was about to say.
That is presumably the shot from Preddy's gun. However, he's actively holding a cell phone in his hand like this. So you've got agents trying to arrest a guy who's fighting them.
Okay.
One of them yells, "Gun, gun." He's got a gun. They grab it from him. The other agents can't see this. They hear a gunshot go off and then see a guy turn around holding a black object in his hand like that, and they unload on the guy. I don't think this is an instance of ICE executing or CBP executing. Certainly not ICE. No. They're not ICE agents. No. Or CBP wanting to execute a guy. But it's also not a peaceful protester engaging in First Amendment rights. You have no First Amendment right to be part of a network tracking license plates to obstruct federal law enforcement. That goes so far beyond obstruction. Let me say this. When the Renee Good shooting happened, you had a lawyer go on The Daily Show and say blocking traffic does not reach the level of obstruction. It's pretty serious. All right, lady, I'll give you that one. Fine. What about being part of a network that is driving around on shifts with thousands of people working with the state government to isolate, locate, and block federal agents from doing their jobs and actively fight them while armed? Now I'm going to go ahead and say that's obstruction, and then this is the unfortunate circumstance that happens when you engage in this behavior.
You made this point this morning on one of your clips. When you're being detained by law enforcement, the safest thing to do is go limp, right?
The activists are trained to do this.
Yeah.
I have been at these meetings. I have worked for Greenpeace. They tell you when you are being arrested, limp. You just plop down like a blob. They will pick you up and you do nothing. The fact that this guy's actively fighting, these are not your typical protest groups. These are coordinated, planned insurgents who have been told to get armed, who have been told to fight back, and he showed up with 2 mags. Now listen, I'm not going to sit here and claim.
Be in mind, I don't know if he's actually going to. You can be armed. The gun is irrelevant to the situation, and we say it always in cases of in 2A, like you have a right to have a firearm. It's irrelevant that you had it there. It's irrelevant that you had magazines. What is relevant is your behavior in the situation. I was like, we can't, everybody that is anti-gun wants to blame the gun itself for the problem and never have accountability for people's actual actions in these circumstances. And it is the behavior of the people in which, the behavior and the actions that you take that garners you to receive consequences. So I know Trump and who's the guy that's in charge of the FBI right now? It's an Indian guy. I can't remember. What is his name? Let me see. Head of FBI. Kash, that's right. Kash Patel. Kash Patel said the same thing, and he was making a big deal about them having a firearm too, and it is completely irrelevant. You are allowed to bear arms, but you don't have a right to assault law enforcement or federal officers. And your behavior is what matters in these situations. So I'm just putting it out there. I don't know what Tim is about to say, but I think he's more or less on the same page. I don't know. We'll find out.
You're not allowed to carry magazines or carry guns. But if you are part of a group that is giving you instructions to find and block law enforcement on shifts, meaning this guy has there's an authority, there's a hierarchy in a group saying, okay, Alex, you are on duty now. And then he brings an extra magazine with him. I don't think he was going there to massacre law enforcement, but he's not just a protester.
Well, this is someone also who spoke to his parents about his plans. After Renee Good was killed, he went and talked to his parents about how he planned to get involved in the protests. He'd been involved in protests before. They warned him about interfering with law enforcement. They warned him about getting too involved. But you also had Governor Tim Walz telling Minnesotans to track and film ICE agents, to keep protesting loudly, to make sure they had their cell phone on them at all times, and to get involved by filming all of the interactions between law enforcement and the arrests of illegal immigrants. He said that directly. And then on Sunday night, he came out and said that he was damn proud of Minnesota. The governor is actively in favor of all of this stuff. And you put this guy out there, he's out there on these front lines, I don't know. I don't know how you do anything other than comply when cops come talk to you. I am afraid of police officers. I'm just going to throw it out there. When I've been pulled over a couple of times, I smile. I put my hands here. When they ask me for stuff, I say, I am going to reach into my glove box and get it, because I don't want anything. They're in an intense situation. They're in life and death situations all the time. I'm just some random person who doesn't want my life to get screwed up right now or ended because I do the wrong thing with the guy with the gun.
I've carried a gun almost every day for the better part of the past 15 years. Right? And I've had interactions with law enforcement multiple times. There was one time where I was driving, I had my gun on the console, got pulled over. The cop came up on the right side because it was on the highway, and I look over and the cop's got his gun drawn, flashlight on, gun drawn, because he saw my gun. Right? So what do? I sit there with my hands on the wheel, and he instructs me to get out of the car, and I get out of the car. He puts me in cuffs, gets the gun, makes sure it's clear, 10 minutes later, he's like, okay, you're good. Gives me back my gun. See you later. Because I complied. I didn't fight with him.
You just got to do what they tell you.
You know what I love is these liberals who all of a sudden are libertarians and all of a sudden love 2A. And the Lolberts. I love the Lolberts. You know why I love libertarians so much? Because whenever a fight breaks out, they fold like cheap suits. So I don't have to worry about them at all. These libertarians come out and they're like, look, I'm concerned about immigration, but I don't think the government should be allowed. And I'm like, bro, by all means, scream into the wind. Because if anything actually has to happen, you're going to stand there with our arms crossed while we do the jobs that need to be done. But what I love so much about this especially is that these people who are saying, I thought you were for the Second Amendment, Tim. I thought you... I was never in favor of the right to keep and bear arms to go and obstruct duly appointed law enforcement officials from a duly elected government because you disagreed with the policy position everybody else voted for. The idea that you were like, don't I have a right to go fight a cop with a gun?
No, you don't.
You don't. And the funny thing is, I love this. I love this, guys. I'm going to let you in on a big secret. Did you know the Second Amendment was not about fighting tyranny? I'm sick of these people who have this seventh grade American traditionalist view of the Second Amendment where they're like, the founding fathers were concerned the government would take over, but tyrannical government would oppress them, so they needed to be armed at all times. There was a factor in the Second Amendment of which was the regulars from the crown were trying to take our guns from us, for which we used to protect ourselves, and we said no. And if you allow us to take your weapons, you will be oppressed. But the principal reason for the Second Amendment was not just because they were like, guys, what if we overthrow our new government? In fact, a bunch of the founding fathers were like, we don't want to give the people guns. They'll overthrow us. We just want a new government. The principal issue is the general defense of a free state, which can be interpreted to mean fighting tyrannical government, but typically was about foreign invaders and not having strong standing armies. That's why the original article, of which I think it would have been Article 4 or 5, actually,
of the Federalist
before they
Papers,
got rid of
I
the
think?
first two and then reduced everything down, actually had a provision about conscription not being necessary. Because the actual intent was, in a time of war, we need people to be able to defend their communities. They got to have guns. Only one component of that is in the event of tyrannical government. However, Thomas Jefferson, who famously wrote the letter saying that, every 200 years, the tree of liberty must be watered with the blood of patriots and tyrants, later went to say, yeah, I shouldn't have said that. And many of the founding fathers actually held the opinion that the crown was the crown wasn't necessarily the problem, Parliament was, and the king would not come to their aid. It wasn't this cut and dry thing like the king is bad. No, it was, we're not being represented in government. As it stands right now, Ulysses Grant, what he wrote was, you have redress of grievances. You have elections. You are not facing taxation without representation. So while you can try to rebel, you will be conquered by your betters. So the argument right now is this. I'll put it simply. First of all, when these people come out and go, Tim's a bootlicker for defending us, I'm like, no, you misunderstand. It's my boots. It's mine. I voted for them. I'm wearing the boot. I'm stomping on the ground. I ain't licking anybody. I'm clapping for these people that I said, please go out and enforce the law. And anybody else who's cheering for it, who voted for it too, we're all wearing the boots. You're the one crying. You're the one saying you're coming in and enforcing laws we didn't vote for. Well, I got bad news for you. The American people voted for the Republican Party in the House, the Senate, the presidency, and they got the Supreme Court. That means it's the will of the people and democracy that we enforce our immigration law. I'm not going to sit here and say that children should get wrapped up and abused or anything stupid like that. Your stories are fake and they're not happening. Mistakes are made. Those are bad. We'll figure that out. But the margin of error is always going to exist, and we are going to do what our laws say. And these laws were not written by me, nor are they written by the current Congress. Our immigration laws were written 30 plus years ago, 40, 50 years ago. I only ask as a voter, and I know most of you watching, that we have those laws upheld. So when I see DHS, ICE, and they go out, and they're armed, and they're putting down these protesters, and then people look at me and say, you're licking their boot. I'll be like, you misunderstand. I hired the boot. I'm paying their bills and clapping for them. So cry more about it. But your lies and manipulations ain't playing with me at all. Because I got to tell you, I honestly don't even care about this argument coming from communists that they should have a right to keep and bear arms. You want to come to me and say, but what about your principles, Tim? Don't people have a right to keep and bear arms? I'll say, generally speaking, yes. But when a communist comes to me and says, I shouldn't be allowed to have a gun, I'll return the favor and say, neither should you.
The fact that Thomas Jefferson said that he regretted having said that later is one thing, but the fact that it resonated throughout the ages means that there's probably more truth to it than him having written it out of error. But going back to the guy, and whether or not he was part of an insurgency, and we now have elements that he was an activist involved in BLM, the argument is going to be, to play devil's advocate, at that time, they would have no reason to know that. He was only there with a camera and a gun, a concealed gun. The big question is going to be that as of the moment...
Stink bug on your chair.
A what? Oh, that's... No, don't.
You'll make it
So long
worse.
as it's not a bumblebee. The argument is going to be that they didn't know what he was an activist. They didn't know that he was there taking names and taking plates and whatever. And that might be irrelevant to what happened at the end of the day. The issue is that he willingly and deliberately got involved in an altercation. We don't hear from any of this footage that he announces that he's got a gun on him. And whether or not he thought he was righteously defending a woman who might have been abusively getting sprayed by pepper spray by these officers, this all happened within basically 3 seconds. There's some shoving, and then they find his gun, and then a shot rings out, and it happens within a second.
And he's holding a black object pointed in his hand.
No, and then people are saying, well, he was reaching for the holster, but the holster was empty. First of all, by the time they find out he has one gun, they don't know that he doesn't have more than one gun. And this happens in a second and a half. And I was, took a little flack for saying what happened to Renee Good was justified but unfortunate. This is another one where whether or not you think it's justified or not, it's a very predictable outcome from acting like an idiot. And when you say, you get pulled over with a gun in your car, I got pulled over coming out of my house in Montreal, and a cop stopped me because I looked suspicious, because I did, and I'm not going to mouth off and say, I'm coming out of my house and you don't have the right to do me.
Yeah.
It was, all right, here's my ID. I live here. Thank you for protecting the peace, not going in there and exacerbating volatile situations.
So here's what we know now. This guy was on duty as part of a paramilitary group, an active insurgency, organized with state support, state-sponsored insurgency. He was there to resist duly sworn-in federal law enforcement operations. So we're looking at combat. We're looking at a guy who chose a degree of force against federal agents, and this is what happens. I think the important thing people need to take away from this: none of anything we said matters. Only one thing matters to the average person, and in the deep reaches of their minds, they all know it to be true. All that matters is that this guy was an enemy combatant. If it turned out that he made a video an hour in advance saying, I can't live this way anymore, ICE must be stopped, I'm taking them all down with me, I'm going to take these guys out, and then he pulled out his gun and chambered around, liberals would not care. The right would say that proves it, and the left would say none of that has anything to do with what the CBP guy did. Everyone keeps saying this.
That is true. That is actually very true. Yeah.
They'd be like, yeah, but he wasn't doing that there. It wouldn't matter if this guy said, I want to exercise my rights, and I just so happen to be walking down the street and I see these guys. Maybe I can peacefully approach this officer and explain our position to him. It wouldn't matter if he did that, because the right is still going to say he was actively armed while resisting arrest. Because in the minds of the partisans, only one thing truly matters. Enemies got into a fight and one side took an action. If Preddy was being beaten and fighting, and then a gunshot rang out, and he rolled over, pulled out his gun, and shot the agent several times, the left would be arguing the inverse, saying, he heard a gunshot and heard gun. He thought they were trying to kill him. He's innocent. And the right would be like, they're insurgents, they're crazy, they must be stopped. That's where we're at. Look at Renee Good. It doesn't matter. You know what? Let's do that.
And I think Tim even had, I think it was it was either the last time we did a political roundup or the week prior, but it was the imperfect defense argument, for which he wasn't actually in danger, but he felt it was in danger. So you would get a pass, and that would be what he just ascribed the motive. I heard a gunshot came out. I thought they were going to kill me, so I fired at them. That would be the same case of imperfect self-defense. And he would have been fine.
Yes, I'm going to jump to this next clip. We got a segment for you guys. Let me pull this one up. Here's your proof. We got this post from Todd Anderson, Poker Night Todd. He says, if you look at this picture and see anything other than an unarmed and defenseless citizen being executed, please check yourself into a mental health facility. Society is worse off with you in it. F ICE. Well, here's the image. Let me open it in a new tab so we can zoom in on the image that he posted. Now, let's play a game. What do you guys see here, this image that this guy posted?
Ooh, I know,
What do you
I
see
know.
here? Anybody want?
I immediately saw it as soon as he pulled it up. Can you guys tell what's wrong with it?
I'll go first. I'm not an idiot, and I'm not going to come to a conclusion based on what is 1/8,000th of a second of a volatile situation. That would be
Okay, hold on, Viva. I'm asking you what you see in this photo. Please look at it. Please describe the photo.
Oh, I don't want to spoil the punchline because I know that Grok.
Well, you're gonna say the punchline.
Well, no, I see right now what the left wanted by way of their new poster. You know, enhance the negative, reverse negative, put it on a shirt. That's their new Che Guevara. I know what the punchline.
Can you guys see it, right? Can you tell what the problem is with it? I don't think I can zoom in on a video. No, I can't.
Oh wait, you're missing the punchline.
I see a headless guy.
I see a guy with no head.
Yep.
Yeah, that's second.
There is no
There's
head
an ICE
here.
agent on the ground whose leg is made of some kind. Who's got
Also, like, look at his arm. And then he's got weird mechanical parts where his leg would be.
one leg made of robot parts, and he has no head. Because this is an AI image they fabricated.
Well, hold on, no, because the truth is, I didn't know that was the punchline. What I had
Look,
seen,
there's no head, and his foot is made of robot
was
parts.
it, no, but
Also, this just looks off right here.
his foot is a gun.
Like I've used AI enough to like tell like some oddities.
there's a screenshot that is relatively similar, and then someone had asked Grok if it's a real image, and it says, yes, this is a real image of a Russian soldier executing a civilian in 2022, and then the reply
Grok's
to that
crazy.
was, wait,
Also, like it also looks like he has a weapon too. So
way to go, Grok.
the fact that multiple people probably saw this before publishing it, Rob is like, yeah, it's fine, run it.
So there is a comparable low-res grainy screenshot from a single frame. But what they've done is they've AI generated a version of it, and they're using this to make their claims.
Potentially to like de-grainyize it or something like that.
This, of course, based on the expressions and what
De-blur
they're
it.
doing, is meant to make you think this poor man is on his knees being executed. Now, certainly the original still does look similar, but you can't see their faces, as evidenced by the fact that this agent's head doesn't exist because the AI couldn't even see his head. So the expression these guys have is fabricated. They want to create an emotional image. That's the point of AI generating this version of it. You can see in his hand he's holding something. Now, what he's holding in his hand looks like it might be a magazine, and he's got multiple thumbs. Whatever. The point is, they're going to fabricate whatever they need to fabricate to justify their worldview. And when you try and explain this to them, as I've done, they are too retarded to care, and they call me right-wing for it. My position right away was, DHS said he was going to massacre law enforcement. I said, that is a lie. That is not true. Wrong. It was a series of unfortunate events, likely because he had a gun. The gun went off. Other agents don't know that, and he's holding something black in his hand, pointed forward, so they unloaded on him. It sucks. But he's clearly resisting arrest. The response the left gives is, Tim Pool's far right. He was not resisting arrest. He was just having an involuntary reaction to men grabbing him.
Yeah.
Okay.
We saw that, right?
That would be called
We saw
resisting.
him having numerous involuntary reactions there for like 10 or 15 seconds, which, anybody that's ever gotten in any real fights knows that a real fight doesn't last more than a minute usually. If it does, there's something going on. This whole thing is nonsense. Plus, let's not overlook the fact that he was in the process of committing multiple crimes, resisting arrest, participating in insurrection, a conspiracy to resist. I mean, there's so many different things that this guy might have been doing at this time. And, again, to me, though, this is something that the left is looking for. This is something that these people in Minnesota are looking for. They're trying to stoke war. They're trying to stoke this. They want this. They need this because they can't shut down what we all fought for. We fought for Trump to deport people. We fought for this. And right now, one of the things I was thinking about when Libby was saying earlier, particularly about the foreign connections, right? So these Somalis they're shipping briefcases full of money across the border to wherever, right? So here's the thing, does treason apply, right? Are we aiding and abetting our enemies, right? Is this
I'm probably going to switch over to the other or the next video in a couple minutes. So just give you guys a heads up.
comfort to the enemy? I mean, this is insane because we're sending money over there. We know all these illegals came through, a lot of them came through the southern border or through refugee programs that Biden set up, different things. But a lot of these people are here illegally. They're clearly enemies of the state. I mean, this is an insurrection at minimum. I mean, yeah. Is this a state-sponsored thing? I mean, is this sponsored by Somalia? Is this sponsored by some of our foreign enemies?
Democrats are actively involved in promoting it.
Well, 100%. But I mean,
well, I'm going to get that video for people because I know that people are going to be like, what do you mean? I'll pull the video for you guys.
The question I did have about, first of all, that fact that it took that long, this is generated from roughly the same pixelated image. And I went to double check that I wasn't having my own hallucinations. But... No,
but understand how this changes the context.
Everything.
And we don't know if they said, Grok, enhance this image and make the agents look callous and angry.
No, the question that I have is we're going to get, I presume they have body cam footage. If they don't, I still think...
They do. They've apparently they've confirmed
so
they do.
The question is this, in that kerfuffle that lasted 15 seconds, does he at any point mention that he's got a file?
Not the ICE, but
and hear
DHS?
people yelling, he's got a gun.
Or no, the
gun.
CBP.
Yeah, now the question
is
is he announcing it, or did he want either to go out in a blaze of glory, or did he think that he was going to go in there, shoot a couple of officers who he thought were, abusively pepper spraying an innocent pedestrian, and he would be a...
You want my opinion? I think he was deliberately going in there in hopes that they would kill him, so that he would be seen as a martyr. Now, I have no evidence to back that up. It's purely hearsay, but that is what I think is what actually happened.
folk hero as a result.
I don't think he was going to shoot anybody. I mean, to be fair, listen, there are a lot of people who are like, look, I carry multiple magazines with me. It doesn't mean I want to kill anybody. Sure, but when you're part of a group where you have shifts, and you've got the governments basically telling you that Nazis are taking over and we have to put an end to this now, and then you're like, okay, I'm going to listen. It was not a protest. No. He was on duty. This is a paramilitary group in a chat with managers and bosses, putting him on duty to go out, seeking out law enforcement to obstruct them, and he decided, not only should I bring my gun, I should bring an additional magazine with me.
Well, he might have been waiting for an altercation that didn't involve federal law enforcement.
At the bare minimum, he expected the high probability of a firefight.
Yeah, no. I mean, look.
Right? Maybe he wanted to kill James O'Keefe.
Maybe he wanted.
Yeah,
Maybe he. I
that
forget
too.
who it was that was assassinated a while back, and then the guy.
I keep forgetting that James O'Keefe was seen, or not seen there, but like reported to be there. I keep forgetting that element.
I gave an interview on Vice, and then the cops found him, and it was.
Oh,
you mean Aaron Danielson?
yeah.
Yes. Well, the
Michael
man,
Reynolds shot Aaron Danielson twice in the chest.
Yes, exactly.
Walking down the street.
No,
for no reason.
and then claimed self-defense. So
Right.
I mean, this guy goes out he won't do it to ICE, but if they find other agitators, if they
Right.
find independent journalists, and then they get in a corner where there's nobody but them, and then he claims self-defense. Whether or not he was out looking for trouble, he definitely found trouble, and the
Make it
the
double.
issue, painting him as an innocent victim. It's easy to
But
do.
it's
But he's involved in intervening actively, even if he thought he was righteously doing so, armed with a firearm in a police altercation. You cannot expect it to go many other ways.
Here's a video from Libs of TikTok. They say the man who was killed by ICE was apparently an anti-ICE resistant signal chat groups. He was killed by CBP. Everyone got that wrong, even me. Do you know who's running the chats? Minnesota State Rep Alex Falconer. He admitted it. He's open about it. When is he going to be hauled in for questioning? Here's the video in question.
Okay. What is
And
this?
it's freezing on us because
Well, we can go with Falcon Gate now. We can
Is this gonna-
definitively call it Falcon Gate.
is this what X just does all the time, no matter
In
what?
incognito at some
We
times.
had I'm a community organizer at heart, and that's part of what I'm trying to bring to the legislature. I'm helping to lead the community response, rapid response network that we have, given any ICE situations. I have a couple cards here. I'm willing to stop in to stay around and talk with anybody that wants any more information. We've got a couple groups on the app Signal that we would love for you to join. Whether or not you want to be a part of the Resistance Network, I fully understand that you may not be comfortable with that, but you can help us in a lot of ways by sending an alert that if you see any suspicious vehicles, any traffic, if you know of anybody that is being targeted, that's being detained, we have resources immediately available that we can send to you, send to their family, get them legal help the families if they need food, if people are afraid to leave their homes to get food. We're working with the food shelves to try to figure out a way to deliver groceries. I know yesterday.
And he's talking about like helping to like keep illegals like on the DL.
So you get it. I pulled up his ballotpedia here.
Can you believe that
Democratic Party, District 49A, currently in office. So, presuming that Libs of TikTok is accurate in their reporting, which I don't see why it wouldn't be, here is a state rep organizing active insurgency against the federal governments, which a man who is, again, Cam Higbee shows, they turn their shift on and off. They show their emoji, I'm on duty. This guy got armed and said, I am going to actively seek out federal law enforcement and get in their way. Sponsored by the state.
Even back it up to the point where you don't have to assume he's partaking in that insurgency. Just from a political perspective, this is a guy organizing how to protect illegal aliens.
I will keep it playing for just this bit of the segment, and then we'll move on.
Within his jurisdiction.
This has been the 5 minutes, but I've been pausing every now and then or so. But yeah,
Set aside
keeping my
everything else.
balance.
They've got homeless people, citizens of America, veterans living on the streets. This guy is out here clout chasing with, who he presumes to be illegals, strategizing and organizing how he can actively divert resources to protecting illegal immigrants, and especially, presumably, because they're going after the violent criminals of them. This seditious, treasonous, whatever. This is the Democrat Party, and this is who is in charge of this state. That should be shocking on its face alone, all things other set aside.
Well, we've got more breaking news that was early in the show, but we gotta get to
okay. As much as I would love to continue, well,
as we get to him, there's a lot to cover. Trump has surrendered. The Atlantic reports Greg Bovino has lost his job. He is being
oh right, yeah, that's fine. Well, the other people that we're gonna go about, and this was 4 days ago, so this was on the 26th, which was Monday. That's not 4 days ago. That's
Hey man, enjoy a stream. God bless you. Glad you enjoyed the podcast I sent you.
Yeah.
All love. It's too late for me to stay around, sadly. Enjoy, my friend. Cheshire loved by Miku.
No problem. I know it's late for you where you are. Yeah, thanks, and thank you again for the recommendation. I'm gonna take a look at some more of those. All right, and now let's switch to over to a Knowles. Why is it always Minneapolis? I think this was the next morning after. So this was Tuesday, the morning following the Tim Pool episode that we just watched. So
if this woman,
let's start with the
Minnesota
opening.
Governor Tim,
let's open with the premise, and then we'll like bounce around a little bit.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz compares face-tattooed rapists to Anne Frank. Kanye West apologizes to Jews and lots of other people. And Virginia Democrats propose a law that would ban immigration enforcement from polling places. What a weird thing to do. I'm Michael Knowles. This is The Michael Knowles Show. Welcome back to the show. Wonderful to be with
I need an intro that's snazzy.
you in these new circumstances. I'm very, very sorry. Yesterday, the show went up a little bit late.
Of course.
And it went up late
Definitively
because I lost
recommend
power. My
Tommy
house got
Handy is
down to
probably the
about,
best
what was
guest
it,
at the
40.
podcast to watch, honestly. So he mostly talks about men and politics. See you, man. Wish you a good time.
Yeah. God bless you, man.
5 degrees, screaming children. That was the worst part. It was really me having to deal with those screaming children. And the power was out, so I couldn't do my show. I jerry-rigged it. I MacGyvered it on my cell phone, natural light, but then there was no internet. So I was uploading it. It took 1,000 hours to upload. I expected the episode to come out during the third Barron Trump administration, but we got it up finally. And then I was rescued by my buddy Whit, a nice Catholic boy, as you can see from his beautiful crucifix here. So I'm broadcasting from Whit's studio. He saved us, both the family, and we can stay in heat now and eat and drink and shower. But more importantly, I can be in a podcast studio. There's so much to talk about. Tim Walz, amid all the chaos in Minneapolis, it always seems to be Minneapolis, doesn't it? It only seems to be Minneapolis. Amid all the chaos, the leftists going out, rioting, obstructing law enforcement, conspiring with state officials. We'll get to that. Then the law enforcement operatives and officers shooting some of these lunatics, justifiably so, necessarily so. Nevertheless, a giant powder keg. And amid all of this, Tim Walz, the man who was almost one heartbeat away from becoming the second woman president, comes out and he compares the face-tattooed rapists and the murderers and the drug traffickers and all these foreign criminals to Anne Frank.
We have got children in Minnesota hiding in their houses.
I don't want to
afraid go
obscure
Many
this.
of us grew up reading
the
that story
signer,
of Anne Frank.
in case there might be some
Somebody's going to write
blind
that
people,
children's story about
deaf
Minnesota.
people, or
And there's one person who can end this now.
A very salient comparison, except
and it's
of course
me.
that
could
Anne
be
Frank
the
was a
one.
little girl who died in a concert.
This is like, yeah, and you thought it was me, but it was actually Dia or whatever, whatever the meme was. But yeah, it's like there's only one person who could do it, and it's me, Tim Walz. Oh, he's so dumb.
Concentration camp. And what's going on in Minneapolis is that some of the worst kinds of criminals along with lots of other criminals who have broken the most basic laws of our country, are actually fine. Like basically nothing is happening to them, but crazy white liberals are sometimes getting into scraps with law enforcement and threatening them and getting shot on their behalfs, on the behalfs of all of the criminals. What they want is George Floyd 2.0. That's what they want. They want George Floyd 2.0, and they're going to get George Floyd 2.0. And unfortunately, I think it is working to some degree. I'm monitoring, you know, I have liberal friends. I grew up in New York, went to a very liberal college, lived in Los Angeles. I have a mixed political family. I'm monitoring it, and they're buying it. And it's 2020 all over again. Trump is president, which is part of why this is happening, is because the libs feel powerless because they lost the national election. They want to do something, and so what are they going to do? They're going to riot. It's like a little toddler. They're going to throw a big temper tantrum, except in this case, what they're going to do is break laws, create anarchy in the streets, threaten people, endanger lives, harbor criminals, and all the rest of it. And they think they're going to get the same outcome they did in 2020. Because don't forget, 2020 worked. The George Floyd riots worked.
Partly because everything was closed. And like in some places, like the only way that you could actually get out is if you were protesting. I think that happened in New York. I think it happened in California. That like if you were protesting on behalf of the progressive secular movement, cellular, but the progressive movement, and you were allowed to leave your house and you could participate in society. That's kind of what it was.
Well, did we lose? Trump did not remain in office in 2021 for a variety of reasons that we don't need to rehash now. In any case, as a practical political matter, it did kind of work, didn't it? And that's what they're counting on again. What they're counting on is that they can go back to that old playbook, and Trump isn't going to bring down the hammer that much. And I hope the administration...
There's like some like key differences though, because it was like it was the last time period, or not the last quarter of Trump's first term. So he was probably trying to be a little more moderate so that he could actually win. At least in his count, he did win his count. I'm not saying that he did or not, but he was trying to be moderate during his last term and during the last portion of his term. And now this is happening like basically is during the second quarter of this second term, his last one. So, and he doesn't have to pander or appear to be moderate, but he still is ish. So there does keep some things in perspective.
Administration is getting the message. I trust that they are, but if they do what was done in 2020, you're going to get the same result. And what happened in 2020? In 2020, you had this massive lockdown. You had this chaos throughout the country. It was this perfect opportunity, Trump on the back foot. Here, you don't necessarily need that. You're not on the brink of a presidential election. I guess you have the midterms coming up, though that's less important.
Yeah.
And you're in a kind of situation where it seems to me you got to do the opposite. You got to come down, bring down the hammer, and call people's attention to the fact that this has happened before. Because the top question in people's minds should be, why is it always Minneapolis?
Yeah. Harken back to what happened prior, because people have the memories of goldfish for the most part. Like, if that offends you, I'm sorry, but it's true. Like, some people can only remember things that happen like within the span of weeks, and that's, thank you TikTok and all the shorts and for ruining people's attention spans. But yeah, like you need to remind people that like this stuff happened.
And the Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota seems to be giving us that answer. Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan has now been identified, reportedly, as one of the administrators of the anti-ICE signal chat. We talked about this on the show yesterday. There's this signal chat that is allowing all of the anti-ICE people to coordinate with each other and to show up and say, hey, I doxed that ICE officer's car. Hey, I doxed that not ICE officer, but just some civilian that I don't like's car. And hey, they're going to come to arrest the rapist down here, so we got to block them. And hey, we need to stop the traffic. And hey, this, that, and the other thing. And it's not just lunatics, and it's not just bored white women in their 30s and 40s, and it's not just like weird guys
they're in their
who
20s
have nothing
too,
else going on, who
maybe.
hate their dads, who want to feel like they need meaning in their lives.
No, that's not true.
It's all those kinds of people. It's also state officials.
Yeah.
We talked about this yesterday on the show. There's a Minnesota state rep who's helping to coordinate some of this stuff. Obviously, Tim Walz, as governor, has been verbally encouraging these sorts of riots from behind his wrought iron fence. Hey, you, go out there. Yeah, go get yourself killed. That's a sacrifice I'm worth making. And let's go. Hey.
He's not exaggerating. That did happen. Like, I might have to go find that, but yeah, he was like, he had like a megaphone and was like talking to a crowd of people in front of his place of residence, because the governor has to have like a, what is it called? Is it actually called a governor's mansion? But yeah, like he was behind it, addressing the mob and telling them to go do things. And yeah,
come on out, just hey, get in their faces, grab their guns. Maybe that's a great idea. That'll probably stop the investigation into my conspiracy to commit fraud. You got him doing that. You got Klobuchar saying we need ICE out now. You got Jacob Fry with his whiny millennial, you get ICE, get the F out of here. Get the F out of here, ICE.
He did
Forget
do
about the
that.
supremacy clause of the Constitution. You got all that going on. But then at a more tangible level, there are reports that the Lieutenant Governor, Peggy Flanagan, who you're probably not that familiar with, most people are not, she also went viral for wearing a shirt that said, protect trans kids with a knife. And does the knife represent chopping off the kids' genitals, or does the knife represent stabbing the people who oppose the transgender ideology? I don't know which is worse, actually.
Probably both.
Either way, it's always the ones you
Probably
most
both.
expect. This woman is one of the admins of the anti-ICE signal chat. This means two things. One, this woman could be criminally liable for these deaths.
Yeah.
If this woman was
Because that's basically incitement for the most part. I mean, I might be over exaggerating, but like there's probably some provisions that would definitely merit getting arrested.
actively conspiring in these insurrectionist operations to obstruct law enforcement, to grapple with the police, to aid and abet criminals. She could be criminally liable for the consequences of those actions, which now include 2 deaths. Beyond that,
That's fair.
what this means is that we have an answer to our question.
I mean, I care because they're dying. That's part of the reason why I'm looking at this stuff, watching this stuff. I just don't want people to die.
Why Minneapolis? Why is it always Minneapolis? Why is it only Minneapolis? Because it's a political operation. And I made this point when Charlie was killed.
And there's nothing wrong with your point, because like usually healthier minded people literally like focus specifically on the things that they can immediately control. So I'm not saying, so you're not wrong in what you're saying. You're being pragmatic and reasonable because you have the things that you actually care about. I find that the more you spread yourself out in terms of like your network of caring about people, the more you don't actually care about yourself and the people that are actually immediately around you. And that's what some of these people are doing. And it's a shame, and we ought to correct them before they make more mistakes that could lead to serious injury or their own deaths. Not just for themselves, but the people around them. You know, ironically, the love thy neighbor, which is if you love someone, you must actually like.
I understand that, but I mean, do they actually care about the deportations? Do they care about each person? Are they protesting ICE actions, or the deportations, or what? Because they send very mixed messages.
That's fair. That's fair. And I don't know. I would actually like to know that myself. But I have to go based off of their actions, unfortunately. But even actions can be used to manipulate. But no, I would like to know that myself, honestly. It's, I don't know, maybe it's like a weird, it's not a can I fix them sort of scenario either. It's just I'm curious on their whole thing. But yeah, I get you now. And yeah,
remember, after Charlie was killed by the same kind of person who always tries to kill the conservatives, sexually deviant, radicalized, young leftist, shows up. I mean, these are people who've shown up to campuses multiple times. When that guy assassinated Charlie, allegedly, when he assassinated Charlie, a lot of people, I think, as a coping mechanism or a way to grieve, said, well, you know what? That will never work because we're only going to be stronger now and we're going to be more unified. And you've struck one of us down, but we're only going to... And I thought, look, I hope that's the case. I hope we win. I hope we take some inspiration. But the reason that people do assassinations is because they work.
Yep.
If they didn't work, people wouldn't keep doing them. Some Serbian nationalist, some loser nobody in the middle of nowhere committed an assassination against a little-known archduke, and it set the world into the greatest calamity ever to befall Europe. A war so massive that it extended beyond Europe, and we call it a world war.
Oh.
Assassinations work.
Oh, right. Ferdinand.
That's why people keep doing them. Well, it's the same thing for these kinds of riots. Why on earth would Tim Walz be encouraging this unrest in the streets? I don't know, because it works for his political party. It has in the past. Why would Peggy Flanagan, Amy Klobuchar, Jacob, why would they do it? Well, because it has worked for them. And so the task before us now is to make this one not work. How do you make it not work? Well, the strategy last time was basically let Minnesota burn. And there are many people on the right, especially the more libertarian right, but people on the right generally who say, you know what, let them deal with the consequences of their own actions. Minnesota's having problems.
Yeah, we can't really do that because it's going to spread out.
It's great. That's why I left those kinds of states, those blue states. And they can pay their high taxes and have to deal with their fraudulent Somalis and their riots in the streets. I'm going to be here breathing the free air of Texas or Tennessee. Sure. Yeah, I breathe the free air. It's very cold air right now, but I breathe it. But that's not how a country operates. You have to have order. A point I made after Charlie died, too. We want the free exchange of ideas. We want a healthy culture of debate and deliberation. Yeah, that's true. To get to that, you don't just double down on free speech in the abstract. You need order. You need limits. You need rules. You need standards. And you need to put a lot of people in jail. You need to punish people when they undermine that. So what is called for here, I think, is just bringing the hammer down on Minneapolis. It's so much worse up there than even you think it is. I know there are liberals who listen to the show, and I'm greatly appreciative of that. There are people who are more politically moderate or neutral or independent, sure. But even for the right-wingers, it's so much worse up there than you think. His report just came out, hat tip to Tyler O'Neill.
There's something new?
That City's Church invasion, when the radical mob of leftists came up storming the church.
Yep.
Going in, stopping the service, getting up in the faces of the kids and the parishioners. Do you know what they actually did? We have it not even by way of reporting from this outlet or that outlet, which might have a bias. We have this from court records. What they did will blow your mind, though it shouldn't. Hat tip to Tyler O'Neill here. According to this court report out of Minneapolis, during the City's Church invasion, which was itself illegal and a violation of federal law, at the very least because of the FACE Act. The FACE Act, which is the Freedom of Abortion Clinic Entrances Act. It's an abortion factory law to protect the abortionists from having to deal with people praying in front of their abortion facilities. And the only way they could get it passed, because it's so hideous, it's so evil, was to say, okay, well, as a little
extend it over to
olive
churches.
branch, we'll also use this act to stop people from invading churches during services. Though it's basically never used to prosecute people who attack churches. It's only used to stop people from generally peaceably demonstrating at abortion factories. In any case.
It's also a violation of the Klan Act, also, which is the conspiracy to suppress civil rights or something like that, or just rights in general.
According to the court documents, agitators blocked the stairs so that, quote, parents were unable to get to their children at Sunday school. So it's not just people going in, Don Lemon there, hey, this is our First Amendment right. I'm just here as a journalist, this is their First Amendment right, getting up in the pastor's face.
I didn't know that. Oh, wow. Okay.
No. This mob blocks the stairs so the parents couldn't get to their kids. Then at least one of these guys goes up to a kid, starts screaming at the little kid, says, quote, do you know your parents are Nazis? They're going to burn in hell, to a little kid in church. Then William Kelly, who's one of the ringleaders of this outfit, he says, this ain't God's house. This is the house of the devil. Leftists calling God the devil. Wow, would you? The problem with the radical leftist is it's the evil. The evil is a big problem of it.
Yeah.
But just below,
I haven't say it might be the primary, but is there a secondary and a tertiary?
That problem, the secondary problem is how uninspired it is, how unoriginal it is. They've been doing this since the French Revolution, and they say, God, actually God is the devil. Hey, you know what you think is good? That's actually bad. Wow. Oh, snaps. Wow. I never thought of it that way. You're really making me see the world in a new and original way. So,
like, whoa, man. Did you know?
they're saying this. And then another agitator, according to the court docs, quote, continued to scream in the faces of young children while they were crying. While they were crying. Now, plenty of people are going to hear.
I have to make jokes or else I will actually get angry. And I'm trying to be rational and moderate. But like this one's tough.
That they're going to be shocked. And I guess you should be shocked.
I just don't understand why the leaders of the Democrat Party can't even acknowledge that it's partially their fault that things are the way they are.
Because they're afraid of accountability. They'll blame whoever is the most convenient and expedient. It wasn't me. I'm not saying that, to go. I mean, yeah, I did say that, tell them to go and fight ICE agents, but Trump started it. That's basically all it is. Like they're allergic to accountability.
All they would need to do to make themselves not look as horrible as they do is say that go out and protest, record everything, but do not interfere.
Exactly. I was making that point last week.
They can't even do that.
No, they can't. I was saying that last week when I was doing the political roundup, that is just like, I was like, you are the ones that are not turning down the temperature. You guys are the ones that are telling your constituents, your citizens, that to go out there and kill themselves. That's what they're doing. I said, hey, go out, record, but don't intervene in the process or you might end up getting hurt. That's it. That's all they have to do. It's like, yeah, it sucks, but don't do anything you'll regret.
Many people are going to be surprised, and you should not be surprised. You should not be surprised. One, because these people are kind of loony. Two, they're prone to outrageous activism. The reason you should not be surprised that they would do this, that they would invade a church, they would block off parents from getting their kids, they would shriek in the faces of kids, say your parents are going to hell, and shriek in the kids' faces while they're crying. Do you know why you should not be surprised? These people murder
You would still get the crazies doing things, but you wouldn't have mass crowds surrounding people and forcing these interactions.
Yeah. And escalating the problems because there's a vast number of them. Exactly. You're exactly right. I don't actually know if I can pronounce your name. But yeah, you're actually correct. Preach, brother, preach.
Babies. Do you remember that? It's slightly unrelated, and that's not unrelated. It's a tangential issue. I know we're supposed to be talking about immigration here, but I just want to remind you that 100% of the people who are invading the churches and yelling at the kids and the parents and all that, 100% of them openly, avowedly celebrate in a kind of bloodlust Dionysiac festival the murder of innocent babies. That's the kind of people we're talking. Yeah, they probably would shriek at a little kid. Yeah, they probably would interrupt church. Yeah, they probably would blaspheme and call God the devil.
You know, that's actually a fair point. I didn't even think, yeah. It's like morally repugnant, and I'm like getting mad at the situation, but it's just like, he brings up a good point. These people are probably those people too. And they just forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. That's all I can say.
Probably would do that. You know who we're talking about.
But they need to seek help, and we need to arrest them. Not just they need to be arrested for their own safety, and then they need to seek help.
Right. There's some people, I don't know, they think it's the 90s, or they think that it's some, I don't know, whatever nostalgia tells them, nostalgia, history after a few drinks, whatever their nice saccharine memories tell them it used to be like in this country. They kind of forget the depths of evil that we're talking about here.
Because if they get help, then they can't play the victim card anymore, and that's what they do to excuse their actions.
Yeah. And Don Lemon's case, he's being as a gay black man. Like, okay, that's not a shield. Which we will get to him getting arrested here in the next I think in the video after this, but we'll see.
Good Lord, Don Lemon lol.
At the heart of the spirit that animates this political movement. A political movement that does not always express the fullness of that depraved spirit, but nevertheless is motivated by it. If you are surprised by this kind of behavior, that's on you. Now, I'm not just inveighing against these people and just beating them up. You have to come to a conclusion from this. If you think
and what's that
we're just going to be nice, and well, if we just bring the temperature down, let's just bring the temperature down, you know, that it's going to improve, you're deluded. If you think that there's some nice middle ground to meet between the people who would go out and sacrifice their lives and the lives of others to stop law enforcement from arresting rapists and murderers who don't even have the right to be in this country, you're mistaken. The only way, this is politics 101, the only way that you're going to improve the situation here is by discouraging the bad behavior and encouraging good behavior. And I know there's some people of the liberal bent, especially on the right-wing side of the more libertarian bent, who don't believe that incentives and disincentives work the way that they do. So you hear this a lot with...
If it works in video games, it can work in real life.
Drug policy. They say, you know, actually, man, if you want drug use to go down, you should legalize all the drugs, man. And then when you legalize all the drugs, people will do fewer drugs. And you look at them and you say, well, no, you do fewer drugs? And be like, not me, man. I'm going to do all the drugs. You can do all that. All right, wait. But why would, if you have more of something and you encourage its proliferation, what would lead you to the conclusion that you will have fewer people using that, fewer times per day or per year? They'd say, I don't know, man. Same thing with abortion. They say, well, if you really want fewer abortions, you should legalize abortion. People make this argument. Someone made this argument on Barfed the other day.
Oh, really? Hold on. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, nah. Just nah.
If you really want fewer abortions, you got to legalize abortion. Then it'll be really safe. Say, first of all,
no. To be fair, they did that and it didn't stop it. And the only reason why they legalized it was because they were doing back alley abortions that could actually like lead to permanent harm for the women. And even then, it's still not good. Abortion is evil. Thank you for the follow.
Well, that's a whole other rabbit hole, because in the year before Roe v. Wade, the number of legal abortions versus illegal abortions were both relatively small, but the rates of death from each of them were basically the same. So there's really very little evidence that a legal abortion is safer than an illegal abortion. Anyway, I'm getting distracted.
Okay.
No, you don't.
Okay, then I was wrong. I concede.
Get fewer abortions when you legalize it. Before Roe v. Wade, we had very few abortions, and then Roe v. Wade happened, and abortion was legalized throughout the country, and abortion skyrocketed.
Yes.
All of that to say, economics 101, sociology 101. When you punish a certain behavior, you get less of it. When you encourage or permit other behaviors, you get more of them. So in this case, what do? You've just got to bring the hammer down on these people. We say a very sad fact of public life is that assassinations work. That's true.
And by the by, like, there is going to be a death with abortion, 100%, regardless. Sometimes you might actually get two. And it's the side effect of having an abortion is that the baby's dead, which is evil. Shouldn't happen.
We say a sad fact of public life is riots work. That's true. You know what else works? Arresting people.
Exactly.
You know what else works? Keeping people in prison for a really long time. You know what else works? Mandatory minimum sentences. You know what else works? The federal government invoking the Supremacy Clause and the Insurrection Act when need be. And in this case, if the situation in Minnesota does not merit invoking the Insurrection Act, I don't know what does.
Exactly.
The governor explicitly referred to Civil War, 1863. And then he threatened to call up the Minnesota National...
And he equated himself to the Confederacy.
Guard to fight the federal troops. The lieutenant governor is in the signal chats conspiring to undermine federal law enforcement. It would appear, according to reports, allegedly getting people killed along the way. If you want less of this behavior, you have to discourage it. Seems simple enough.
Exactly.
Now, speaking of strange Democrat behavior, The Democrats are proposing a bill that would prohibit immigration enforcement from 40 feet within a polling place. So if ICE has to go out there, there's nothing the Democrats can do to stop it. But they're proposing a specific law that says within 40 feet of a polling place of an election, immigration enforcement is not allowed. I saw this going around on social media.
What?
And I looked at it, I said, oh no. My beautiful, gullible right-wingers. You know, look, I'm a right-winger. I'm rock-ribbed red. I love them, but sometimes they're gullible. This cannot be real. Then I looked up the bill. Alfonso H. Lopez, state legislator in Virginia, proposes HB 1442, 2026 regular session. It's a bill that would, well, I'll just read, this is verbatim from the text of the bill. Quote, prohibits any person.
Wait, hold on. Where did he say this was?
I'm rock-ribbed red, 1442, 2026 regular session. Quote, prohibits any person to the bill. 1442, 2026 regular session. It's a bill that would, well, I'll just read, this is verbatim from the text of the bill. Quote, prohibits any person from performing any act for the purpose or in furtherance of enforcement of federal immigration laws within 40 feet of any building or part thereof used as 1, a polling place, 2, a meeting place for the local electoral board while the electoral board meets to ascertain the results of an election.
Well, obviously ICE would never need to be anywhere near a polling station, because illegals would never be at them since they aren't allowed to vote. Obviously.
You make a hard argument. But I'm kind of worried that if this is true, then they would probably register sites that aren't polling places as actual polling places in order to keep more illegals like in storage, I guess. Like it almost seems like a staging ground for human trafficking.
Or 3,
AKA modern slavery.
the place for a recount. What an odd law to propose. What an odd, I feel like Bart Simpson, you know, what an odd, Why would they, because hold on. You know, you watch the news, you read things, you're smart. I was told that illegal aliens never, under any circumstances, vote in our elections. That's a deranged right-wing crazy conspiracy theory, right?
You must be right if he said it too.
So, and then, okay, sometimes we catch people doing it, but it's so rare, and never mind, and there's nothing to see here, and pay no attention to the man in the...
Yeah, and some states don't just give people driver's license that can be used as a voter ID and that has a working social security number attached to it. And yeah, no, it's what pay no mind to the man behind the curtain.
Sombrero behind the curtain. Okay. But now, what they would say, what the libs would say, if they even admitted that occasionally in illegal votes, they'd say, well, it's not widespread. Okay. Then why would you propose this law? Because what's so brazen about this law is that it does not merely imply that illegals vote sometimes, which is a massive scandal in itself. What this law implies is...
Yeah, didn't they catch like a Chinese nationalist that voted in the last election in the US? I don't remember where it was, but like he voted and then he was like, actually, can I have that back? And then they were like, what? And then they arrested him and they kept the vote. They kept the ballot.
That their voting is so widespread It is so commonplace that ICE could just launch a raid on any random polling place and they would catch illegals. Now, you might say, well, look, maybe ICE launches the raid on the polling place, but they don't get anybody. Well, if they don't get anybody, then there's no reason to prohibit it. It's not like ICE is going to drag off the people who have their IDs. Well, I guess you don't need an ID anymore to vote. Okay, well, maybe there's that. This is a confession. And I got to thank Alfonso Lopez. He's, by the way, this isn't even just some complete wacko. Some of the state legislators are a little wacky. Some of them are great. Look, some of my best friends have been state legislators.
All right, I'll be switching to the next one after this segment.
Well, yeah, because asking for ID is racist.
Yeah.
For some reason.
It's beyond me. I'm too unintelligent, you know. I'm surprised I even know how this computer works. Or how the internet works, actually. But yeah, it's beyond me.
But a lot of them are wacky. This guy, though, he might be wacky, but he's a real guy. He's been a significant figure in the Democrat National Committee. He's worked at the Small Business Administration under Barack Obama. Now he's a state legislator.
Oh.
Why is he doing it? Because illegal aliens. I'm just inferring this from the Democrats. If you don't like what I'm saying, blame them. He's doing this because he has concluded that illegals voting is a widespread phenomenon. And that if immigration law were enforced, even at the polling place, or the specificity here, it's comical. Not just at the polling place, but also at a meeting place for the local electoral board while the electoral board meets to ascertain the results of an election. Now we got illegals on the electoral board, or in the place of a recount.
Oh, I didn't even take that into consideration.
They would round up so many illegals, Democrats would never win another election. All right, well, when they're telling you what they're doing, how about we respond? But the way Republicans want to respond is, oh, by golly, can you imagine? Can you imagine if we did that? Can you imagine if the shoe were on the other foot? Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Would we have a hearty laugh about that? Oh, boy, howdy. We would get an earful if we ever tried that. Huh. And you guys are trying. Yes, they are. Can you imagine if the governor of a red state ever led an insurrection and commanded his subjects to obstruct law enforcement and sacrifice themselves like liberal kamikazes?
Oh, yeah. Like
leftist jihadis? By howdy, can you imagine if we ever did that on our side? Boy, golly, we would never hear the end of it. No, they would kill us if we did that. They're trying to kill us now, actually. They try to assassinate us. Their sitting officials conspire in signal chats to assault us on the street, civilian and law enforcement alike. So what are we going to do about that?
Oof.
We, not being like vigilante terrorists, want to work within the framework of...
But Batman's cool, though.
...of justice and the law and civil society in accordance and furtherance of the common good. Well, then the way we have to do that is by enforcing the law. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but you have two options in society. At a time when tensions are running high, when one side is calling for private violence, that's the left, you have two options. Three options, I guess. You can either surrender and let them kill you all, destroy your society.
That's the do nothing.
Or the other two options are you can respond with your own private violence, which is generally speaking unjust, or you can respond with state violence. State violence is the just alternative. That's why we have the state, is for violence. We have the state so that the civil authority, which does not bear the sword in vain, can enforce the law so that you don't get all the vigilante violence. But if we go weak on these points, and a lot of it has to do with migration. A lot of it does seem to come down to Minnesota. But if we go weak, if we back off, if we say it's a little too hot, we don't want to touch it, we're afraid for the midterms, whatever. If we back off, you will only get more private violence, and it will only be because of Republican cowardice. Speaking of Democrats getting a little bit kooky, getting a little bit...
well, I want to see what this one is.
Violent adjacent. A Florida anesthesiologist has gone viral for refusing to provide medical care to Republicans.
Do we want to watch this? Because I actually don't recall this. No, I as much as I would like to listen to this, I do need to move on to the next video. And I have to find the segment, so yeah. That was Michael Knowles, and as I stated before, this was on Tuesday morning. Why is it only Minneapolis? Why is it always Minneapolis? All right, so let's switch over to some comedy relief, I guess. This was more recent, I believe. This is from Crowder. Actually, I guess, hold on. I want to make sure. Okay, this was Friday. No, let's go back to, let's hover back over to Tim Pool, because this would be chronological. This would be the next day, because this video is from the 29th. So this one's the 28th. So I want to make sure that we got the chronological dates in succession, like, so that we have a clear through line of the events that had occurred. Although I could easily just go, okay, what's the... Let's... Oh, there's a... They did a video today. Interesting. Oh, right. The Ilhan Omar getting sprayed. I forgot about that. That would be a funny one to, like, go into.
What? You don't want to just cherry pick?
No. I forgot where the dates were. I was going to go to Crowder, but I have to keep it. I have to keep the through line going. Although the Ilhan Omar getting sprayed is kind of funny. What day was that? It's also the 28th. So I can't play this one yet. Even if I wanted to. All right, let's swing back through to Tim Pool. Although actually, the Ilhan Omar thing would have been in the morning, and this is at night. So yeah, actually, let's switch over. Yeah, let's switch over to this one.
I go for that, man.
That's right. That's right, Jim. That's right.
Oh,
Anyway.
you got the snaps, huh?
Yeah, you got snaps, huh?
Huh? Yeah?
I just found out. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
There, chalk.
time.
That'll probably go on a Friday show or a
Yeah.
scrapyard show. But it's been a state of emergency for those in New York due to the snow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hold on.
All right,
This is funny.
Completely empty. What a sad state of affairs. Now do their wombs. Gross.
Seemed more lively. They had a tumbleweed. There wasn't even a tumbleweed in the studio. Wow.
And just to be clear, Ghost of Death, someone's gonna be like, so it was not meaning anyone. Your jokes.
What's the name for him? Is he called a spook? Yeah.
Spectre Morgan.
Nope. They want you to know, as it relates to snow, they are just like you.
Pro tips on shoveling from someone from Buffalo who knows. Just push it out of the way. Okay, see what I'm doing here? No.
Okay.
With
Well, that's his Uber driver. So
that's Mom Donnie and his friends. Look, kids, snow faggots.
okay. That looks like the gayest airport ever. Land the dicks here.
There, here, in me.
Oh, ugh. Flip that.
Rotoscope Gerald's face on me.
It's not. It's not as bad when they clip us, Gerald. 'Cause we do different voices. I was doing it. Yeah, this is cool. I was doing that voice. You just do it in your regular voice.
Yeah, see?
You say stuff like "climb up my butt" or whatever.
We're like, I exclusively like men, and we're like, don't say that. Like, no, I mean it.
Everybody, show me your penis.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa, Gerald.
First off, that's a little Gestapo-like.
Yeah, but that was a spot-on impression, don't you think?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I do. He's very
Thanks for
Gestapo-like
saying
in
so.
demanding the seeing people's members. The problem is that
That's right. That's right. That's always our favorite number. I need to do a voice. Got it. It'll suck.
do a voice, and then we'll revert it back to American. We'll use AI to make it your voice. There's no escape. It's choose your own path. Page 42. Gerald's gay.
Every ending.
Let's clip it.
Oh, does it still hurt to laugh? Poor Josh. He was sick. He was like, please, let's not laugh.
Oh, God.
Oh, Gerald has his last laugh. See, ours is good fun, and he laughs. He's like, you're internally hemorrhaging.
Yeah, he's like, oh, look at you. Your stomach is bleeding.
By the way, it's a good time to tell. I should tell these guys. I cannot believe that they still allow all of the ads that we do. But American Financing, they've helped friends of mine. I have a friend, just to let you know.
Crowder show very much.
These ads. Before we get to Omar, Johnny Boy and I were sitting. We were reject my own sponsorship. Like, green light.
We do
I guess that's a good point.
else.
And they always want to ask, like, well, so are you guys independent? We're like, yes. So what's your conspiracy? Omar, I wouldn't jump right away to it was staged.
Okay, here we go.
They just don't have a chip for it. We are
Sorry, it took me a
actually
second.
cancel proof.
As funny as it is, it does take me a
Omar,
minute to figure out where it
you
starts.
guys all saw this video last night. Now, here's the thing. There are a lot of conspiracy theories out there, people saying that this was staged. People jump to that. I am going to tell you exactly what it is that we know, and you can draw your own conclusions. If you want to know my opinion, it seems like this is somebody who obviously didn't like Ilhan Omar. I wouldn't jump right away to this is staged. I also understand why people think that some of the events look questionable, but also understand in the heat of the moment when you're in kind of a pressure cooker, people react oddly.
Yeah.
I can't draw conclusions. I can't tell you definitively.
That's
but
fair.
I'll give you the facts that a lot of people are sort of withholding in the name of clickbait. We'll give you all the references as we do every single show. So Town Hall, professional brother marrier Ilhan Omar. She was sprayed with an unknown substance by a man who was not a fan at the event. Here you go. There were two primary angles, and then it kind of bleeds into one. So we decided to put them side by side here so you don't miss anything. Here's the incident in question.
Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
There he is.
I don't know.
Perfume.
Oh my God, he sprayed something on her.
He needs some milk.
It's just the first time I've actually got to watch it.
We will continue. These fucking assholes are not going to get away with it.
Now, I should be clear. It has not been confirmed. I want to let you know we can confirm what we can't. It's not been confirmed, but investigators feel pretty strongly that they have identified the in-question substance.
Oh, no. I don't even know what that's supposed to be.
Some people did something.
That is.
What is that?
And people saying you're being just as tasteless as those at the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Shut up. Shut up. Look.
No.
This man could have, and he shouldn't have done that.
Right.
Just to be clear.
Yes.
Okay? This man could have killed her or harmed her. God forbid. And I
Yes.
truly mean that.
Yeah.
He walked up, and it's remarkably polite in the context of things like, you must resign.
Yeah.
Like, that's actually,
And he peeled off to the right,
and he-
like, hey, I'm not a threat
and
anymore.
he pulled
I've
back
sprayed you with
and
whatever
he
it
sprayed
is.
her with something. And,
Yeah.
we don't necessarily know what it is. It could be
Hopefully
Bacon
nothing.
grease,
Yeah,
maybe.
hopefully nothing.
Bacon
Hopefully nothing
grease
damaging.
mixed
But
with something. I don't know.
let's not compare the two.
Right.
You guys get that there's a difference, right? By the way, tune in weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern. That's the best way to stay, if you're watching this as a clip. Following the attack, Omar, well, she was, like you think that iconic Donald Trump fight. She too delivered an inspiring response.
Representative Omar, are you okay?
I'm gonna go figure if I am, but I feel okay. I feel that it is important for people, whether they are in elected office or not, to allow these people to intimidate us, to make us not fight for our constituents and for the country we love. And as I said, I've survived war, and I'm definitely
started
going
by
to survive intimidation and whatever these people think they can throw at me, because I'm built that way.
Size 0.
She's built that way. Okay.
Built what way?
The office also released a statement. The congresswoman is okay. She continued with her town hall because she doesn't let bullies win. I'm reading it in her voice because...
I don't know if anything has been confirmed, but I saw one place said it was apple cider vinegar maybe.
I heard that as well. I don't know if it's true or not either. We may never know. But happy she's okay. I may disagree with her, but I don't wish harm on anybody. That's for sure. Yeah, that's all I can say.
Why not? So she doesn't let bullies win, except in the boudoir with her brother, namely. And I know we just can't let that one go.
Whoa.
Oh, we can't let it go because it's a thing. Here's what we actually know.
Because it's real.
Yeah. Here's what we actually know. And you guys will take your chats later, and you can let us know if you think that this was staged. I'll get to the case as to why people may think it was staged. But I think that when you take all the information, right, in totality, you go, okay, this seems pretty cut and dry. And a lot of people out there, and this is a problem, both on the left and the right, misinformation on both sides. We don't want to do that, and we encourage you to go check out the references. So the suspect in question has been identified. Anthony James Kazmierczak, commonly referred to as Fat Gerard Butler, is...
It's got to be biblical.
Oh,
yeah.
He does.
Dude, it's uncanny. He looks more like Gerard Butler in the actual photo of the guy, the bad guy.
Yeah, I guess he does. But Gerard Butler, incapable of doing an American accent, just to be clear. But 55 years old, this guy, twice divorced, 2 kids, unemployed, on disability. Now, the reason that's relevant is because a lot of people brought up, and it is relevant, Renee Good, right, didn't have custody of her children, I believe 2 divorces.
Right.
That doesn't mean that this person is guilty, and it certainly doesn't justify what they've done. No one is doing that here, but it isn't.
I don't want to make a speculation or like say that he is or isn't or whatever, but I have no other like good way of putting it, but like he had no. You know what? I'm just not. That might be
indicator as to perhaps the stability or pattern of behavior. We don't know what the liquid was, though, like I said, strongly suspected. This person was charged with 3rd-degree assault, held without bail, faces up to 5 years prison time.
And be in mind, during this time in which they were live recording this, I don't believe they knew what was in the what was in the bottle that they sprayed. So they are going to probably make jokes about what it could be. So just letting you guys know that ahead of time.
Whereas attempted murderers in the state of New York get to go free quite often. Right. He does have a limited prior criminal history, 2 DUI convictions, no violent crimes. You could argue that this one is definitely assault, but as far as what you think of as classically violent, I also want to say, I do get that this can be pretty scary, like whether it's someone who is throwing a milkshake. Well, sometimes those are replaced with concrete, or it could be acid, right? Yeah. Ilhan Omar is familiar with that, right? That's something that Islamists do quite a bit. They'll throw acid in your face so that you're disfigured forever. So I have no doubt that she was probably quite scared.
I don't think that's alone to Islamists. I think anybody on the left is capable of doing that, or any of the protesters are capable of doing that. Heck, there was like a video that was circulating about a nurse who was like trying to spray ice people with squirt guns with water from poison ivy.
Scared. Yeah. The comparison,
and she got
though,
fired.
To the type of violence and vitriol that the right experiences, I just don't think it's a valid one. The neighbors said about this man that he was pretty heavily medicated for years because he had a spine injury. He was apparently diagnosed with Parkinson's. And this guy, again...
Okay, that's what it was.
Surprisingly
Okay.
polite, and you must resign,
Parkinson's.
right?
Yeah.
Also asked his neighbor to watch his dog because he seemed to know that something would go down. So at least, he cares about the dog. Didn't have the dog at the town hall like Renee Good in the car with the screaming and the disrupting.
The stuffies.
Yeah. He said, I'm going to this Omar thing. I might get arrested.
I might get arrested means that he's like, I don't know how violent this is.
Yeah.
But I'm going to squirt some Diet Coke on her.
Yes, that sounds to me like he wasn't planning on being any more violent than you thought.
He didn't even curse.
No, he didn't.
Which is it's an accomplishment.
He didn't even hit her in the
It's
face.
a heated moment
with the thing. He
No,
was like,
that's
"You
bad
must
aim."
resign," and then he was like, "Well, of course, never aim in the face. That's the rules." And he just
bad aim, I think. But
Yeah,
he still
aim,
had some
center
left, by the way.
mass.
If you look at the little syringe
Yeah,
he has,
he did.
he didn't even squirt it all out. What a
I
failure.
think he started. No, I think maybe he started. He was like, "I think I've made my point," and
I think it was the Parkinson's.
Could be.
He was like kind of shaking when he got up.
Could be. That could be why you thought it was Diet Coke. It was fizzy because it was shaking.
Yeah. Well,
Could be nerves
throw a little
shake.
Mentos and Diet Coke into somebody. Boom, Parkinson's.
Could be a nerves shake or could be a Parkinson's shake. You comment below. Do you believe it was a nerves shake or Parkinson's shake?
He was drinking
Wow.
with Dr. Parkinson's.
Was his motivation, and again, the references are available, was it political? Outlets have at this point reported that his social media leaned
I would
right.
say yes.
The neighbors claimed that he leaned conservative, didn't like Omar, but that encompasses a lot of people. There
Yeah,
are
that's
pictures
fair.
circulating. We have not been able to confirm it at this point that his kids may be trans leftists. So if that's the case, I mean, that is definitely something that will drive a lot of men, I don't even want to say mad, but just hopeless. I mean, you saw that with Elon Musk. You can be the wealthiest, most powerful person on earth, and if your kids have been radicalized by these institutions out there, you feel like it's a death that you never get to mourn.
Yeah.
And this is why I also cannot recommend enough that you homeschool your children, that you guard their hearts from what they consume. Because if that is true, doesn't justify what he did, but that is absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah.
The case that I'm hearing as to why
Fully.
this is staged, again, I think it's paper thin. People saying, why didn't Omar immediately seek medical
And
attention?
this,
She
I
continued.
think it one of the major differences between the sides. The right will say that this is bad, shouldn't be allowed to happen, and he should get into some form of trouble for this. The left would say that about anything their own people do.
Yeah, they won't. Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly the point. Yeah, I didn't even think. Yeah.
Her speech after the attack. I mean, sure.
Because I at least I would assume that the case would be at least we can acknowledge that bad things are bad and good things are good, and it's important to keep that in mind. This is a bad thing. He shouldn't have done it, and he should get, and something should happen to him. I'm not saying he should be hurt or anything like that. He should go through the due process for what he did. And thankfully, nobody was injured. And that's kind of why we can joke about it. Heck, we didn't realize, like, after we realized that Nancy Pelosi's husband actually, like, could have been as bad as it could have been, like getting his head hit with a hammer, we were like, oh, we were joking about this, but I hope he's okay. Because we didn't have all the information. Now we have information. Because we'll definitely be like, okay, if this is true, that's bad. And then, but we'll wait for more information before we can actually pass judgment.
I guess, but you know, if you're not hurt, if it's a substance that's on you at that point in time, I've done that too, where I've had people throw stuff on me. Sometimes you don't think of it in the moment. People saying that she went toward the assailant which does seem odd. It's atypical, but again, you don't necessarily know how you're reacting. I also noticed she only went toward him after security had been taking care of him. People are saying that she looked right up at him. If you look at the tape right before the attack, he could have been twitching. Could have been again a Parkinson's shake.
Exactly.
He was a suspicious looking fella.
For sure, yeah.
I gotta say, when he got up, I'm like, oh, no one stopped him at the door.
Yeah.
Right.
Like that's the guy. You let him walk up to the front row.
Well, that's also to me what is a couple of things that are most telling here. That tells you that the left doesn't live in the same fear that the right does, because you don't get that close to people on the right, especially not post Charlie Kirk. But the pat downs, the wanding, the security that we have to put people through at any live event, the fact that she is there with what appears to be medium level security, and a guy who couldn't look more suspicious if he was drenched in hobo piss.
Yeah,
like
which might be
front row.
Yeah, front row, right there.
Yeah, front row.
Yeah, I would be looking up at him too. I'd be like, what's that guy doing?
So I'm not convinced that this is staged, and I'm certainly not going to make that claim as though it's a fact.
Yeah,
and
no.
I see people
I think if it was staged, it would be worse than that.
Right.
I don't think it would be like bleeding, or it would have been worse than a syringe with some liquid in it. They would have honestly, they got to be smarter than that, right?
Right. Yeah, and I will say I have had this happen with me where people have said, "Oh, that's staged."
Yeah.
When I've been, punched in the face, when I've been assaulted very violently in public. So I know that people want to go to that, and this is not me saying, "Hey guys, both sides." I'm just saying, let's be truthful. I'm just saying, let's apply. I'm not saying we need to find common ground with the left or extend sympathy or empathy when that's not appropriate. I think in this case, we don't want representatives to be, we certainly don't want them to be assassinated. We certainly don't want them to be assaulted. Jailed, yeah. Certainly brought up on charges for fraud, which we'll get to, yeah. But I'm asking you to apply your filter consistently to the left and the right. Not saying that you need to find common ground based on a lie or present yourself as a moderate. So it's very clear the left doesn't live under. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think it's a huge misstep too by those on the right now. And there are plenty of prominent people on the right saying, "Oh, this looks absolutely staged and fake." Now you give the left something to.
Yeah, and that's wrong. Like, don't give them ammo. Like, you never want to like feed into that. Like, you're only making it harder for yourself. Go
after. Just say, "Oh man, I really hope we shouldn't be doing any of that." By the way, she's still a piece of crap. Don't take your eyes off the ball, guys.
Right.
Don't take your eyes off the fraud and what's going on in the state of Minnesota right now and around Minneapolis. Don't take your eye off the ball. She's a piece of crap, but that stuff shouldn't happen, right? Let's move on.
Right.
Now it's just going to devolve into, well, they're denying that, just like they said Alex Peretti, whatever his name, he was there to kill people. Like,
right.
It's the same thing.
Yeah. Just be clear, be consistent in your communication, and don't present yourself as a moderate if you're not. I'm not a moderate. The left has labeled me far right wing. Okay.
Yeah, I have several very left-leaning friends that said that the outrage about Charlie Kirk was manufactured because people didn't freak out the same when the legislators from Min were killed. It's mainly because no one was celebrating the murders.
Yep.
What don't you understand about that?
Yep, that's exactly it. Nobody was celebrating that in what happened in Minnesota. Dang, I actually almost forgot about that. A good point. Like, you have a better memory than I do.
I'm fine with it. It's pretty much basic bitch conservative. If you were to go throughout history, I'm certainly more nationalist than most conservatives have presented themselves in the.
Be in mind, it was when I heard that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, like, I was distraught. I was flummoxed. I don't even watch. Like, I watch clips here and there from Charlie Kirk in the time being, but like I was distraught the entire workday, and I told my boss, and he was also like pissed about what happened to Charlie Kirk. And I was like, and he was like, "Dude, if you want to go home, like, you can go home." And I was like, "Are you?" I was like, "Are you sure?" He's like, "Yeah, work's done." I was like, "There's no reason for you to be here under that sort of mentality." And I was like, "All right, cool." And I will say, it was because of Charlie's death.
My first thought was, of all people, why him?
Yep.
There's so many other people that I could have seen it happening to before him.
because he was effective. And it was because Charlie died that was just like, okay, I'm putting the tags up. I'm gonna be unapologetically Christian and like actually be open with who I am, what I believe in on stream and on Twix. I'm not gonna hide it. Like there's no reason to have that right now. And it's crazy. And I've lost a lot of followers just by having these tags, and I've been losing followers just for going through the politics of and the coverage from Tim Pool, Crowder, Knowles, because and the reason why I'm doing is because the right aren't on some of these platforms, and it's good to actually have like the other side being represented. And yeah, that's why I'm doing this.
Past, but I've always been that way. Fine. I'm right wing. I'm not a moderate. Let's get to Ilhan Omar, though. This is always a good opportunity to highlight that she is.
Man, you don't want to participate in performative activism and virtue signaling?
No.
It's what all the cool kids are doing.
Yeah, I saw what they put in the Kool-Aid. I'm good.
A walking fraud, where it's hard to even identify the human components left. It's pretty much just fraud. So since 2024, she's been under investigation by the DOJ and Congress for financial and overall just campaign sort of spending irregularities.
Since 24?
Yeah, under
That's-
official
so
investigation.
That's under a Democratic DOJ.
Yes.
I think that's very important to mention that date.
Yep.
Because they're saying it. They're saying that it's a witch hunt.
Yeah.
And it's a revenge hunt or whatever. Okay.
And this is not even, I'm not getting into all the fraud that she's overseen
Right.
in
Yeah,
her state.
It's different fraud, personal fraud.
Right. It's different fraud. Now, her assets reported to Congress have, of course, increased rapidly. Now, it could be completely legitimate, or there's a reason that it seems suspicious. So in 2023, assets numbered anywhere from 40 to 250,000. 1 year later, 2024, 6 million to 30 million.
That's a big range.
Wow.
Yeah, honestly.
6 million to 30 million.
How much money do you have? Somewhere between 6 million and
Yeah,
that's
and the
wild.
argument
So
from the fact checkers was,
ridiculous.
well, that's actually her husband's because a venture capital management firm and a winery. You go,
Winery.
So 1 year, a winery, your investment has grown by 6,500 to 10,000%. That's the growth of the wine business, which this is something we can verify. It brings me to Gerald Knows Wine.
Ooh. Man, why does Gerald get all of the cool openings?
All right.
That's a wine that tastes like corks.
Yes. That's
if you're wondering, it's a cork
when
wine.
you smell
my
it.
gosh.
All right, so Gerald, I'm going to
okay.
ask you, I want to be really clear for people because you've worked in the wine industry for a long time.
Yes, I have.
So I want to ask you, is it typical for a winery to grow 6,500 to 10,000% in a year?
No.
Sorry, allow me to rephrase the question. I'll treat you like a chat GPT.
I might say no.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Has there
yeah.
ever been a winery in the history of mankind that you know of that has increased by 6,000 to 10,000% in one fiscal year?
No.
Okay.
Never in the history of wine has that happened.
Okay.
What about when Jesus turned water to wine?
He didn't sell it, he gave it away for free. And it was a lot of wine, by the way, like 30 cases.
Yeah.
He knew how to party.
So 6,500 to 10,000% growth year over year is not only not typical, it's not only atypical, it's never happened in the history of the wine industry.
No.
Okay, so your guess is as good as mine. This has been Gerald Knows Wine.
Thank you, Gerald.
And believe it or not, we actually do have a reference to prove to you that 10,000% growth in a single fiscal year is not typical.
Well,
just to let you, so you guys.
What does that say? In her most recent disclosure, Omar listed the wine's assets as being worth between 1 million to 5 million. In contrast, her earlier filing had valued TRCRU Inc. At just 15,000 to 50,000.
Can go check.
Must be a really good wine company.
Yes.
Must be like the best wine company.
It is, or there could be some similarities in the winery and, the questions that sort of surround Omar's involvement in the Minnesota Somali welfare scandal.
Oh, that's where that's happening?
Or there could be some similarities in that, maybe it's not exactly.
I'm sure it's just a coincidence, though.
At best, being misleading in a way that compares to her marrying her brother. There's the certificate. It happened. By the way, don't circulate this as though it's new. This always happens.
Yeah.
We've been bringing this up for well over half a decade, and it has not been refuted to the degree that it needs to be. So, a 10,000% growth year over year. The welfare scandal, a lot of scandals, a lot of fraud that has taken place in her state. Not to mention, she has effectively pledged loyalty to Somalia before the United States. Married her brother, which is both gross and a crime. But my question to you is,
did that.
What do you think here? Do you think this is
I need to become a politician. They seem to make bank.
They do, don't they? It's almost like it's a feature and not a bug.
Maladjusted person who snapped? Or do you think it's a staged scene from Omar and her team?
No.
And let me ask you, if you think it's staged, can you make the case as to why? Make the factual case the same way we would make a case for anything else on this show. And if people believe it, you may have reason to believe
I do think that if it was staged, it would be worse.
it, but I also see a lot of folks out there
Like, it would look a lot worse optically. Like, I'm not saying that it's staged like Jussie Smollett, but like it's
misleading their audiences, just going, this is clearly staged. There's nothing clear about it, and you do need to substantiate that. The burden of proof is on people saying this is staged. That would be a pretty big, pretty elaborate conspiracy.
Exactly.
So there needs to be more proof than she glanced.
Right. And somebody's going to go to jail most likely for this. So you're like, you'll just go to jail for it. I mean, I guess you could pay somebody off. That stuff happens.
It's Minnesota. Won't he just come back out on the streets right away?
Well, no, he's white.
No.
And,
well, he didn't rape anybody, so I guess he's going to stay in there.
Yep.
Yes, that's a very good point. Yeah.
I just think we do ourselves such a huge disservice. Like, stay focused. We're talking about PR stuff right now. When it comes to the deportations, we need more of them. We need more ICE agents in there. We need this process to continue. We just need to be better about the PR game and talking about these things. So make sure, and I'm not even going to say the name, very large person on the right, not being sure, being cautious. Go ahead. Do you need
1 second.
Ellen?
Right here. This is right here. See, Ellen, this is just important to me because we're actually with Foundation, we're thinking about releasing an all-in-one, like, skin moisturizer.
That's Ellen
care.
DeGeneres?
You look like a ghost.
Well, just think
like
about
that.
this. We're talking about kind science. These people are socialists, right? Ellen DeGeneres, I believe she left the country because capitalism is just awful. You don't need 50 products for your face. This is a perfect example, like fragrances. You should be able to wash your face, put something on, and be done. It's because they want to sell you more products, so they sell an entire lineup. Ellen DeGeneres, you talk about consumerism. What am I counting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus what looks like ladies' helper right there, that device. Really? People need that? Because that seems like more crap that people don't need. You can comment below. We're talking about this where we actually have dermatologists and people because they'll sell you something that's all in one, and it's not like all in one, but what we really mean is you need 4 more lotions to put on.
Right. This is really all evolves from you being pissed off at the world.
I found out for the last 2 years. Someone's like, you should do it as you get older. I use an all-in-one thing,
There
and
you
then
go.
they're like, oh yeah, but then you have to put on moisturizer. So I've been drying my skin out for 2 years because like that's a serum. I'm like, what's the difference?
Well, it's all in 2.
And then I
or
looked
3.
it up. There's no reason it can't all go in actually one thing, but they want to sell you 3, 4 different kits, and then there's a whole industry where they hope that your subscriptions don't line up, so you double buy. Anyway.
Yeah, and
all that
some
stuff
wear out first, so you run out of one.
That's
product,
exactly right.
And you got to buy it.
If you are an environmentalist, if you are a leftist, and you sell a skincare line with more than 2 products, or you sell a fragrance, you're a liar. These are completely unnecessary products that you are exploiting the worst parts. Of
I think this is a
system.
good one, so where we could switch over to another one, unless there's something else after this.
By selling fear, doubt, and a product that nobody.
What the hell up?
Like, you didn't need to go. We have literally sent chimps to space.
Just go back to putting cupcakes on your tits.
Of a white privileged woman. It's like, hey, why don't we give some of those black mathematicians a shot? Right, they were doing the work on the
Yeah,
ground.
this is they're talking about Katy Perry and going to space and yeah. So we'll move on. This was good. So now we're in that night with Tim Pool. So let's switch over.
Alex Preddy kicking agent's car 11 days before shooting. It shows a lot more.
I'm here in Florida, having fun.
BBC confirms authenticity of viral video. Story from Media
There we go.
Breaking. BBC confirms authenticity of viral video appearing to show Alex Preddy kicking agent's car 11 days before shooting. It shows a lot more than that. Let's actually just play the video for you guys. And boy, man, they're really trying to downplay this. In the video, you can see a man.
Oh, this is a wide-angle
they
video.
say is
Hold on.
Alex Preddy, and everyone's trying to be really
I'll probably
careful.
stay
It
down
appears
here.
to be him. He is armed. He has a gun in his back waistband, which I think corroborates with the shooting we saw of Preddy before when they removed the gun from its holster or from his waistband. But let me just play the video for you guys so you can watch it for yourself. This is a damning video.
This is a moment the news movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis, showing
That's
a man
Preddy.
who appears to be Alex Preddy interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him. Our footage was analyzed by the BBC, whose facial recognition technology confirmed his identity to a 97% degree of accuracy. On the morning of January 13th, our team received a tip that federal agents were blocking a street at the corner of East 36 and Park Avenue in Minneapolis. We arrived around 10:15 a.m. We saw observers shouting at the agents as they walked back to their vehicles. When they started driving away, the man kicked their taillight. An agent then got out of the vehicle, grabbed him, and pushed him to the ground.
And you could just see right there
During the
gun.
altercation,
But you'll get a
agents
better
fired
shot of
tear
the
gas
gun
and
he's got.
pepper balls into the crowd.
I think he might.
They continued to hold the man down before they retreat, and he walks away.
He shouldn't have walked away. They should have arrested him.
The man in our footage is wearing a similar outfit to what Preddy was wearing on the day he was killed. What appears to be a gun is also visible above his waistband.
Yeah, I think I saw it. The camera is not doing any justice, but I think I saw it.
So you can see him standing here. You
Yeah.
can see he's clearly armed.
Right
And
there.
I just want to stress, in the beginning, there's a few things to consider. He's yelling at, you can
Park
see.
Avenue in Minneapolis.
So, come on, X. If we scroll back, here's the agent. Moving forward, it appears he spits on him. I'm not going to pretend that spitting on somebody is...
That's not a
I believe
crime.
he's spitting on the agent because you see how he flinches and backs up. I'm not going to pretend that spitting on somebody is like murder or anything. It's bad, and I believe it is a felony if they're going to charge you.
Oh.
But I also want to stress
Oh, yeah.
damaging
Okay. That's
a
fair.
federal vehicle, kicking out its taillight, easy felony.
Yeah.
So this is massive. Because the narrative they've been pushing was that this guy was a peaceful protester, a legal observer who was simply filming. As it turns out, he may have been a repeat felon. Okay, so let me just make sure something is clear. You're allowed to protest. You're allowed to be armed while you protest. But if your intention is to obstruct federal law enforcement, felony, to conspire to do it, felony, and to physically attack and damage federal property, also felonies, and you're armed, I'm surprised that interaction didn't go south like the next one. And I gotta say, apparently the reports are this guy had recently gotten divorced. And I'm gonna throw out this is maybe biased, my opinion. I actually think the guy was trying to start a fight that could result in something like this. I think he was probably depressed. You can see him trying to instigate a fight with these agents and committing several felonies. I don't think.
And I said that earlier, or when it was, I think it was during Knowles, or maybe it was Tim Pool's, the other video, but like I think he was on a mission to deliberately end his own life.
That's the action of a sane, rational person who is trying to protest or even logically halt federal operations. It seems like he's just trying to create a situation where someone dies.
If CBP had arrested him and put him in jail, he'd be alive today.
He would be alive.
questions.
Yes.
The one thing. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was going to say, was that the BBC doing this report? Because
No,
I was
it's
gonna
the
say,
news movement.
Okay.
But apparently they worked in some capacity with the BBC, and the BBC did
I was
confirm
like, look
the
at
video.
the BBC telling the truth. But it wasn't, you just said that he was married. I thought he was like dressing up as women and stuff.
I don't know that I believe those photos. I mean, there's photos going around claiming he's drag or whatever. I mean, maybe.
This is the first
but
I've heard of
apparently
it.
he had recently gotten divorced at some point.
And the last thing, spitting is to me, I'd rather be punched in the face than spit on. I think that's the most disgusting thing in the entire world. These people, that should be I think that's more of an aggravating offense. So he should have been arrested right then and there. Why wasn't he arrested? Well, that's the thing. I think we need to be arresting these people more for incidents like this, and then he wouldn't have gotten the situation that he was in before.
That's a really key point, I think. And he also, it turned out that he had broken his ribs. This altercation, you could see how he's been getting violent. And the Minnesota Star Tribune did confirm with the Preddy family that this is in fact Alex Preddy. So we had a situation during the day where a lot of people were like, oh, it's not really him, it's AI or whatever. And leftists were trying to community note the post out of existence, trying to say that it's not him, because they know that this completely destroys their entire narrative of what they were trying to say.
Look, I don't want anybody to die. I'm not happy that it happened.
Yeah.
I would prefer it if it didn't. I wish it didn't happen. I wish the violence wasn't happening. But people need to understand this, because the terrifying thing is the left thrives on false narratives. And they're trying to create an image of a man who is peacefully protesting, who was executed.
Like, this person could have been 5150'd, like, if he was actually, like, going about it in that way. Like, he was depressed. He was obvious, like, if he was actually making, like, claims that he was, like, or how do I put this? If he was depressed, as they say he was, and he's deliberately going into acts that would end up making him lose his life, like, somebody could have 5150'd him and he would have been taken away and he would still be alive.
In reality, a man who was part of a coordinated network to commit felonies,
Or they could have arrested him,
backed by the state,
and just
showed up armed,
same thing,
intending to fight federal law enforcement. Let me stress this. This video proves his intentions are to fight feds, not to peacefully film, and he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. It shows that he is intentionally trying to start these fights. He's an instigator, committing several felonies, and he showed up armed. So I see these people saying, I got into it with Maj Touré on X, because he's, Maj, I'm just going to call you out on this one. You're rage baiting here, okay? I'm a fan, but I'm going to say you're rage baiting, because Maj is claiming this actually proves that the feds committed first-degree murder and not manslaughter because of prior contact. I mean, that's just a silly argument, okay? Here's a guy. He shows up with a gun intending to commit felonies. Now, the argument everyone's making is you have a Second Amendment right and a First Amendment right. You can protest, you can be armed, they can't kill you for it. Yes, completely agreed. What you can't do is conspire to obstruct federal law enforcement, show up armed trying to fight feds. You can't do that, because he intentionally created the circumstance where this would happen. And I got to be honest, I'm going to say it. Maybe I'm biased. I think he wanted this outcome. I think Preddy wanted to suicide by cop, because he's kicking out their taillights. He's spitting on them and fighting with them. He showed up with an additional mag, and he knows what's going to happen when he fights these cops.
I don't think they do. I really think.
I think he did.
I think he did. I really think they're like, oh, I got away with it this time, and now I'm going to get away with it the next time, and it keeps escalating their behavior, just like violent offenders that we see let out of prison all the time. They keep doing it because they think they're going to keep getting away with it.
Not this guy. I would agree with you for, like, Renee Good. When her lover screams, "Why are you using real bullets?"
Right.
It shows that they think it's a game. This guy, now we
see. I don't know if I agree with her on that one, because at least those people are career criminals for the most part, because they've got like 14, 15 prior arrests. I don't know, man.
know is intentionally trying to start a fight.
I don't think her point is valid.
Listen, Renee Good didn't show up with a gun.
True.
And it appears that she was trying to flee with reckless disregard to the life of Jonathan Ross.
She looked at him and hit the gas pedal.
She did. She was turning the wheel. I don't think she was like, I'm going to murder this guy. I think she was saying, I don't care. Like,
I don't care
I'm
that
getting
you're in
out of
my
here. I don't
way.
care if I hit him.
Right.
Which is negligence.
Decides to go fight feds while armed. I'm sorry. I like even someone with an IQ of 75 understands you arm yourself and go punch a cop, you get shot.
I would say I kind of agree with Lisa. I think a lot of people feel like, because the past few years, there's no consequence. Whatever you do, there's no consequence. And a lot of those people believed it. And so
they're really dumb,
I'm going to push back. Renee Good was just shot and killed. You think this guy did not know that they were shooting and killing people?
That's a fair point.
Renee Good is shot driving her car, and the argument from his cohort is they're killing innocent people. Now, there is an argument to be made. He armed up because he went, oh my God, the Nazis are killing us. I better get my gun just in case. Perhaps.
Maybe he wanted to get a martyr to his ex-wife.
I think he got divorced. I think he was depressed. He's an aging guy, and listen.
Well, he's 37.
That's why these simps are out here anyway, because they want
not a young man.
attention.
I look at a lot of what these leftists do, and you really can't categorize them based on, probably IQ score or whatever. This guy's not accomplishing anything, right? The guy who attacked Ilhan Omar, what was he accomplishing by spraying her with apple cider vinegar?
Well, he was
Helping
making her look good.
grease.
Yeah, he was making her look good.
Well, they're claiming, bacon grease wouldn't come out of a syringe like that.
That would be funny though.
Yeah. But
That'd be
they're
hysterical.
saying it was apple cider vinegar.
It was
What is he
apple cider
accomplishing by doing it?
Okay.
Now, either the guy's dumb as a box of rocks or he wanted to help Ilhan Omar. A smart person knows what he did helps. This guy, perhaps you say he's dumb as a box of rocks. I don't think so. I don't think you get into a fight like, what is this, a week after Renee Good is shot and killed, he brings a gun to intentionally go fight feds. He knows what they're going to do.
Yeah.
What he was trying to do, if you're right, I believe that he tried to be a martyr.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, a martyr, yeah.
He could use the gun and really kill ICE agent.
I agree, but
I'm going to engage in activities that's going to lead to my demise, and I hope that they use me as a political tool.
These people know. It's the I'm not touching you philosophy. It's fifth generational warfare. They want to create propaganda by being the victims.
Martyr, yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so what I'm seeing now, I mean, look at all the A-list celebrities. Look at all the athletes that are coming out being like, abolish ICE. I can't believe this happened. The right doesn't understand the game the left is playing. I mean, a lot of people on the right do, but they don't engage in this way. Trump, I bring it up all the time with the May 29th insurrection at the White House. Trump approached it straightforward, like a samurai. We're going to go in. We're going to be honorable. We're going to shut down the riots. The left approach it like a ninja. We're going to control the thoughts and minds of the people, and we're going to create the narrative so they join our cause.
Yeah, I mean, look, when it comes to this guy, whether or not it was suicide by cop, I don't really have a strong opinion. Maybe it was. But he was definitely, ideologically motivated. He knew what he was getting into. He was there trying to produce chaos, trying to impede, ICE operations or CBP operations. This is something that's happening all the time. I like the idea of the government stepping in and removing these people. He should have been put in jail after the first one. His first encounter, if he would be alive today. If you're concerned about the fact that he got killed, like, it saves lives by putting people in jail. It literally does.
They tried, as Lily mentioned, so hard to community note this, to claim that it was fake, that it was AI. They're spam blasting all the videos saying bad AI. They're saying not even good AI. I got to be honest.
If that was AI, that's amazing.
This was AI. It's the best AI I've seen.
Yeah, it's very good.
They're doing it because they know they thrive on narrative. And here's the guy clearly being the aggressor. In fact, when I posted this video, it said, wow, footage shows Alex Preddy attacking DSH agents. Let me get the full post. I said, could he have been known to the agents as they attempted to arrest him? Known violent extremist, armed, violent, actively resisting. And guess what? The original note they tried putting on the post claiming it was fake just got deleted because now we know for a fact it's him. And they're trying so hard. They're trying so hard.
It really makes a lot of the people who have been running around the past few days saying, you know, like there have been conservatives running around talking about how he was just very peaceful and he wasn't doing anything, and this was definitely like
those people gotta go.
And
sure,
how
but
about
here's
shout out to
the-
Red State?
Hey, don't say it like that.
I think a lot of these people were just sort of auditioning for Barry Weiss, trying to get a job at CBS. You know,
Oh, they hired a bunch of people.
they hired a bunch
Not
of people,
Not a Trump supporter.
not a Trump supporter among them. So if you want a job with CBS, you know where your bread has to be buttered, and you have to come out against things like this
You got
right away.
that dude from Red State quote tweeting me saying that 2 magazines is the right-wing equivalent of crossing state lines, which
What?
is it's all just sophistries. It's just fake. The dude was violent, instigating fights. He was armed, and he decides, I'm going to show up again to fight cops. I'm bringing an extra mag.
And he was also a part of a coordinated.
And I think
planned. This is premeditated.
Right, and the important thing is, it is fair to ask the question of why someone has additional magazines in any circumstance. 99% of the time, you don't think much about it. If I'm walking around and I'm armed and I carry an additional magazine, we say, well, you know, Second Amendment, whatever. Why are you?
Logically speaking, it's because I intend for the first mag to be emptied. That would be the logical.
Armed? Self-defense? Why the extra mag? Self-defense. You never know. But when you are
But you can still have one.
trying to fight cops on duty as part of a state-backed
Can't do that.
paramilitary group,
Shouldn't
and you
do that.
say, I'm bringing an extra mag, I'm going to ask why.
Yep.
It's not self-defense.
No, there's no real need for it.
I think he's a.
There's no need for the gun unless
Well,
your intention is to kill people.
All by yourself, yeah, all
Mhm.
by itself.
I feel like he's part of what we call death squad in China. They really want to die, willing to die, and then there's another group like Renee Good. I think she was one of those. Feel like there's no consequences. You just go in there, make trouble, and they will be fine.
Yeah.
I think
like
she was
jihadists.
not ready to die. I don't think she wanted to die.
No, she didn't
Renee-
want to.
Yeah,
No.
Renee Good seemed like a doofy, awful. And that's why you see her lover scream.
Because like if she wanted to be that, she wouldn't have tried to escape.
Why did you have real bullets? They genuinely did not understand that they were engaging federal law enforcement. They thought they were playing footsie with riot cops.
Well,
This
and
guy
they
knows
thought
exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, and Renee Good, I think, thought very clearly that she was protected by her white privilege.
Yeah.
She thought that there was no way they were going to shoot her because she was white.
We do have an update, though, from Mediaite. 2 Border Patrol agents in Alex Preddy shooting placed on administrative
Oh,
leave.
this pisses me off.
But this is normal.
That's normal, yeah.
You're going to start hearing from liberals saying like, "Oh, they're going to be pissed. They're going to say, yeah, well, we want charges." And you're going to see people trying to act like this is accountability. This is normal for any
Yeah,
shooting.
but can't we do this without making announcements? Same thing with Bovino. Like, why are we giving them an inch? We don't have to tell anybody.
No,
we're
it's not an
putting them on
inch.
administrative leave.
Any officer, agent, or otherwise that's involved in a shooting gets placed on leave.
Right, but they take it that way, and I don't want to incentivize them because how they rationalize it is they're like, oh, this worked, I'm going to keep doing it, right? So why even announce that?
Because this is what you do in every
I
single
know, but
officer involved
well,
shooting.
make an exception and not announce it this time. It looks bad.
Yeah, they're saying the official reporting is that 2 Border Patrol officers were involved in the shooting death of Alex Preddy, have been placed on administrative leave.
I mean, to be fair, it probably would have gotten out anyway with how journalists can be in some of these places. Like, it was probably going to get announced regardless.
According to multiple reports, they don't really give much other than they say, quote, part of standard protocol after a shooting. The guys probably had to go to a hospital. They probably had to get...
Psych evals and all that.
Yes, psych evals and all that stuff. So this is not substantive in any meaningful way. In fact, what we're hearing is that they're not going to be launching a civil rights investigation into the agents, but into Preddy and others who may have been involved. And so I want to give a shout out to Harmeet Dillon over at the DOJ, who is based and doing great work. I would like to see, I'm hoping, and I believe Harmeet is going to be working on it, Don Lemon going to jail. I know they withdrew their
they haven't
their petition
announced-
to have him
it
charged.
hasn't got announced yet.
I'm hoping that they're pursuing the grand jury indictments on that one.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, that they're going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Lock them up.
I
Lock 'em
think
up.
it just bothers me. They just try to promote this idea that he's a nurse trying to save. He get killed by trying to help someone, right? A nurse. And then, did we hear more of those violent nurse? One from Boca Raton. That was just absolutely awful. And there's another one from Virginia.
I brought this up earlier today. We're seeing this is becoming
nurses.
Nurses. Well, a lot of them is because most of them are feminine, right? So they're mostly it's a female-dominated. Like education, what do you call it? Profession.
Yeah.
Jesus, I can't talk. Okay, so so we're seeing it over and over again, and I think that we're not really talking about what a crisis there is with trust in our medical, with our medical professionals, because you see this over and over again. You can't trust. Who was it with last time that this happened? The Charlie Kirk thing, and the woman got fired, and this new one that was saying inject things into
people.
Yes, I don't want to say what she was actually calling.
She got fired though, right?
Yeah, she got fired, and her license will be revoked because they reported her. But how do you know now that the people aren't going to keep those opinions to themselves, and then you go to get medical care?
It's not isolated to the United States either. There were cases in Australia where Palestinian activist nurses were saying that they were going to kill Jewish people in their care. One of the Bondi victims,
I forgot about that.
Who's a Jewish girl, they changed her name upon entering the hospital because they were worried for her safety with the medical staff.
This is what people on the right need to recognize. In the 2020 election, a lot of people said there was a grand conspiracy. They believed that coordinated groups behind the scenes were, refusing to count Trump and overcounting Biden, all that stuff. The one thing I can say is that Time Magazine wrote the article, The Shadow Campaign That Saved the Election, so they called it a conspiracy.
Yeah.
But you don't need a conspiracy. You have what's called a standalone complex, where an ideological group takes action all seemingly in the same direction, which creates the appearance of coordination. That is, during the 2020 election, if you had 1,000 people who just of their own volition decided to, for signature verification, go, oh, Trump is bad, Biden is good, and kept doing that, if you found that across the board that 1,000 people did it, you might say, look, there was this network that was doing it, when in reality, ideologues don't need direction and don't need pay. Now, I bring this up because I've talked about in the past how I got to be careful when I go out to eat.
Yeah.
If I go out to eat somewhere
I
and
can
it's got
kind
a
of
big
agree
old
with that,
rainbow flag outside,
for the most
I have
part.
no idea what they're going to do to my food.
That's so true.
So we have to be very, very careful. Now imagine, well, I talk about this with my family, going to a hospital, and someone recognizes you. This lady willing to say it, how many are willing to do it without saying it?
Yeah.
I fell off my horse in the summer last year, right?
As people do.
Yeah, I mean, and I hit my head. So I was in there and I was laying on a gurney in the thing. And this nurse came up to me in the middle of the field and he goes, oh, I see your keychain. I guess you're one of us. Now, it was only an American flag. Now, he was on our side, okay? It was only an American flag keychain.
One of us.
And he wound up watching actual Justice Warrior, Sean. And
Okay, I'll give this a couple more minutes and then we'll move back over to Knowles.
And he was like, oh, tell him I said hi. But anyway, he knew that just from my keychain. So if other people are seeing just my keychain and they're on the other side, how do I know? Right. How do I know I'm going to be getting quality care?
Oh, my God.
How do I know they're not going to hurt me?
Meanwhile, this whole thing where an American flag means that leftist Americans hate you.
Yeah.
It's it's literally the flag of our country.
They're not hiding anything about it.
I love when I go through a neighborhood and there's American flag out front of all the houses. It makes me so happy. And I put a big old giant American flag outside my house.
I got an idea.
Oh.
I'm going to phrase it like this. What if somebody went to one of these left-wing protests with a big satchel full of American flag stickers and then went to their cars and started slapping American flags in the back of their cars? What if? I don't think anybody should actually do it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't do it. But my point is, what do you think leftists would do if they see it? They're going to smash that car up.
Sure. They burnt a car in Philly for having a
that's why you don't do that.
sticker on it back in the first round of elections.
I mean, at least that kind of makes sense. If you're a person that believes, well, America's divided, but everyone loves America. The left doesn't love America.
No,
don't buy that they love America. They don't when they're trying to do things like trying to play like they're patriotic or say, oh, you hate America because you think that, for people that think that it should be illegal to burn the American flag, they're like, oh, you hate America because you. They will use your values against you. They are as deceitful as snakes. They are liars. Don't ever believe them when they say they love America because they absolutely don't.
That's why we shouldn't play by the rules.
Hold on. That was offensive to snakes.
Fair enough.
But seriously, this is why we shouldn't play by the rules anymore. I'm tired of taking the moral high road and playing by the rules. I don't want to play by.
I just think
they don't play by the rules. Why
How
should
about we play by
the rules?
YouTube's rules today?
I'm always getting in trouble for saying bad
Rumble,
things.
you can say whatever you want in the after show, but YouTube's rules.
Write it down, and then just start screaming at the top of your lungs at 10 o'clock.
Serge said I had said like 4
Can I
things.
just
this
say
morning.
it is just, by now, I think we should call all of them communists.
They are.
Once you know they're communists, then you know there's no rules. There's no rules. Total.
Well,
by any
I
means
think-
necessary.
There's rules.
Well, the issue
There's
is
double
the only
standards.
rules that matter are the rules of the game
If-
they are
when you're
playing.
dealing with them. Yeah.
They're not playing by the rules we created, and this is what the right doesn't understand. We talked about this to a great extent yesterday. The right does not have these kind of insurgent networks the way the left does. So when these things happen, let's just be real.
January 6th was a big chilling effect for that.
How many people
because-
on the right now are defending Preddy?
Oh, so it's
Yeah,
disgusting.
I
You
know.
guys are pathetic out there. It's just
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're doing that.
You've got libertarians now defending communists. You know what I love about libertarians? They are so completely unwilling to ever exercise power. I love it because they're not in my way. They're never in my way. Because when it actually comes down to having to use force to defend yourself, your property or community, they fold like cheap suits.
But then they're useless to us.
Yeah, so who cares? Just there, whatever.
Libertarians useless in fighting communists. Just useless. Just listen to Rand Paul lately.
I used to love him. He's really been
I
letting
used
me
to love
down.
him too.
Same.
Yeah, it's just insane. And
Their only
libertarian-
concern is overt organization. Libertarians are basically like, well, there's an organized effort to stop communists, and I can't see the communists, so they must be the good guys.
Okay, but the reason that we don't have these organized networks is because the FBI forever and ever has been infiltrated by these like leftist bureaucrats forever, right? And so with January 6th, there was a huge crackdown on that. People are so afraid to even text things in group chats, right? Let alone this.
Yeah.
And why does it take Cam Higbee to out these signal chats? Where was the FBI on that? So we really feel like if we organize or do half the things that they do, we will be the ones arrested and in trouble. Why they continue to get away with it?
Because you don't do the things they do.
Okay. And that is where we're going to cut off from this one. And we're going to go back over to Knowles, who is also covering
running
this,
on the platform.
who is also covering
Nicki Minaj is debuting $1,000 baby bonus accounts with President Trump. Bruce
Oh, yeah, that
Springsteen
happened.
just released a pseudo-60s protest song exalting Renee Good and Alex Preddy. And speaking of Alex Preddy, new video emerges of Mr. Preddy spitting on cops and smashing their vehicles weeks before he was killed after starting another altercation with law enforcement, which leads to a conclusion that I haven't seen anyone else point out yet,
right.
but it's a crucial point.
Yeah, this is...
If the cops had just arrested him and locked him up for the crimes that he was committing 2 weeks ago, Alex Preddy would be alive today. I'm Michael Knowles. This is the Michael Knowles Show.
This is how you know that some of these guys don't watch each other. So, yeah.
For Attorney General, a Democrat is running on the platform of killing Donald Trump, of literally killing Donald Trump. Just want to take a moment.
That's in
We're
Ohio.
back in the studio. I'm very happy to be back in the
Crazy.
studio. I am still not exactly back to normal because half of Nashville just about still has their power out. However, I'm very glad at least we got power at the Daily Wire offices. It's good to be back. It's nice to finally be back around my Christmas decorations. Wild to think that my Christmas decorations will only be up for another 3 or 4 days. It's amazing how fast the Christmas season flies by. It's good. Nature is healing. Nashville is still Mad Max, but nature is healing. And I guess that's of a piece with what's going on around the country. Nature is enacting here in Nashville what lunatics are enacting on the streets of Minneapolis. So there's a video going around. After one of these incidents that the left wants to make a cause celeb, especially officer-involved killings, officer-involved shootings, you analyze all the footage. Did Renee Good's tire turn exactly 8 micrometers to the left? Was she driving this way? When did she hit the accelerator? Did Alex Preddy, was his gun in his waistband or was it slightly out of his waistband? Well, Here is a much more relevant video, frankly, than any of those Monday morning quarterbacks going over all the footage to see exactly frame by frame when the cop could have shot, which is frankly irrelevant to the actual case. Yeah. Here's a video from a couple weeks earlier, purportedly of Alex Preddy harassing federal agents, screaming at them, spitting on them, and smashing in one of their car rear lights.
Yeah, cool.
This is a moment the news movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to be Alex Preddy interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him. Our footage was analyzed by the BBC, whose facial recognition technology confirmed his identity to a 97% degree of accuracy. On the morning of January 13th, our team received a tip that federal agents were blocking a street at the corner of East 36 and Park Avenue in Minneapolis. We arrived around 10:15 a.m. We saw observers shouting at the agents as they walked back to their vehicles. When they started driving away, the man kicked their taillight. An agent then got out of the vehicle, grabbed him, and pushed him to the ground.
Okay, so we don't know for certain if this is him. I guess it's being reported that it's him. This is from the news movement, I think, is the source here. Now, in the age of AI, you can never trust any video at all anymore. But we do know that Alex Preddy had been going out and harassing law enforcement before this. We know he had a conversation with his parents about this. His parents warned him to be careful, not to become aggressive to the agents. So let's just say this is him. Let's just say the reporting is accurate. This is him. And he was, in fact, doing the same sort of stuff he was doing the day he was shot a couple of weeks prior. Spitting on federal officers, kicking in the rear light of their car, just behaving like a general nuisance, anarchist, lunatic. Let's say that were the case, and then he's taken down. What's amazing, and I haven't seen a lot of people point out, had Alex Preddy just been arrested and locked up for those multiple criminal actions that are in that videotape, he would be alive today. And this is the lesson from all these kinds of riots, not just after Renee Good or before Renee Good, because of the ICE raids, not even just George Floyd, all of them. All of these kinds of riots. If the law were enforced on the smaller matters, the bigger tragedies, the greater sad incidents would never come about. That's the key here. This is why I mentioned, I think it was on the show yesterday, I said the most charitable thing we can do for these people is to lock them up. The most charitable thing we can do for these people who are engaging in such disordered behaviors, blocking traffic, endangering their children in order to protect face-tattooed rapists from Venezuela in the middle of Minneapolis. The most charitable thing we can do for these people is to arrest them and lock them up. They are a danger to society. They are certainly a danger to themselves. They don't seem to have a particularly strong grasp on reality, and they're breaking a lot of laws. And when you don't enforce the law on the smaller matters, by the way, I don't think spitting on federal officers and then kicking in their taillights, I don't think that's exactly a small matter, but it's a relatively small matter compared to, I don't know, taking a swing at a cop, pulling a gun on a cop, driving an SUV into a cop. If the law were enforced on the small matters, you wouldn't have to get into those provocative situations on the big matters. That's the point. I've pointed out since the Renee Good shooting and obviously Alex Preddy, it's sad. It makes me sad that these people put themselves in this position. I'm not happy that they're dead. Yeah. Both of those cases were completely justified. There's no question. In both cases, the cops were totally in the right. These people were totally in the wrong. They made 1,000 bad decisions in the lead up to putting themselves in that position where the main thing they could have expected was to be shot in the face. All of that is completely true. If you are on the side of losing sleep every night because these people who were either threatening or driving their SUVs into federal agents were shot, if you're one of these people who's really upset about this, there is only one thing that could have happened that would have stopped them from being killed. And that is if the federal agents were able to enforce the law, if local police were allowed to enforce the law in a more rigorous way early on. Had Renee Good not been allowed to park her car in the middle of the street, had these mobs not been allowed to just sit around and try to protect face-tattooed gangsters, you wouldn't have been in this situation in the first place. Now, this is not stopping the libs from trying to make these two people, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, the cause celeb, the George Floyd of 2026. Bruce Springsteen, can always count on him, as lib as they come, as quick as they come to cap.
And I'm not going to play the song because I don't want to get the YouTube stream taken down. So I'm going to skip past it.
Didn't get to hear those words here at the end. The final verse is, and 2 dead left to die on snow-filled streets, Alex Preddy and Renee Good. Just want to get to the lyrics here. No one should be paying this song as much attention as I am paying it, but I don't know, I can't resist. The thing about Springsteen is when it comes to the 60s folk protest character, he's a fraud. He's not really that guy. He hit the scene too late. I kind of like Springsteen. Thunder Road's a great song. He's a decent songwriter, but he showed up too late. So his debut album was 1973. It was after Woodstock. It was after the 60s. It was all, but he wants to be Bob Dylan. And so he writes this ridiculous song. Let's just get to 2 stanzas.
I'll be right back, though.
Through the winter's ice and cold. Ice, get ice. It's a double entendre. It's a play on words. He's practically the bard, Bruce Springsteen. Down Nicollet Avenue, a city of flame fought fire and ice. Wow. Neath an occupier's boots. And occupier's boots, that's an interesting phrase. Because what he's referring to is federal officers. So the first thing that's really funny is right off the bat, the way he's framing this could be a Confederate song. I mean, I guess maybe not with the winter's ice. Well, maybe some parts of the South get pretty chilly, including Nashville. He's launching it from the beginning, from the perspective of a Confederate who's seceded from the Union. I mean, this could just as easily be a song about the War of Northern Aggression and the tyrant Abraham Lincoln. What do you mean an occupier's boots? To call the federal agents occupiers is to say that the federal government has no place in Minnesota, which is to say that Minnesota has seceded or is leading an insurrection against the United States, which they are. I agree with that. But it's amazing that Bruce Springsteen would admit it. Then he says, King trumps. That's like so boomer. It's so the no Kings protest is the boomiest, cringiest political movement, if you can call it that, in my lifetime. And that's bad. That's no, it's not his best songwriting. King trumps private army from the DHS. Hold on. The DHS stands for the Department of Homeland Security. The department being a department of the federal government. So say what you will, you might not look. I guess Bruce Springsteen doesn't like the federal government now. He liked the federal government a year ago when it was being run by his party, but now he doesn't like the federal government. Whatever you think about it, though, you can't call it a private army. It's a public army. You can't have a private army from the DHS. You could have a private army from Mar-a-Lago. You can't have a private army from the DHS. So again, Bruce Springsteen, not a ton of brain cells banging around in there between the ears. Guns belted to their coats, came to Minneapolis to enforce the law. You don't need them when you're in California. Goes. What were they doing? What else were they doing? Or so their story goes. What is the insinuation here? What else are they doing? Are they there to rob people? Are they there to, I don't know, commit insider trading? Are they there to get an ice cream cone? What do you think they're there to do? Yeah, they're going to enforce the law or so their story. Are you saying that the law is not the law? Are you saying that removing illegal aliens from the country is not part of the law? What is your argument? I mean, it's so confused. And I think this is part of the narrative confusion over Minneapolis for the left broadly. Are the federal agents occupiers from a distant government, or are they a private army? You're mixing your metaphors. It doesn't work. Then, all right, just one more stanza, I promise. Against smoke and rubber bullets and dawn's early light, citizens stood for justice. What do you mean by justice? Federal agents have come in to remove foreign criminals who have no right to be in this country. Is Bruce Springsteen's argument actually that the face-tattooed gangsters do have a right to be in the country? Or that it is just the people the DHS is arresting, by the way, are like wife beaters, murderers, rapists. Is the argument, forget the fact that they're foreign, is the argument that murderers and rapists and drug dealers and wife beaters shouldn't even be arrested? They shouldn't even be brought to trial? Is that the argument? Citizens stood for justice. By what? Driving their SUVs into cops and kicking in their taillights? Their voices ringing through the night, and there were bloody footprints where mercy should have stood. Mercy should have stood? Mercy. Is his argument that it would have been merciful to let Renee Good run over the cop? Is his argument that it would have been merciful to let that lunatic Alex Preddy pull a gun out? A gun with 2 magazines, a gun that he apparently never carried before as he was picking fights with cops? That's mercy? How is that mercy? And 2 dead left to die on the snow-filled streets, Alex Preddy and Renee Good. Yes, and part of the reason they died is because of propaganda like this that poisoned their brains and convinced them that reality is not what it is. What does he mean? They're trying, as I said, they're trying so hard because they knew that the Summer of Love worked for them in 2020. They knew that in the year of our Floyd, they knew that those BLM riots worked for them politically. So they're doing everything they can to bring it about again. That's why you had Tim Walz there from behind his iron gate. Yeah, go out there. Go out. Hey, make sure you guys go out there and pick fights with federal agents. Some of you are probably going to get shot in the face, but it'll help me politically. And then I won't have to worry as much about my fraud scandal. Thank you. Go get them.
That's surprisingly a good Tim Walz impression. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
So you have Tim Walz doing that from the governor's mansion, Jacob Fry from the mayor's office, and then Bruce Springsteen from the pop culture. Okay, but it doesn't take a PhD in literary criticism to go through these words and realize doesn't make sense. Doesn't make a lot of sense, and I don't think it's totally going to resonate. And we have some polling on that, actually, that backs that up. Speaking of Tim Walz, by the way, Tim Walz just went on Anderson Cooper show on CNN.
This much energy and motivation for constructive things, like getting rid of fraud.
Yeah, well, priorities, I guess. And they're misplaced, those priorities, man.
And boy, oh boy, did he change his tune on the federal government in Minneapolis.
Who's that?
First of all, the meeting with Tom Homan,
Oh,
how did
Tim.
that go? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, Tom Homan's a professional, which is a lot more than Bovino and Kristi Noem. But look, I think the thing we said is we're very clear about this, that we need these folks out of Minnesota, and we need justice for Renee Good and for Alex, and those were things that we came with.
Yeah, so well, I sat down with Tom Homan, who's I don't know, it's not a perfect Tim Walz, but I think it does capture something about the man. Says, I sat down with him, and he's a professional. Hold on, you're telling me the face of Trump's deportations? He's a professional. I can work with this guy, yeah. But he's much better than Greg Bovino. So they're trying to make this guy, Greg Bovino, who is the commander at large of Border Patrol, they're trying to make him the fall guy for all of this. That's what Walz is desperate to make seem like the big concession. But it's kind of silly to say that's the big concession that Walz won something here because, okay, you reassign Greg Bovino and you bring in the guy who is even more closely associated with mass deportations. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And Holman's a lot better than Kristi Noem. All right, Kristi Noem's still the head of DHS. So you're still dealing with her too. Yeah, and we've been clear we need ICE to leave Minneapolis. Yeah, well it's not going to.
Yeah.
Actually, the face of it just showed up, just came to Minneapolis. That was the end of your bargain.
And they would have left if you hadn't got in their way.
At the end of all of your wheeling and dealing, you had the face of ICE travel to Minneapolis to keep it up. And we need them out of here, so they got to leave, right? I don't know what Trump said to this guy. I don't know what Trump said. This guy was 1863 posting like a week and a half ago. This guy was threatening to call up Minnesota National Guard to fight federal agents. He explicitly invoked the American Civil War. And now all of a sudden, I really like Tom Homan. Yeah, he's really great. And yeah, I don't want any of the deportations, but it's okay. I can work with that guy. Anyway, please let me go home now. I don't know what Trump said to that guy.
I have some ideas.
I don't know if it pertained to the Insurrection Act. I don't know if it pertained to the financial fraud and crimes that Tim Walz allegedly seems to have apparently been involved in. Whatever it is, though, scared that guy straight. And it is real hard to scare Tim Walz straight. Scaring Tim Walz straight is a real tough thing to do. But it looks like Trump did it. Okay, so how is Trump playing with the rest of the country? According to Rasmussen, we're all waiting because you hear the left and then the panic hands. They say, oh, no, this is really bad. This is really bad. Trump needs to, we need to think about the optics in Minnesota. And Americans support Trump's deportations by plus 10 points. It's great. Trump's support among Hispanics is going up right now. Looks like majority support right now. And then among Americans broadly, support for deportations is now plus 10.
Impressive.
Now, what's a little weird about these numbers is, okay, you got plus 10, we love the mass deportations, and yet 55% of voters favor removing ICE agents from Minnesota. 34% want to keep the ICE agents in Minnesota. Trump's base wants to keep the ICE agents in Minnesota, 68 to 29. But the traditional GOP, whatever that is, I guess like Mitt Romney types, they favor withdrawing ICE, 47 to 39. Obviously, Democrats want to withdraw ICE. So what does that mean? What it means is Americans love the mass deportations in the abstract.
But they're not a fan of the videos, the imagery, maybe?
But they get the feels sometimes when they see the pictures.
Yep.
So they love the idea of it. They want to get rid of these people, mass deportations, including Abuela, but especially the face tattooed gangsters. But they don't like seeing nasty pictures. And so it's a war of pictures. It's a picture war. And how?
Well, it sounds like they just need to post pictures of the criminals that they're deporting and what they've done, so that people feel good about those pictures.
Do you fix that? Well, Trump has already dipped his toe into this, more than dipped his toe into this, but it bears repeating because it is an important part of the strategy.
The fact that we have to justify it in the first place is like kind of messed up, but
strategy.
But people have short memories, I guess.
In order to, because you don't have to win Americans over on the point of mass deportations right now, you're in a better position. What you have to do is just present good pictures to people to make them feel good about the thing that they already agree with their intellect. You just got to go Bukele. You got to go full Bukele, right? This is why Bukele, when he was rounding up all of the gangsters, he didn't just round them up and say, okay, I've put them into prison now and they're going to, have their due process. And no, he made these videos of them with all their crazy tattoos looking like a bunch of demon bugs. And he was running them around and like whipping them. And it was hardcore, man. These were scary videos. If you were a guy with face tattoos, you would have been. Do we have it? Yeah, here let me see a Bukele video.
Okay, so there's
That's
no
the good
sound.
Stuff. There we go. That's what I want to see. Yeah. Just running around, basically being humiliated. And for a purpose. No one.
Humiliation is a great tactic when it comes to getting people to stop doing crime.
One's going to feel bad for the guys with the face tattoos. And I'm not knocking all guys with face tattoos, but no one's feeling bad for these guys. That's just what we have to do. The Bruce Springsteens of the world are going to pretend that ICE is showing up in Minneapolis to slaughter that wonderful nurse, Alex Preddy. Never had a harsh word to say about anybody. Definitely never spit on federal agents and kicked in their taillights. Definitely never put himself in a bad situation, took his gun to town to pick fights with cops. No. They just went to shoot that Renee Good, that woman who, she wasn't even mad. She drove a car into a cop, but she wasn't even mad. Just a sweet little dove. But that's not what happened. Both of those guys, I'm not even saying Alex Preddy and Renee Good are like the worst of the worst. They were deeply confused people who made tons of bad decisions.
Yep.
But they should not be the face of this. You know who should be the face of this?
God rest their souls.
Jorge the rapist.
Yep.
You know who should be the face of this? Pedro the murderer. That's who's got to be the face of this. You know who should be the face of this? Abdi, the financial criminal who funded al-Shabaab with taxpayer dollars. That's who needs to be the face of this. This is good news for the administration. They've won the issue. Now they just have to win the pictures. Now, you know who else likes Trump beyond favors most Americans on most policies. Barb's vindicated again. It would be Nicki Minaj.
Oh,
Switching
yeah.
gears a little bit to an economic policy
He opened up with
I
that.
love. President Trump announced
this is part of what frustrates me about the way our society is becoming. People don't want to feel icky or see unpleasant things. But because things are bad or unpleasant doesn't mean they are wrong.
Yep.
A common term for law enforcement shootings is lawful but awful, and that's what it is.
Yeah. Exactly correct. Exactly correct.
Trump accounts, policy, family policy, great new social program that
people just need the courage for whatever reason to do the right thing. Not because it's right. It's just they want the firm backing that what they're doing is just, and yeah. It's that saying. It was just like, hope is something that you can give yourself, but courage is something that you give to others. But sometimes you just need to do it. That's life. Life's not easy. You got to do what's right, even if it doesn't look good on paper.
is designed to give kids a head start, teach financial literacy, and who shows up to announce it with him? Nicki Minaj.
Well, I don't know what to say, but I will say that
She looks so small in Trump's podium.
I am probably the president's #1 fan.
Yeah. Woo!
And that's not going to change. And the hate or what people have to say, it does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more. And it's going to motivate all of us to support him more. We're not going to let them get away with bullying him and, the smear campaigns. It's not going to work, okay? He has a lot of force behind him, and God is protecting him.
Amen.
Amen.
Should I go? Yeah.
Love her. Love her. This lady went from, the occasional supportive tweet to on the stage at America Fest with Erica Kirk to now announcing this great new economic policy with the president. Says, I'm his biggest fan.
That's great.
Barb's vindicated yet again. What is the Trump account? I was hoping to make it to Washington, D.C. for the announcement of the Trump accounts. Nature had other plans. The Trump accounts mean that every kid born between last year and the end of 2028, every kid gets $1,000 in a federal account.
Oh, wow.
$1,000 in a federal account. You can deposit up to $5,000 per year if you want to maximize growth. That is after taxes. Employers can contribute tax-free up to $2,500 per year if they want to as an employee benefit. By age 18, what does this mean?
That's amazing.
If you, unfortunately, I don't qualify. My kids are just outside the age range. I should have gotten some lobbyists to move the date a little bit on that. It's okay. I just have to have more kids.
Yeah.
This means that by
have
age
more
18,
kids.
A kid who just gets the Trump accounts, $1,000, they would have $5,800 in their account. Now, that's with the parents contributing nothing. If the parents contributed $250 per year, they would have almost $21,000 by the time they turn 18. Just for $250 a year. If the parents contributed the federal max, $5,000 per year, this kid would have $304,000 estimated by the time he turned 18. This is just a wonderful, wonderful idea.
That's beautiful.
It was kicked off with support from the Dell family. The Dell family made like a multi-billion-dollar donation to get this all started. They've brought in lots of other companies. Visa, BlackRock, financial institutions have come in. Everybody supports this thing. So why am I mentioning it? One, it's great if you're having kids now or in the near future, sign up, get the account. It's going to be terrific. I think it's really good. I strongly support family policy. I think it's an existential matter for the country to encourage people to have kids, to support young families.
Yes.
I think
Amen.
Politically, it's very, very important. When it comes to the electoral stuff, though, here's the reason I bring up the story is, hey, Democrats, find something bad to say about this. What's wrong with this? Tell me what's wrong with this. You know, you have these friends, you have these relatives. Anytime Trump does anything, Mr. Trump, would you like chocolate ice cream or vanilla? I'll have chocolate. Oh, he had chocolate. Yeah, of course he did.
Chocolate's delicious.
Huh?
What they'll say is bad about it, Trump.
Yeah, it's the minimum.
Mr. Trump, yes. Your tax policy is going to give everybody more money. Yes, that's right. Oh, yeah, I hate having more money. Yeah, they just find something negative to say about anything. What's bad about this? Can you find anything bad to say about this policy? This is my challenge
I can't.
to the Democrats in the comments who are watching this right now. Find me one bad thing to say about this policy. I don't think you'll be able to. And that should give you pause. That should give you pause on all the other Trump policies, which are overwhelmingly popular. Ask yourself, why are they popular? When Bruce Springsteen says, it's the occupiers' boot. Hey, guess who elected the occupiers? Most Americans. Hey, Bruce, most people voted for this. Well, for the Trump accounts maybe, but for the mass deportations. They voted for Trump specifically for this. Who's the vigilante? Who's the insurrectionist? Who's the occupier in this case? It would be the left. Okay, speaking of kids, very gross story. An IVF company is now letting couples pick the best baby that they have and discard the rest. So this is from Nucleus IVF. Do we have it here? Yeah. Nucleus IVF. They post, they say, every parent wants to give their children more than they had. For the first time in human history, Nucleus adds a new tool to that commitment. Welcome to Nucleus Embryo. And it shows you all of your embryos that you make through IVF. And the way you do that is the woman undergoes a very...
This is the commodification of human life, dude. Like, this is disgusting.
Invasive.
Like, I get that there's some people that kind of need it, but like, no, dude.
Painful, dangerous procedure, and then gets the eggs out. And then the man commits a disgusting and gravely disordered and sinful action in a little room with a nurse outside. And then some scientists in a laboratory mix the two up. And sometimes they get it wrong and they accidentally create kids whose parents have never even met each other. Whoopsie daisy. They can just throw them out, though.
Yeah, there's so much human error
then they
with
create
these
embryos.
two.
And then what this IVF company does is it puts all the embryos in a nice app. And it says, all right, this kid is going to probably, it's all probabilities, but it's probably going to be a boy, probably going to have brown eyes and blonde hair. And then this other baby is going to be a girl.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Might have a little bit of a higher IQ, going to have maybe blue eyes. And anyway, now you get to pick. And you can pick the embryo you want. And then you can
they
discard
destroy
the
the
rest, which means you can give your children more than you had,
which are
dead siblings.
Yeah.
That's what you can. That's the thing that this IVF company is allowing you to give to your children is dead siblings. So I don't know if you had dead siblings, then you're not giving your children more than you had. But if you did not have dead siblings, then you are in fact giving them something more than you had. According to the,
they could have given them more siblings.
Reporting here from LifeSite News. Couples who signed up with Nucleus IVF Plus are presented with an electronic menu of up to 20 embryos they had conceived.
So disgusting.
Allowing them to view the sex of each baby, their anticipated hair and eye color, and predictions about the height and IQ of each, as well as their risk for various diseases. The company notes that all these characteristics are only framed in terms of probabilities. They can't make any guarantees. Okay, so what does this really come down to? Nothing new. What it's probably going to be used for is just to kill retarded people. To kill people who might have a chance of being retarded. It's really probably about that more than it's about the blonde hair and the blue eyes.
Yeah.
Is my baby going to have a likelihood of a genetic anomaly? Is my kid going to be retarded? Well, I don't want a retarded kid, so I'm going to kill my retarded kid. That's basically what it comes down to. And the libs will see this and they'll say, Michael, it's so offensive that you said retarded. And I say, well, I find it pretty offensive that you kill retarded people.
Yeah.
That you cheer for that. That you would create whole companies for that. But people already do that. Iceland, famously, said that they had exterminated Down syndrome. But there's no cure for Down syndrome. What they meant is they had exterminated all the Down syndrome people by killing them in the womb.
Dang.
So we already do that. That's what a lot of abortion entails. It's just killing retarded people. Or actually people, the irony of it is in many cases, probably most cases, the people wouldn't have even been retarded. But nevertheless, the doctors convinced them of that. And then it's about, picking the kid that we want to be, I don't know, the tallest, the most good looking, the whatever. Again, we do that to some degree already in IVF. The people who use IVF, they're already paying doctors to say, I think this embryo looks the healthiest, so we're going to try this one, and then we're going to freeze or discard all the other siblings. The main point here is none of this is all that interesting. It's very evil. It's really horrifying, but it's also pretty boring. We already do all this stuff.
Oh, I see where he's going.
Humans have been killing retarded people since antiquity all over the world. Humans have been selecting for sex in their births forever, not just in modern IVF, but in ancient pagan cultures. They would leave little girl babies often out to just be exposed or throw them off a mountain or something. There's nothing all that new. It reminds me of what a priest once said. I think it was in a homily, though it might have been in a private conversation. He said, it's
I'll probably switch over to Crowder after this one, after this part of the segment.
It's funny because people, they think their sins are really interesting. Your sins are not interesting. He said, I hear confessions hours a day, and I've heard it all. It's all the same stuff. It's like the same four things, basically. Your sins.
Everybody thinks that they're interesting.
Are very boring. Virtue is interesting.
Yeah.
Charity is interesting. Love, grace, those are interesting. Sin, it's all, they're like, you hurt someone, you're self-indulgent, you're prideful, you do, it's like, I don't want to get too graphic on, but it's like the same four acts that basically you just do all that. That's not that interesting. We have an amazing new product that will allow you to kill your retarded kids and try to make your other kids look better. And if their siblings are uglier, you can kill them too.
Oh.
Wow. Wow, boy, never heard of that before. Okay, speaking of making babies.
Okay. Well, let's see what this is.
I really want to get to it. I let my wife have an affair. Do I have to console her now that it's over?
No.
This is a piece in The Ethicist.
Yeah, I'm not going to finish it, but no, you don't. You don't. You shouldn't. All right. Over to Crowder, because this is the next one.
Back when I was in the academy.
Let's go right here.
Take something and rewind it a little bit. Does it provide more? It took us a while to make sure we checked this out. Confirmed it. It's real. You guys have been following this, right, Alex Preddy? I have a couple of questions for you, and then I
know this is redundant, but like I said, like we have to figure out where everybody's at.
My friend Andrew Wilson was on Joe Rogan yesterday. Great job. Go show him some love, and they discussed this actually. They discussed this incident in Minnesota.
Should I watch the Joe Rogan and Andrew Wilson like on stream? I like listening to Andrew Wilson, so it'd be interesting to see like where they go, like in terms of their topics and stuff. Because like Joe Rogan can go places in conversation, so I would like to probably watch it, but would that be a stream thing, or would it be like an after the math talk?
It's all good. It's when you don't want to see multiple people's takes and views on the same event that it becomes a problem. It's not repetitive, rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Yeah. But yeah, I if it's very interesting, I might save it for stream.
You know what you were shown, and we went through that. Hey, if you take something and rewind it a little bit, does it provide more context? And then rewind it, does it provide more context? We saw that with Renee Good. And then we saw that with Alex Preddy. We'll now rewind it by a much longer period of time. And let's see if you notice a pattern and if your Hollywood brethren notice it too. Now, here's just a hint. If it's something that is so blatantly obvious, everyone can see crimes being committed, but the narrative stays the same anyway from the left, that means it was a premeditated narrative, and they have to stick to it. They can't pivot. That means they always knew it was a lie. Here is the latest video of Alex Preddy and his interactions with the officers, the peace-loving nurse that we all know him to be.
This is a moment the news movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to be Alex Preddy interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before
yeah,
Border
that's
Patrol
kind
shot
of
and killed him.
Downplay.
It was analyzed by the BBC, whose facial recognition technology confirmed his identity to a 97% degree of accuracy. On the morning of January 13th, our team received a tip that federal agents were blocking a street at the corner of East 36 and Park Avenue in Minneapolis.
He looks scared of ICE.
We arrived around 10:15 a.m.
It's just there to protect.
We saw observers shouting at the agents as they walked back to their vehicles.
Okay.
When they started driving away, the man kicked their taillight.
Mm-hmm.
An agent then got out of the vehicle, grabbed him, and pushed him to the ground.
And unfortunately let him go.
Right.
That's not resisting arrest. That's, watch this, that's fighting a cop. That's fighting an officer.
During the altercation, agents fired tear gas and pepper balls into the crowd.
He does all that and then is yelling,
They
"Help me,"
continue
on
to
the
hold
ground.
the man down before they retreat, and he walks away.
He shouldn't have.
They should have put him
The
in
man
a
in
car,
our footage is
but they
wearing a
can't.
similar outfit to what Preddy was wearing on the day he was killed. What appears to be a gun is also visible above his waistband.
In that instance, after causing damage to an officer's car with a gun very clearly in view, he is aggressively approaching an officer for a third, fourth, fifth time. Keep in mind, these are only the two examples that we have on video, 11 days apart. How much you want to bet he was out there every day? Or almost every day. How much you want to bet that these officers knew him by name? How much you want to bet that these officers saw that gun, saw this guy escalating, know that that's the one who broke the taillight. That's the one who will attack your car. By the way, he's got a gun on him. He's always carrying a gun and he's very aggressive. Just keep an eye on him. How much you want to bet? Also, this is the problem with social media. Grok said that just a correction. It's not actually a crime. It's just a misdemeanor. It's a minor property damage charge. I was asking our lawyer here, kicking out the taillight of an officer's vehicle, isn't that different when it's
That's federal
actually in authority?
property.
Can we ask our lawyer, George? George,
George?
George?
There's probably 2 felonies in that video.
Okay, probably 2 felons. So Grok is wrong. And I saw they were talking about this, Andrew Wilson and Joe Rogan, about the SIG P320, and if it, discharged.
Which, by the way, there's a video circulating around that gun that he had does misfire. Like under certain pressures, certain places on the gun, it can accidentally discharge.
We need to distill this. We need to really.
It's like the gun community is very making sure that the guns are supposed to do what they're supposed to do.
The P320 has been a known problem firearm.
Yeah, there's a lot of 2A people that have been just going through on their channels and putting guns through the ringers to make sure that they're not they're going to comply with safety protocols and stuff. So you've got to take that into account. And there's so many people, there's so much research on some of these things, and it's so well documented too. So please keep that in mind.
Kind of use I hate to use the term, but common sense here. Let me put a fine point on it. Let's just use the examples of martyrs from the left. Let's only use the examples of people who have had a march or a magazine cover. Just use them.
Okay.
Let's see if we can find a through line. act like you're a parent and you're trying to make an inference to give your children advice on how to stay alive and how to stay safe. Just those who've had a March magazine. Trayvon Martin. If I had a son, he'd look like Trayvon.
Mm-hmm. I think I remember
was he
that.
breaking the law when he was killed by George Zimmerman? Was he violently breaking the law? Okay. Mike Brown, hands up, don't shoot.
Oh, yeah. He was going after the cops.
Was he breaking the law? Was he violently breaking the law? Was he beating a cop, reach for his gun, and then charge him again after, by the way, committing a violent crime, stealing cigarillos before that? Yeah, okay. George Floyd. Was he breaking the law? Do we have 12 to 15 minutes of footage of officers accommodating him beforehand, putting him in a cop car, rolling down the windows, turning on the air conditioning until he asked to be put on the ground and violently resisted arrest? Okay. Renee Good. Was she breaking the law? Not was her steering wheel going left or right. Did she hit an officer with her car? And was she disregarding lawful orders?
Was she obstructing
to remove
roadways?
Herself? Alex Pretty. Was he breaking the law? Was he in the middle of the street causing a clear and present danger? Was he with people who had been asked to stay on the sidewalk multiple times before they approached, again, aggressively, the cop blowing whistles in his face? And was Alex Pretty breaking the law violently for days beforehand? The one common thread here, it's not race, it's not class, it's not driving while black, it's not political persuasion. It is every single example of it. They were violently breaking the law in that moment, or breaking the law in a way that would reasonably bring someone to conclude to the idea of violating or violent escalation.
Yeah, it's behavior. It's always been behavior. That's what everybody. It's not the gun's fault. It's the person that's holding it. It's the behavior of the perpetrator beforehand. And there's been countless cases where if you're not doing anything illegal, you won't get hurt.
That's it. So if you were to give advice to your children, would you say, don't be black around an officer?
No.
Hey, don't protest. Hey, don't have a political point of view. Don't be a Democrat. Or would you say, look, do not go out and break the law. And if an officer gives you instructions on how to avoid breaking the law, asks you to go on a sidewalk or asks you to stop impeding a current operation, follow said directions. You 100% will live. Guaranteed.
Yep.
You're a parent. It's your job to make responsible decisions and judgments. Every single one, just the ones with magazine covers and marches. Violent criminal. The gun could not be less relevant. The amount of magazines could not be less relevant.
Yep.
The melanin in their skin could not be less relevant.
Amen.
Democrat could not be less relevant.
Amen.
Every single one. If you were to put this in an IQ test and say, hey, do you notice a fucking pattern? A 6-year-old could give you the answer. I feel bad for him?
It
No.
always makes me think of the how to not get your ass kicked by the cops skit by
Oh,
Chris Rock.
yeah, I remember that. That was hilarious. Somebody was playing that on, I think it was on Tim Pool during one of their uncensored Rumble Premium portions. But I was laughing my arse off.
Not at all. And I've told you that
Oh wait, no, it was Asmon. Somebody submitted it on Asmon Gold's Reddit. That's what it was.
misplaced sympathy actually hurts more people. That man should have been in a cell. Still be alive. Every single...
I'm not in Asmon's Gold. I'm not in Zach's Reddit. He does post the shorts, and that's what I remember watching.
Person there should have been in a cell, including just the woman going, "Ah, piece of shit!" Cuff him. It's not a violation of anyone's rights. Could you guys imagine a world where you kick a taillight out of an officer's car and you don't get your ass kicked?
Nope.
No.
Anyone?
No.
Yeah, no.
It's not going to happen.
Even if I thought the officer was a prick, if I kicked out his taillight and I felt his, I'd be like, no, this makes sense.
I did it again. Go into the situation assuming that they're gonna be pricks.
Right.
Like if I kick out anyone's taillight, they're gonna be angry. Federal law enforcement agent.
They should always go like in any situation with a cop. You should always be under the notion that they have like they're on high tension and because they deal with stressful situations every day.
Might have a good chance of being an asshole.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And just as surely we can point to the other examples on the right, whether it's Donald Trump, whether it's Charlie Kirk, whether it's yours truly. Hey, was Donald Trump breaking the law? That rally in Butler?
I don't think so.
Breaking the law on his golf course? Someone was attempting to take a shot. Was Charlie Kirk breaking the law, or did he have a permit?
I believe he did.
We are not the same. And I'm tired of acting as though there is a discussion to be had. Because now you skim, once you start discussing other facets, you get away from, no, don't violently break the law.
Yep.
That's it. We're done here. Now, even in light of all of this, by the way, tune in 11 a.m. Eastern, those of you watching clips, because we are live, 11 a.m. Eastern, every single day. We still do that. I know. It's kind of a blast from the past. People know everything is a clip and a clip and a clip. This is how those in the media have been describing him. Regardless, it could be you.
Federal agents gunned down yet another American in Minneapolis.
Nah.
Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old ICU nurse at a VA hospital in Minneapolis.
He's got ICU nurse Bristol board.
An ICU nurse working with veterans who was unarmed.
In his right hand is his camera.
No head.
No way! He printed out a Bristol board with the AI generated. Wow. Wow. That's insane.
In that picture, he doesn't even know it's AI.
Whoa, whoops. No gun, obvious. No
it's right there.
Obvious.
You saw testimonials from people who knew Alex Preddy, who could confirm that he was a literal choir boy and an ICU nurse.
He's too old to be a choir boy.
With dignity.
He was not threatening any of these agents.
Did Jews have choirs?
Multiple times in the back.
It does not surprise me that his final words were, "Are you okay?" Caring for people was at the core of who he was.
Yeah,
he
while
was
kicking out taillights.
incapable of causing harm.
Ah.
He spoke out for justice and peace whenever he could. Not only
That is offensive. How dare you play Native American music under that false Native American? I am offended. As a Cherokee person myself.
out of obligation, but out of a belief that we are more connected than
Well, I'm a mutt, but whatever.
divided.
Seem real connected to those federal officers that were going after a child trafficker.
Yeah. Yeah. And then this brings us to the chorus. He was a choir boy, but he wasn't in choir. He was in a choir boy.
Oh, that's much different.
Yeah.
That violates HIPAA. That's a HIPAA violation.
And the leftist media will fact check false. Just shut up. All the celebrities come out. They can't change their talking points. And then they'll ask you why we're so divided. Well, hold on a second. We saw the violent crimes now. We saw that this, like, you guys can acknowledge. Can you just say, hey, this is an easy one. This is a freebie. We were wrong. They never do it. Here's the professional. I used to be a Republican in chief. Anna Navarro. You want Preddy? He's the kind of guy you want for your daughter.
They chose to. They killed the wrong guy, right? Because this is like
I'm not getting that.
The perfect guy. Alex Preddy is the guy you would want to date your daughter.
Old and ugly.
The guy you would want your son to grow up to be a decent human being who was serving humanity, serving sick
Had a job.
veterans. Who is, you know, there is nothing that has been said about that man that isn't wonderful. And so they can't malign him.
So was Charlie
They can't
Kirk.
malign him because
Yeah.
we have the video.
Wait a second. Why was you talking
Exactly. That's a great point.
to Twink Pin? What was that? Just right at the end of... You are making me uncomfortable.
This is for the veterans in the audience here. Why does everybody make all these nurses and employees at VA hospitals seem like they're gods?
I know.
Like they do all the Lord's work and they're the best at what they do.
Yeah.
Because they don't have to have malpractice insurance.
Yeah, exactly.
What is that about?
Yeah.
This guy a hero because he worked at the VA?
Yeah.
What have you been to the VA?
What does the customer satisfaction card look like? Hey, can I put this in the suggestion box? You fucking suck!
What the hell, dude?
Sorry for the language. Kids shouldn't be watching. I am just so done with this shit. We act like, what's the world coming to? You know what? The world's not coming to anything. You used to not be able to assault officers. It used to be, always, you assault a cop, you break their taillight with your second go-around in a kick, you gotta be arrested. What's the world coming to that young men can't destroy official...
What?
I spent 10 years in the army, and the VA service is but it's free.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I have heard very similar situations, not just from family members who have been in their militaries. Yeah, I've heard the same thing, and he's bringing up a great point. It's just like, what is the world coming to where we can't commit crimes and get off scot-free? Jeez, man.
Federal vehicles at will.
It's true.
Yeah, but you're perfect. The kind of man you would want for your daughter. Really? Hey, oh, wow, is that the corsage there? Great. Hey, you two, have fun kicking cop cars. I'm glad you picked right, sweetheart.
Your new boyfriend seems unstable.
Yeah.
Good.
But I'm glad he's armed.
Wait, this is him? He doesn't look like the picture. I don't know CNN.
Too soon? No, not too soon.
Here's another one. Giancarlo.
Yeah, they did airbrush like a photo of him to make him look more appealing, quote unquote.
Esposito.
This is time for a revolution.
The chicken man.
For it, and they don't even know that's what they're
The
starting.
last time I was wearing a hat that silly, it had salsa in it.
Are exerting their power
unreal.
to suppress our own people, thus creating a feeling of civil war in the streets, preparing the haters to hate, teaching them how to shoot. They're not even trained right, to kill. This is all preparation.
The hell out of that photo. I hope they do that good a job at my funeral.
Yeah, touche.
I think he's from Wakanda.
Oh wait, what did he say? Hold on.
And for me, this is all a preparation.
He looks like he's
for a
from
very
Wakanda.
insidious
Wakanda?
problem that's happening in our world. And for me, I have to speak out that we will not be iced out. This is not going to happen. They can't take us all down. If the world showed up on Putin's doorstep or on the Iranian's doorstep or in Washington, it would stop. They'll kill a 500.
What in God's name is that colored fella saying?
The rest of us.
Yeah, let's be Commander Zap Brannigan and just send wave after wave of personnel at them and overwhelm them by sheer numbers.
Would survive with a new. This is.
Oh my
time for
gosh.
revolution. It's time for it, and they don't even know that's what they're starting.
Now?
I'm spiritually ready and
You
right,
do.
you know, and I'm ready to understand other people and
Okay.
and to agree
You're ready to
disagree
send
with them
other people
and
to
say,
fight your
okay, let's find a
revolution.
solution together. Then that
Fruitcake.
starts to change things, not by deporting
Oh, wait.
immigrants,
Hold
not
on.
by killing.
Not by
brown
deporting immigrants. That's not how we
even
deport
white people
immigrants.
on the street.
Got
It's
it.
crossing over now, and believe me, this is gonna really spark
look happy
the nature
about
of
it.
so many people who are gonna show up and say no more. I'm mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take it anymore.
Yeah, you know what? I am mad as hell. 150 to 450 billion dollars a year, 1.5 to 5.5 times more likely to commit a crime than a native-born citizen. I am mad as hell. I am mad as hell that it's by design because your party wanted to try and change the electoral map by buying votes with my tax dollars. Oof. You're right. We're mad as hell. These people are not serious people. And I say this as someone who just had a twink pin Photoshop. And then up next, we have the most talentless but luckiest son of a bitch in Hollywood, John Leguizamo. For sure, he's a guy you want to go to if you want the wrong take.
If you follow ICE, unfollow me. Don't come to my show.
Wow, he does look like the sloth from Ice Age.
Shows and don't watch my movies.
Yeah, but largely don't watch my movies because the catalog includes The Pest and the Mario Brothers.
Don't come to my shows at this karaoke bar that I'm at right now.
That's right. Don't come to my shows because, you know, they don't want to hire me because I'm Spanish. I got to play a damn prehistoric squirrel.
It's
His
sloth.
movies?
Sloth, actually. So.
Sloth?
Yeah.
Thanks for correcting me, asshat.
Yeah, it's sloth. It's hard to say with his accent.
It's hard to say. Look, Mario Brothers was going to be a great film.
No.
Okay? You had two plumbers. You had King Koopa.
There was no Italians. There was no Italians, but they settled for a Puerto Rican.
Yeah, because they're racist. His movies, I'd be happy to comply. I can't really think of any of the movies that he's in are his movies. I guess there's one. That was going to be the working title.
Okay.
Keanu Reeves is a side
but
character.
Keanu Reeves was whiter, so you know how Hollywood works.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to tell that victim of child trafficking that, sorry, kid, can't watch Ice Age anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
John Leguizamo said he can't.
Look, it's the worst thing about it. It has ice in the name.
I know. Can't get away from it, John.
Best way to stay in touch, download the Rumble app, follow me there, because they don't want you seeing this on social media. YouTube's had a major algorithm change, and it sucks. Next up.
He pronounces it John.
He pronounces John.
John. My name is John.
Victor Wembanyama, the basketball player. Here.
PR has tried, but I'm not going to sit here and give some politically correct, you know.
We'll settle for correct.
I know. I mean, every day I wake up and see the news, and I'm horrified. I think that it's crazy that some people might make it seem like, or make it sound like it's acceptable. The murder of civilians is acceptable, you know.
He's a Frenchman.
Every day, I mean, I read the news, and sometimes I'm asking very deep questions about my own life. But, you know,
don't
I'm
stop.
conscious also
I like the Globetrotters theme.
Saying everything, you know, that's on my mind would have a cost that's too great for me right now.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'd rather
No,
not
I
get
got
into too
you.
many details.
I got you,
we'd
man.
rather you not too. By the way, fewer civilians are getting killed in the streets than at any point since 1900. Let's go to the next one, who looks like she's at a slumber party that decided they wanted to do a heist and failed anyway. Molly Ringwald.
You know, if you look at what happened in France, where
No,
I
that's
lived,
the Spokane chapter leader of the Black Panthers.
you know,
Cheese and
years in the
crackers.
20s.
That's disgusting.
You know, they were taken over by the Nazis. They were invaded. They were taking over, and a lot of people collaborated.
Did they listen?
And there were people that did not collaborate and were part of the resistance. Eventually, they got their.
I'm a
country
child.
back,
Don't
and
judge
those
me.
People who collaborated were found to be criminal. And that is what's going to happen. I mean, you should not support what is going on just because these are human beings and we are human beings and we cannot forget our humanity. But if you don't care about that, if you only care about yourself, then realize that you are going to be seen as a collaborationist.
Oh my God.
Okay?
I just can't.
Is that a word? I can't believe I'm looking this up. Collaboration. It is actually a word. Okay. A collaborationist. I mean, like okay, so there is a Merriam-Webster's dictionary definition for it. Cambridge. Okay, so it is actually a word. Collaborationist is an individual who clearly cooperates, aids, or aligns with an enemy occupying force or hostile power, often against their own country or group. Okay. I laughed because I was not sure if that was a real word, but it is. Okay. I stand corrected.
This is like that's
I take my laugh back.
No. They're human beings. You know who else are human beings? Murderers, thieves. I mean, Himmler was technically a human being. Stalin was a human being. How is that relevant here?
Yep.
And by the way, they tell you, like, if you only care about yourself, they always just pick the human being they want to
I have
care
one of
about.
those too.
So you mean immigrants. Do you realize that these immigrants, like you're talking, let's just take Mexicans. They're practicing the religion and language of their invaders. Like, you know that the Mayans, the Aztecs, they weren't speaking Spanish and Catholic. Why don't you go back to the Aztecs and the Mayans? They're human beings. They probably wanted to keep playing soccer with people's heads. Sure, that was a human being's head. Fuck you. All right. Alec Carreca-Stannis, who's a communist, go.
Body cameras are a mirage, and as I write in the propaganda book, and it's really critical to understand exactly
His face
how
looks
it
like the
happens.
wrong side of a
Not only-
sundial.
I was distracted by the fact that he does look like a communist. Hold on. What does he start
who's
with?
a communist, go.
Body cameras are a mirage.
He actually looks like a more educated, well, an educated Hassan Piker.
And as I write in the propaganda book, and it's really critical to understand exactly
face
how
looks
it
like the
happens.
wrong side of a
Not only
sundial.
do they not reduce police violence, but they have been an essential propaganda tool in convincing so many well-meaning people
body cams are bad
across
now.
our society that the authorities care about police violence, that they want accountability, that they're doing something, right? And it distracts people from the core important kinds of changes that we need, which is to reduce the size and power of these bureaucracies.
Yes.
So, something human beings, and now something non-human beings, body cameras.
Okay.
Those are wrong. It's what you guys asked for.
Yes, demanded.
Don't be fooled by the fact that there is not a single example, not one, of somebody abiding by the law, not causing problems, getting their ass kicked for no reason. If it existed, you would see it.
Yes.
If there was that person, Mike Brown wouldn't be the martyr. If you had an actual soccer mom, it's like, well, hold on, let me fix your shin pads. Well, getting the crap kicked out. Guess what? You wouldn't need to pick someone on a speedball who robbed a woman at gunpoint with her toddler in the house. And George Floyd, you'd pick the soccer mom. It doesn't exist. It's not a thing. And body cams, time and time again, prove it. Doesn't mean that every single police interaction is great. I don't back the blue unilaterally. You get some dick cops. They can't point you to one. They can't point you to one, Charlie Kirk. They can't point you to one. And now, I guess, the Democrats are threatening to shut down the government over DHS funding. Well, there's a surprise. It's time for, I guess, the Kalshi? Yeah, Kalshi check-in.
Yep.
Oh, the odds of a shutdown are hovering around 68%. So actually being able to place your wagers on that is far more interesting than the idea of another government shutdown. That's been the check-in.
Yeah.
It didn't dawn on me until he said it, but yeah.
It's longer this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. Last time it worked out really well.
IRS agents won't get their checks. Don't give me a double boner.
Wait, that's not possible, is it?
If you have double dicks, it is.
You're not going to find this anywhere else. We've been here the longest, and that's why I'm the most pissed off. I've seen this. I know how this goes. I know exactly the pattern. If you're a parent and you don't use this as a teaching moment for your kids. Hey, that's why you don't interact that way.
Yeah,
then you're a bad
that's
parent.
fair. That is
Comment
fair.
below if that
Yeah.
makes sense. Let me explain to you.
If there is a silver lining in any of this, it's hey kids, don't do that.
Why this is going on. And this is very important. The left, and Elon Musk was on Joe Rogan's show talking about their plan to try and create a uniparty where basically no one other than the Democrats could ever win again. That was why there was a concerted effort to bring in giant hordes of illegal aliens and to ensure that the census rule counted them alongside citizens. That was their plan. It is now backfiring. God took what was meant for evil and is turning it into something good. The reason is, and a lot of people think it's the Somali daycare fraud. That too. Great to have a distraction. The left knows that if we follow through on deportations, the will of the American people, they will never win another election again nationally.
Oh, don't get me excited.
Almost impossible. Let me give you some stats here and then go through some math. So this is a forecast from Carnegie Mellon University, and they're projecting, now this is an estimate, but the following change in electoral votes for 2030. So some states that would gain one electoral vote each: Arizona, Georgia, Idaho, North Carolina, Utah, and then Florida and Texas, they might gain 4 each.
Wow.
Now let's look at the loss.
That's actually kind of insane.
Minnesota, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Wisconsin, lose 1 each. Illinois and New York lose 2 each. California lose 4. And this is just because of population migration, right? People, especially COVID, they're leaving crappy blue states, going to red states. So if you do that math right there, that means that the red states in the Electoral College would gain 13 electoral votes. The blue states would lose 13.
Whoa.
So let me show you what that means theoretically. That means, we've always talked about swing states, that Republicans, conservatives could theoretically not win a single Rust Belt swing state and still win the national election. They wouldn't need it.
Too bad the ones we are gaining in Texas are from the people we don't want moving here.
Yeah, that's fair. That is true.
Jeez. That right there is a pretty big change.
Yeah, they're in Austin, right? And Austin's pretty blue, but I think overall they'll still be red. Because I mean, you guys are, well, I say you guys, but Texas had those very same people, and they still came out red in the last election. So, but how much more is the answer?
Yeah, Austin and Houston are pretty blue. Dallas is kinda split.
Yeah. So I mean, I mean, how much more can you take in before you might actually go blue? But that's a different topic.
Okay. Now I want to add something else on top of it. So the census rules, by the way, they count illegal aliens. And if they change, as proposed, in 2030, where illegal aliens are...
Oh my gosh, I forgot his name. What's his name? The loser, the guy who like keeps losing and everything, because he's in Texas right now. He was running for president. And then he was running for governor, and then he was trying to go for mayor. And he lost every single time. But like I can visualize his face, but I can't think of his name. But he was Benjamin, no. Oh, that's gonna bother me. That's gonna bother me so much. I should should probably put on my VPN, but whatever. Democrat that ran for president. And well, I think I think he's probably around when.
Flores?
No, I don't think that's his name. I would say he was definitely around when he was, because like they didn't have like a primary. They just the Democrats just instilled a candidate to be the nominee.
Beto O'Rourke.
Beto, that's what it was. Yeah, that dude's a loser. He can't even beat. I don't even think he could run for dog catcher and win.
Dude's a tool.
Yeah, dude. He's been so out. Like ever since that loss, like that last loss, I don't think there's anything that he could run for but it's probably not going to stop him. But like, yeah, you got to make sure that he doesn't get in at all. I don't think he's finished either, because I think he's like married into some money. Kind of like Romney.
Are not counted. Only citizens. Okay, that changes those numbers. But let me just take us back from that. If we followed through with deporting, so you have plus 13, minus 13 period, that's just population change. If we follow through on deporting, the low number, 12 million illegal aliens. Right? About 12 million, the high number, came in those 3-4 years, 12 to 20 million. The estimate is about 30 million overall, some places. So the Migration Policy Institute, they list 14 million. True number we know is much, much higher. Okay, I want you to look at this 2020 election. So let's just, plus 13, minus 13 nationally. You don't need any of these swing states, but let's go to those swing states. If we deport every single illegal alien. Now, I know this is just general math. I'm not saying that every single illegal alien votes. I'm not saying that even the majority of them do. But look at the margins of these swing states, and you tell me what this looks like. In addition to the plus 14 to red states and minus 14 to blue states. Arizona, the illegal alien population estimated about 300,000. We're going to use 2020 because that was the thinnest margin there. Around there was about 225,000 illegal aliens in the state of Arizona. Biden won it by 10,000 votes. 226,000 people gone.
Wow.
10,000 votes?
Okay.
Hey, I mean, obviously Donald Trump won Arizona this last go around without that change. Plus 13, minus 13 nationally, just because blue states can't get their crap together. Now add on top of that, yeah, Arizona, 226,000. You guys got to go. Boy, that's significant. Let's go to Georgia. The population there was about 350,000 before the 2020 election. Now it's close to 500,000. Biden.
That's like 30. No. What?
Won it by 11,000 votes. To use that.
Oh, let me.
Boy, that's significant. Let's go to Georgia. The population there was about 350,000 before the 2020 election. Now it's close to 500,000.
That's ridiculous.
Biden won it by 11,000 votes.
It's 120,000.
To use that famous phrase, right, where people said that Donald Trump was trying to rig an election. Find me these votes is the phrase they said that he used. If you're a political strategist, you go, oh, can I find 11,000? Hey, we can get rid of about 500,000 illegals, deport them. There you go. And just deporting them, by the way, that changes the actual political makeup of the entire state, to be clear. Michigan. Population there was about 80,000 they estimated in 2023. Now it's 129,000. Hope you're noticing a pattern, too. Almost a doubling in all these states of illegal aliens. Just in the Biden administration, in some cases. 2020, Biden won it by 154,000 votes. Trump won it 2016, 2024. 129,000 people gone. We don't even need these states. Keep in mind, we don't even need these states. Do you think that deporting all illegal aliens can change the margins for one? Nevada. About 199,000 right now before the 2020 election, about 130,000. Biden won it in 2020 by 33,000. 33,000 votes, 130,000 people, 200,000 people. Gone.
Jeez.
Trump won it without all those deportations in the very next election by wider margins. Think Nevada becomes a solidly red state? Pennsylvania. Illegal population before was about 250,000.
Okay, right there.
Sorry, now it's about 250,000. We don't have numbers in all these states because it's a state-by-state basis. So some of these are 2023 numbers, 2024. Some of them are 2020. Comparing right now, 250 is the recent number we have to 141,000 before the 2020 election.
That's over 100,000 people. Okay.
Biden won it by 81,000 votes. Gosh, could we change that? And again, Pennsylvania, Donald Trump won it thanks to great work from not only Scott Pressler, unbelievable, but Mug Club Undercover. 250,000 people gone. Maybe it's not a swing state anymore. We just need one. We don't even need one. It'd be nice to have one. Wisconsin. The illegal population is estimated anywhere between 70, 85,000. Biden won it in 2020 by 20,000 votes. 80,000 of you gone. Keep in mind, this is a state that elected Scott Walker. It's not as deep blue as people have you believe.
I don't recall Scott Walker.
Think about that. If you look at that before and after, look at those states, right? Biden won 306 to 227. Or sorry, he would go, from 306 to 227 if you just change these kind of these states. Donald Trump would go from 232 to 311.
Jeez.
Wow.
I don't know that if you change this with the population migration from blue states to red states, and if you deport all illegal aliens, the Democrat Party would have to change their platform to ever win a national election again.
Yeah, they'd have to stop.
That's what this is about.
They would have to stop doing whatever the
Otherwise,
crap
why
they're doing.
would people be assaulting officers and destroying cop cars for people they don't even know who are more likely to commit crimes and are drained to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars on the American public? And how could they be so disconnected from the vast majority of Americans who understand that we need to deport people? This is why when people used to ask, like, "Hey, I'm in a blue state. Should I stay here and fight?" That's not the only way. You can leave. Be strategic in how you do it. Hey, leave California, go to Florida, or go to Texas.
Yeah, don't leave California for Washington.
Yeah, that's what happens with a lot of them.
Yeah.
Leave Washington for Idaho, Texas, Florida. There are a lot of picks. We are going to see a country that is much more accurately represented in the Electoral College, which is also why, by the way, the left wants to do away with it.
Yeah.
The left wants New York City, Los Angeles, San Francisco, handful of cities to determine the direction of this country. And they've been somewhat effective over the last decades. We're now in the 21st century. The left can't win again if deportations happen. Do you understand the importance of this? They knew the importance of it. That's why the Biden administration,
that's why they're
by
trying.
design, opened up the borders, didn't vet anybody, and said, you go on out into the country. We'll send you a court date that, you should attend, but that's more of a guideline. They wanted the Democrat Party to win forevermore by bringing in illegal aliens, granting them amnesty, citizenship. If we went the other way,
And they could have had it if they had passed that bill during Biden's run, where it was like when he was saying, I can't close the border. Congress needs to give me more power to do it. And they had a bill that would be like, everybody who is illegal in the nation automatically has amnesty, and then there are rules of letting more and more people in just baked into it. Thankfully it didn't get passed because people read it. But yeah, that America could have looked very different before if that had gotten passed.
Illegal aliens in a swing state. Now let's go. Let me go back through it and just take one example. Let's say Georgia, been a pretty solidly red state. Right now, the illegal population, like we said, is about 480,000. If Biden was still president, all of them get citizenship and vote. And their vote was bought and paid for by you. If they had their way, that's why I said this election, this last election, was the most consequential of our lifetime. It was the first time I ever actually came out and endorsed and encouraged you who to vote for, because my job is to try and hopefully give you the tools, teach you how to think. I don't want to tell you what to think. The first time where I said this is one, there really is only one right answer, guys. If Biden was still president, the Democrats would never lose again. You understand that? And if we deport illegal aliens and we make sure that our census accurately represents American citizens, the only people who should be voting, if we simply ensure that our electoral college, that our representatives are actually representatives of their legal voting constituency, Democrats can't win. Starting to understand the riots in the streets?
Yeah, that paints a very good picture, actually, when he lays it out like that.
They're terrified.
Yes.
But think about this. The numbers you said, pull up the numbers, the change right there at the very end. So that's basically, Trump wins 311 to 227 in the 2020 election with these numbers.
Right, with these numbers.
With these numbers. That means 15 to 20 million fewer people in this country.
Yeah. Also, yes, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine.
No, go ahead.
That means Russia probably not
off.
invading Ukraine.
Right?
Yeah.
That means billions of dollars not unfrozen for Iran. That means maybe Donald Trump can prevent Israel and Palestine, or Israel and the Palestinians, from fighting.
Yeah.
Or maybe he can end it sooner.
That October date would not have
happened. The
happened.
consequences are massive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For that right there. And what Donald Trump's team just did by going into Fulton County and seizing the records right now to find out what happened, completely legitimate to do that.
Here's the thing. We showed you addresses from which people voted that didn't even exist. You can go back. Actually, they might have been banned on YouTube, but they're in the catalog on Rumble. And YouTube didn't even say that it was fake news. They just said it's against policy. This person voted from this address. We went there. It didn't exist. We even followed votes that moved addresses when they changed their voter rolls illegally or against their own.
Yeah, I remember that episode. It was kind of crazy. There was because Dave Landau was still with them at that point in time, and he was like, oh, maybe like one or two, and it was every single address that he had gotten.
Protocol, mind you, and it still wasn't a real place. I can't prove all the voter fraud. Just the media malpractice is enough. I will tell you this anecdotally as well. Hillary Clinton lost. Right? People parted ways with the Democrat Party. Then Biden won, and then Trump won by an even wider margin. A much wider margin the next go around. I don't know a single person who was a lifelong Democrat who voted for Trump against Hillary and said, yeah, I'm done with the Democrat Party, except for Biden. He's the shot in the arm that we needed. I don't know a single person.
Yeah,
I know plenty of
that's
people
funny.
who said, I'm done with the Democrat Party, and they voted for Trump. I know plenty of people who voted for Biden who voted for Trump. I know plenty of people who voted for Obama who voted for Trump. I don't know anyone who voted Trump, Biden, Trump. And you would have to have millions of people who did that for that election to make sense. Or it was the perfect fertile soil for election fraud, and then eyes were on them, and they couldn't pull it again. I know a lot of conservatives out there worrying about the YouTube algorithm, and we can't question this. I do not believe, to any degree, the 2020 election was legitimate.
Nope.
You lived it with us in real time.
I'm betting that there will now
and if
be.
It was, we have to be such an anomaly.
There will now be like a little community note on my YouTube stream that's just that's going to talk about the election fraud, like their version of like the community note.
that history books have chapters devoted to it.
Yeah.
But how do we move forward? Deport everybody and make sure the census only counts American citizens. That's what this administration is trying to do. That's why there are riots in the streets.
Yeah, and by the way, it potentially somebody in the administration with DHS might be listening to the show for some of our prescriptions. They just released a new video.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Hey, hey, home, sweet home. Good.
Hey, they're advertising the $2,600. You get a free flight. Come on,
They've
guys.
included Cuba. Do you know how far $2,600 gets you in Cuba?
You're a prince.
Hey, Tim, how far do you think $5,200 would go in Ecuador?
Oh my God! Yeah, you'd be pretty good.
You laugh. That's funny because that's the kid.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kid who they said was kidnapped by ICE.
Yeah.
If that father had just taken that money. I wonder if they'll give you money for your wife if she's an American, because they said they weren't after her. Maybe she's illegal and they just weren't after her, which would be even more surprising. But
yeah, who knows?
Yeah, take your kid to Ecuador, come back the right way. You get $5,200. You're going to be living large.
Yeah.
Can't buy a car, but
yeah, I mean, yeah, but if you have a,
you know,
if you have family,
You buy a lot. You can still buy a lot.
So you don't need roads.
I'm assuming he already has a car.
Yeah,
probably. Let
All
this
right.
kid in it.
Yeah,
didn't he?
drive on down.
I think we went way farther, but the topic was solid. All right. Now we finally get to talk about the arrest of Don Lemon. Double check, make sure.
Been in Minneapolis with Kev for the past 3 weeks. Breaker of Signal Gate. What's up?
It's Lisa. I'm back. Hi, it's Lisa.
You're going to seem very tired. All right, from NBC News, Don Lemon arrested by federal authorities after protests at Minnesota church service. Attorney General Pam
say it
Bondi said
again.
in a Friday post on X that Lemon was arrested alongside 3 others in connection with the coordinated attacks on city's church in St. Paul, Minnesota. Former CNN anchor Don Lemon was arrested by federal authorities on Thursday night in connection with a protest at a Minnesota church service earlier this month. Lemon, 59, and 3 other journalists, Tarheem Cruz, Georgia Fort, and Jamal Letty Lundy were arrested in connection with the coordinated attack on City's Church in St. Paul, Minnesota. At least they called it an attack.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't just say, oh, they were there just trying to hand out coffee or something, you know.
That's fair,
Attorney
I
General Pam
suppose.
Bondi said in a post on X Friday. The ex-CNN anchor's attorney, Abe Lowell, said in a statement that Lemon was taken into custody by federal agents in Los Angeles where he was covering the Grammy Awards. I kind of think that's nice, too. They picked him up at the Grammys.
Yeah.
There's something...
It should have been on the red carpet.
It would have been great, wouldn't it?
that would have been a scandal.
Yeah, it would have been awesome.
Let's see. Instead of investigating the federal agents who killed 2 peaceful Minnesota protesters, the Trump Justice Department is devoting its time, attention, and resources to this arrest. And that is the real indictment of wrongdoing in this case, Lowell said. This unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and transparent attempt to distract attention from the many crises facing the administration will not stand. Actually, it will. What do you guys think? Is it a good thing that Don Lemon has been picked up or what?
I mean, I don't like the idea of like how we're having to decide who is and is not a journalist. Like the idea that like, oh, if it was Fox or CNN, then that would have been fine. And then, you know what I mean? Because Cam was kind of saying, you're like, you would have probably done the same thing. Something similar.
Yeah.
Probably not attacking like the...
Cam, would you have brought coffee?
Yeah,
I would not have brought
to that
coffee to the
level.
protesters.
We did bring coffee to other people, but maybe save that for later.
Richie McGinnis
yeah,
always said,
coffee,
bring a White
donuts,
Claw and a
pizza.
cigarette, and you
Yeah.
can get them to tell you anything.
Yeah, well, I started doing that. Richie told
want
me
a
that,
Hita?
and I started bringing cigarettes, and then they started just robbing me and stealing the cigarettes.
Okay,
so
well,
that
that's not-
wasn't working. But
yeah, that's not
I don't know. I could totally see, like, if I was there in this situation, I probably would have also gone into the church and filmed what they were doing. They broke into a hotel that they thought ICE was.
Well, I mean, would you have, gone along with them, as in, like, was with them prior to it starting, is the question, and is kind of the reason why he's being arrested?
Staying at, and I followed them in and filmed them breaking the windows. So, I mean, my purpose in there is different than Don Lemon's in that I'm attempting to film them breaking the law so that people can see what they're doing and maybe it can be used for criminal charges later.
Yeah, because there's like a difference between saying, my my name is X. My name is X, and this and we just arrived on the scene, and it appears, you know, like that's different than just having an entire like episode with expose leading up to the actual event, like Don Lemon.
You made that point earlier, Phil, but
Yeah, I didn't like
don't
it
know.
either. It made me nervous for all the people that I knew that have gone through this, like with the J6 stuff. But I will say that Phil was making a good point. Like, he was an active participant in the actual protest, right? Like, his mission was to do that. He was bringing them things there. He knew what they were going to do. He was interviewing.
He kind of made himself the star.
He was interviewing and aggravating the church members. He wasn't just
There was an exit
watching.
interview where he said, you know, the purpose of protest is to make people uncomfortable. That right there, whether he intended to say whether he intended it or not, that is admission of guilt, because he said, I wanted to make people uncomfortable, or the purpose of the protest is to make people uncomfortable, and that's a violation of, I forget the name of the law.
The
FACE Act.
Yes.
That's a violation of the FACE Act, because if your intent is to make people uncomfortable, that's making people afraid.
I
and
mean,
that's-
you could be outside, maybe on the
No, you
sidewalk.
could be on the sidewalk and
but,
you're 100%
I mean,
fine.
honestly,
Yeah.
the issue is he went in during an active service, and everybody was in there. And somehow he just happened to be the only reporter there with all the protesters. And this is the
that
precedent.
doesn't bother me.
This
was
is
acting as an activist. Like, it was
Yeah.
just the
He-
way
and
he
we
was
have to-
behaving.
we
If he was
have
just
to-
there filming and not saying anything and not actively participating in the protest part, then I would be
he
feel
has a
different.
history of supporting the protesters. But like
Absolutely.
I said, even in active service going on, if they barged in there and I was there, which I probably would have been if I was awake at that time, but Kevin kept me up all night the night before, I would have barged in there
shots,
too.
right? Partying.
Yeah, so we were and we got on the scene like an hour later.
Yeah.
Everybody was gone. I tried to call the rectory to see if I could get a hold of this pastor, be like, "Hey, can we interview you?" But what I'm saying is, like, we had the burning of Notre Dame in Paris, you know, and then we had the trans shooter come in just last month, maybe 6 months ago. Like,
Oh, I forgot
okay,
about
maybe
that.
they could protest out on the sidewalk, but then it's like the next step is like, oh, they're going to protest with guns. And then, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm here
we
for them
can't
doing
let this
the protesters
continue.
getting in trouble for it. Sure, I'm just talking about if he's going in there as a journalist as opposed to an activist.
And there's something about the fact that it was a church, right? Like, obviously, like you're saying the hotel, but like, you know,
different
the
when
idea
it's
is like a church is different than a hotel.
Kevin, to your point, the fact that there have been so many attacks on Christians, and I say this, like, I'm agnostic. I'm not a religious guy. But even as a guy that's, you know, technically
We'll convert him eventually.
an outsider, I can see that the goal of the left is to intimidate Christians. The way that just your general leftist will talk about Christians, will talk about people that have faith, as long as it's a Christian faith, Catholics, whatever it is, they have nothing but hostility for religious people, for Catholics, for Christians. They want nothing but to intimidate them. There was a guy talking after this the farmer guy. He was swearing up and down that they're
William
all
Kelly.
white supremacists
Yeah.
just because they're Christians, just because they're in there and they're Christians. That is the intent was to scare them, because he looks at them as evil people for going to church.
You know what
Just so you guys can actually see the caption.
a good sign though is, Phil, is like when you know your career's in shambles when you have to be reduced to making fun of Jesus Christ. You know?
I mean, it's rough.
So it's I mean, famously, you know, everybody makes fun of Christ constantly, and you know, we can go there if y'all want, but you know, it's like, why is it just Christianity?
Because it's the only true thing. It's the only
what do
thing
you
they're
think?
really afraid.
Because Christians won't do anything. And it's more to the point that, like, I mean, you can make fun of us, but we're right. Like, in the end, we're going to be right. It's the confidence.
I mean, people got in trouble for making cartoons about Allah.
Well, I think
you
that it's
know?
because
trouble is
Muhammad, yeah.
There was a bit of trouble.
It's because it's the association. It's because it's the association with white people, right? It's Christianity is thought of as and it's actually wrong. There are way more people that are, you know, brown people or whatever you want to call them, that are Christians than there are white people. But here in Western countries,
They
and
don't feel
in the
that way
United States,
about They don't feel that way about like Scientologists or Jesus or Latter-day Saints. They care that way about Christians because it's the true religion and they're actually afraid of it.
The Mountain Jews are a whole different.
I'm just saying,
the Mountain Jews are a whole different.
The Mountain Jews.
The Mountain Jews. Latter-day Saints.
I mean, their reasoning was that the pastor himself was pro-ICE, or he had a relative that was an ICE agent, right?
No, the pastor was literally like a deputy field director of ICE.
So there was some creed.
I still don't know if that's true. I know that I know that they shared the same name, but like it wasn't that, like, if I remember what his name was, like I first when I heard it, like I was not like, it's like a very common sounding name. So I don't know if he was, but regardless, if it's true, let's just move on from that with that premise.
To it, but I'm just saying, if
just wait on the sidewalk.
Yeah,
like, he has to walk
and
out.
if you're going to go in and protest, like, you know, try that in a small town. But like, if you come into a Catholic church, like those ushers are strapped. Like, and you've seen that, like in Texas, like people
also in
trying
synagogues
to disrupt mass, and they just get shot. So, fair warning.
I can see myself in that situation though, like. If they would have all just barged in there during a service, especially during a service, I would have been like, all right, it's game on. And I would have gone in there and filmed every second of it from 5 different angles. Because A, you're showing how bad these people are, and B, you're creating evidence. And that's obviously not Don Lemon's purpose. But if they can put him in jail for it, what's to stop the next administration from putting me in jail for it?
This is something that we talk about a lot.
Okay, I see where he's going. And I would say... That's actually a fair point. If you just happen to be there, just like an actual, like, I just happened to be in the area when I saw the commotion kick up. And you went in and started documenting what happened. That's difficult. I could see why. I could definitely see why you would think like why you would be concerned under that sort of precedent. I don't know. That's actually difficult.
But there's nothing to stop the next administration from doing anything. Sure. Right? So anything you can imagine. So conservatives should not say we're not going to do this because it sets a bad precedent, because the left has already decided. You can hear it all the time from people that are running for office. They've already decided that the people on the right, MAGA, whatever, however you want to call it, that they're all guilty, and it is time for Nuremberg trials. They're talking about throwing ICE agents in jail just for being ICE agents and doing enforcing laws that were passed in a bipartisan manner, right? Because there's no new laws about whether or not illegals can stay in the United States, right? If you're here illegally, all these laws about illegal aliens, they were passed with Democrats' help. So these are the same laws that have been on the books for 20 years or whatever. And now people are saying, oh, well, these ICE agents, they're the Gestapo, and we're going to throw them in jail and stuff. So the idea that, oh, we shouldn't do this because it sets a bad precedent, it doesn't matter what the right does to the left, because the left is going to do it anyway.
Does that mean that we should give them ideas, though? Because another thing is like,
I'm sorry, Cam.
That's okay.
You're really talking his book up right now.
I go and like film at like some of Jake Lang's events, right? And he's crazy.
But how
And
much
I
are you
don't
including
align with him,
yourself
I
in
support him.
this versus just documenting it? Like, because the thing is like,
Oh,
you know,
we're
not at all.
not affiliated with
I'm
them.
behind the
no,
camera
but that's what I'm saying. You're behind the camera, so
Yeah.
like there is
Most of the
obviously
time.
a difference between Don Lemon being like, I'm like the star of this show, and very much like making.
And he went
research
into the
of this.
parking lot. He said it was a secret location. He was talking about what they were doing and how he was.
It wasn't announced. Yeah.
Yeah, like it wasn't like something he stumbled upon as Cam would or something
is
like
true.
I get that.
There-
The other thing though is like they are going to do it to us, and I want to see their people locked up, so I don't really care anymore. They don't play by the rules, so why should we?
Well, they don't play by the rules, but the rules that they have in
still don't
place
like
are sanctuary city policies. This was in St. Paul, Minneapolis, right over the river, and we see that with illegal immigrants, just catch and release. And I don't know if this is breaking or not, if y'all saw this, but there's reports saying 2 hours ago that Don Lemon has already been released without bail.
Yeah, but
he's not a threat to the
Yeah,
community. It's not like he's going to go shoot anything up.
Flight risk, probably. Like, I'm sure that he still has to
hard
go
for him to
face
hide.
these
He's
charges.
Don Lemon.
Looks good, though, huh, for 59?
So he'll probably be making a statement shortly about.
I thought he looked ghoulish, to be honest. Last time I saw him.
Maybe it's a on
Cam,
film.
the stuff that you uncovered with the signal chats and stuff, right? I don't understand why you feel like the left needs the right to come up with ideas. Or is that really what you're saying, or is
And
it
real
just
quick,
kind
they
of
already
like
put Steve Deace. They did it to Steve Deace. They've done it to how many other people?
I think it's more along the lines of like setting precedent, which I think is what he's more implying.
Like they've done it to a lot of reporters already on our side.
I'm kind of just playing like devil's advocate a little bit. I do kind of like with the Lemon arrest. I'm kind of like this. Like I'm not really sure.
Well, because you see how it can.
Because I see how it could be sideways. I see how I could get myself in that situation. And also, like I do think the First Amendment is very important. We should try to preserve it, and we shouldn't stoop to their level. But yeah, no, I mean you're right. They're extremely coordinated. To be honest, if they wanted to get me, they'd probably just put a bullet in my head. So. I mean, they threaten to do it every day.
Yeah, that's
pretty much why we had to get out of there.
Yeah,
they were tracking us.
So that's why I don't find the argument "don't give the left ideas" compelling. They've already got they've been in contact with international terrorist organizations. All of these all the stuff that they're doing, all the procedures, the OPSEC, all that stuff they've learned from from color revolutions. It's likely that there are people that used to be in the CIA that either left because of this administration or because of ideological differences that are working with them, because all the stuff that they're doing, this is textbook color revolution stuff, to incite chaos in a country. That's the kind of stuff that CIA has been doing for ages. And the OPSEC that they have, until you basically got into their signal chat, like they have a vast network in the United States. So I don't think the idea of, hey, don't do this because the left will do it to us. I don't find that compelling. I think they're going to do anything.
As a good person, though, you can feel uneasy about it. You can feel like this doesn't feel right to me. You can still support it, but you can still kind of feel.
I will not.
Listen, I'm usually more hammer hard than you are, right? Like stomp on them all. I'm watching my language, okay? But my point is, like, you can still feel uneasy about, like, I don't want to see this happen to my friends or myself, and that's what I'm saying.
I also don't like to contradict myself too, right? Like if you contradict yourself, it seems like you probably don't have any principles, and then it kind of breaks down. And if I hold a principle for myself, I think that principle I should hold for other people as well. I don't want to end up valueless. By the way, I also found like a really hidden document today, like deep in the signal chats, that I have not found yet, but it's very obviously old. It's further, not old in like years old, but like when the signal network started up. It's instructions for their dispatchers, where they openly talk about fighting the federal occupation.
Yeah.
They talk about creating, escalating the situations and creating what they call flashpoints. It's instructions for their dispatchers. So you show up to where the federal agents are operating, you create flashpoints. And the flashpoints they describe as pretty much organized chaos or intentionally brought upon chaos, where they can achieve goals like de-arresting, saving what they call abductees, obviously illegal immigrants being detained, or potentially even get their comrades killed as martyrs.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Like plain text.
Yeah, I mean that.
It's on my Twitter right now.
Yeah, I mean it works. Just that's at Cam Higby, by the way. It does work, and the fact of the matter is the idea of martyrs, like this is all stuff that I don't have any evidence of this, but I've heard a lot of chatter that people on the left had gone to Gaza and worked with the terrorist organizations over there, learned their procedures and stuff. That is something that is extremely valuable. Both Renee Good and Alan Preddy, both of them were one of the best.
Sorry.
Yeah. That was a gift to them, to the left.
I mean, they didn't even need to go there. They could just watch the Israel-Palestine stuff for the last 2 years and just see.
What's her name? Got run over by the bulldozer. A couple, it was a long time ago, but
she's
from Seattle.
Gaza,
I forget her name. I can't remember. It's not coming to me. But
I do not know this one.
she was obviously over there working with NGOs
Yep.
and different Palestinian groups, and her whole thing was all day she just sat in front of a bulldozer, and then she laid down in front of the bulldozer, and the bulldozer driver had been dodging her all day trying not to kill her, but she laid down in front of the plow and got run over by a military-grade bulldozer.
Yep.
You're an idiot.
Yeah. I mean,
you
or
say
not.
she's an idiot, but if that's what she was
Yeah.
going for,
Unless that-
like if
yeah,
she was like,
right,
I'm
that
trying to
very
get
well
run
could-
over by
yes,
a bulldozer.
Exactly.
And there's no shortage of people that'll give up their life for this kind of stuff. Remember that kid from, or that kid that was in the military that set himself on fire?
Right.
I forget what his
Yeah.
name was, but like, and I probably wouldn't say it anyways. But you know, his last words were "Free Palestine, free Palestine." What does that kid have? What connection does he have with Palestine? None.
Exactly. And these people become like they're like guys now. It's always I can't remember his name either, but
And
it's always like,
emotional.
remember this guy, you know, and it's the photo of him, or like a comic book version of him burning, or it's you know, Luigi Mangione. This is our guy now. Somebody needs a Luigi Bovino. They're saying that all over the place now on TikTok.
Yep.
I wanted to add too, though, is like, it's funny because these activists do these things, but why? Right? Like we're talking First Amendment, though. It's like you have the freedom of expression to protest whatever, but we're also protected for freedom of religion.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's funny because they want to make saints out of Renee Good and martyrs out of Alex Pretty, but do you even really know what you're saying? Like what that word means?
No.
Or do they care? And if we're up, okay, so we're up against woke liberals that are probably white, whatever. And then,
Yeah, I'd like to know.
These immigrants coming in, Somalians, whatnot, mostly Muslim, right? What's their credo? Is like crush the infidel. They don't care.
Yep.
Like that's where assimilation comes in. Like we want to be Americans. We want them to be Americans with us.
Yeah.
And even if we show them respect for what they want to do, it's like they just don't care.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the idea that you can take people from a different culture that have different values and insert them into the United States, and they're just going to become Americans.
Well, I mean, to be fair, America's.
I'm Canadian.
Americans.
You're Americans. You guys are Americans.
Most of the countries they're coming from are, I don't know if the word, like homogeneously, like it's a nation that has its own religion.
Yeah.
And they're not just simply not used to a nation with diverse religions.
Yeah, I mean, Bronco was on this morning on the Culture War, and I heard him talking about, you only need 10% of a population to be a low trust group of people, and everybody has to behave as if the whole society is low trust.
Yeah, basically.
It's like you can't have people that are looking to game the system. The whole point that they're in your country is to game the system and expect everybody to continue to act the way that a high trust society does.
I will say it was weird though. I looked at when the DHS put up the wow.dhs, like where they were basically listing all the people deported. It was way more Laotian people than Somalis in Minnesota. I would have expected. I was like, Laotian people are causing ruckus.
Where's that? Vietnam?
No, Laos.
Oh, Laos.
It's in Southeast Asia.
There's a communist country.
Oh.
Yeah, but it was so weird where like you go through the list and you're like, they're deporting like way more Laotian people.
I don't understand why we accept.
That's the first I've heard of it, actually.
At all. Like,
yeah, bring back McCarthyism.
Yes,
Let's go.
McCarthy was right. He didn't go far enough. So, all right, I think we're gonna jump to this story here,
which depending on the on what the topic is, I might switch over. But
Epstein files that everybody said were never going to come out. Well, apparently they've come out. So
yeah, let's
we're gonna
watch
listen
this.
to the Justice Department talking about it right now.
Today we are producing more than 3 million pages, including more than 2,000 videos and 180,000 images. In total, that means that the department produced approximately 3.5 million pages in compliance with the Act. Just a quick note about the videos and images. The 2,000 videos and 180,000 images are not all videos and images taken by Mr. Epstein or someone around him. They include large quantities of commercial pornography and images that were seized from Epstein's devices, but which he did not take or that someone around him did not take. Some of the videos, though, and some of the images do appear to be taken by Mr. Epstein or by others around him. Today we are
I've
producing.
I've heard that Bill Gates had an STD.
Yeah, and then he tried
acquired
to
an
give his
STD.
wife the pills because he didn't want to tell her that he got an STD from a
that's why
Russian
she-
hooker. So he was trying to figure
Oh.
out a way to give her like the chlamydia pills, like slip them in her drink.
Well, that's
what
why.
a dog.
Well, I
Bill
mean,
Gates.
dog is not. I don't think that like I like dogs, and I think that's.
Well,
that's,
no, not in the.
That's
not in the canine.
Yeah, what a scumbag.
Yeah.
But that, and also there's the.
Also, are they? Did I hear that correctly? That they're just releasing his entire just goon stash on the DOJ website?
Yeah, that, if I understand.
Is
correctly,
that
yes.
what they're saying?
That does
It's like-
sound
I
right.
don't know if I like that either.
Yeah, well, hold on a second. They're just turning the DOJ website into just like Pornhub.
The whole
I know, kind of like the,
But like,
the,
what about
the
like what
Hunter
are they
Biden-
doing?
Understood that?
It's kind of like
kinda
Biden's
commercial
laptop,
advertising.
man.
Yeah, they're just like, hey, he had like his collection. We're just throwing it up there.
Dude,
for
just
you
come
guys
out
to
with
watch.
That could turn
Like,
into
I've
somebody
been going
else's
through
own
the
fetish,
stuff.
right? Like, oh, I'm just gonna go get off on his whole calendar, like his whole catalog, right?
Yeah,
like I
was
think
there
that could turn
child
into its
porn in
own
there?
thing. That's what I'm worried about, right?
No,
Like,
no,
what
no,
about?
I don't think that they're saying
He
there was-
said some videos appear to be taken by him. That was like a statement.
Yeah, but I don't think he said anything about child porn. But he's just like, yeah, commercially produced 2,000.
He said
porno-
there's some of it is commercially produced, but also if this is like his stash, there has to be kids in there. right?
The guy just said some of it is taken by. Play the rest of the clip, Phil, because it
We
says
played
some
the
of
whole.
it.
We played the whole
but
clip.
that was,
cut
that,
off,
that was
but
the whole clip. Yeah.
It did say at the end that some of it was produced. It appears to be some of it was produced by him.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's like like him filming like his pool day, or if it could be something a little more.
I think the.
I mean, I remember
Nefarious.
the first
I-
batch came out like whatever last month, and I was like looking.
I feel sorry for the people that had to go through there and redact like faces and stuff. I feel sorry for those people because that's disgusting.
At some of the photos, it looked like a realtor's. Like
Yeah.
it's just like it was just like photos of a house. It's just like
Right, right.
10,000 photos of a house.
Imagine what has to be going through like the heads of the investigators on this who had to just go through all of this stuff and decide what to put on the website.
I mean,
You'd have
Well,
to
I think
see
they have to
kids-
release it all. That's just
videos
what
of
you
kids.
redact, I guess.
Yeah, I think that, and that's likely why,
Right.
as much as people are, people are really worked up about this information not coming out and not
Yeah.
releasing all the files. Do you guys think that this is going to satisfy the people that are like, oh, release the files?
Not
release the
until
files?
it directly implicates Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, and every other
There was a
planet.
thing with Ehud Omer where it was like basically Epstein saying like, "Hey, can you clear up that I'm not Mossad," with like a smiley face or something. So there is some stuff, but again, it's just like, are people actually going to go to jail over this? Which is, I think, what everybody's wanted the entire time is go. We don't care, like, as much as we want this stuff to be released, like we want people to actually face some consequences for this. The idea that you're just going to release this stuff and be like, okay, moving on. You go, no, that's not really what people wanted.
Yeah, we wanted accountability.
Yeah, you
Right.
want something. You don't just want to find out that, like, Bill Gates is a scumbag. It's like, I think.
Yeah. Well, we already knew that.
Yeah, you can just tell by looking at them. They all kind of have the same
kind
look
of a
to them.
continuation of like some of the previously released files where, if there's evidence, blur out the faces of the children, please, by all means. But if there's like,
yeah, they're doing that for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
But
I mean,
other-
obviously, everybody
I'm
on the
just
left
saying,
is like,
others-
we want to get Trump on this. And
Yeah.
Well, because people are criticizing all the files because they're redacted. It's like, they release it.
Man, I have kids to get in bed, so I'm off. Thanks for the stream. It's good to see someone who isn't just mindlessly parroting abolish ICE. Hope you have a good rest of your day.
You as well. God bless you. Have a good rest of your night.
And it's just black lines everywhere.
Yeah,
So
I kind of think that I'm on Cam's side with this. If it doesn't implicate Israel, there. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Well, I think if it doesn't implicate Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, or just the Jews broadly, there's going to be a lot of people that are like, this isn't enough. They're still hiding stuff, et cetera, et cetera.
Or whoever they want to be implicated, whether it's Israel or not, like whoever their target is. It's the same with
I
every
mean,
conspiracy.
I'm of the mindset that it's much more than just any Israelis involved. This is like a global network of like many, many people.
Are you going to be going through the paperwork yourself to find people?
3
or-
million things.
I'm actually
going to go make a Claude bot when I get home. And
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Oh boy, we're going to get to that.
Yeah, I think there's Chinese involved, Russians involved, Middle East involved, and all this.
Yeah,
and they might have been using just Jeffrey Epstein as like a figurehead of sorts. because now that he's down and he's fallen or wherever the heck he is, I mean,
Wherever the heck he is.
He's not on Xbox Live because we've got.
I'm just saying, it's no laughing matter, but it's like there's going to be somebody else, and there's going to be another island, and you know what I mean?
Well,
it's
I mean,
something
so
that we have to keep on track of.
To that point, I think that that there's always going to be people that are powerful that are going to behave in, in terrible ways. That's kind of always been, the situation. Like people that have the ability to be above the law, they're going to act in ways that are, disgusting to the normal person,
Yeah.
And
All right, so we're gonna
it's a blackmail
We'll do
operation.
another couple
Yeah,
minutes and then we'll switch to in the next video.
Yeah, so this is just a little light fare for this, but like in 2013, Microsoft banned Jeffrey Epstein from Xbox Live for harassment, threats, and/or abuse of other players that was severe, repeated,
Thank
and
goodness.
excessive. Can you imagine?
Extortion or manipulation, right? His blackmail thing moved over to Call
Was
of
this in
Duty
the files?
lobby.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. That's
That's actually really funny.
I mean, I
Okay.
guess it could be a joke that.
All right. Let us cover.
Allegedly conspired. The Democrat leader of the House casually calls for the murder of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem as Democrats ramp up threats on law enforcement nationwide. Liberals flip their talking points on police body cameras. They used to love them. Now they hate them. What changed? And Michelle Obama, who has never spoken in public without complaining, goes viral for claiming that black women just never have the chance to articulate their pain. I'm Michael Knowles. This is The Michael Knowles Show. There is breaking news. This is so much. Maybe I'll just do my whole show on this story. It's so beautifully delightful. Don Lemon of CNN fame, of CNN infamy, former CNN journalist Don Lemon, who recently went viral for conspiring with a mob to invade a church during a worship service, has just been arrested by the federal government. We will get to that.
So great.
Wonderful story momentarily. Maybe we'll extend the show. We'll just make it a big party. This is big. I'm hearing it for the first time. He was an amazing woman. Hold on. The comparison is breaking down with the RBG thing. Don Lemon, Daily Wire reporting. Don Lemon arrested by feds for role in the Minnesota church protest. Is it too early to have a cigar? Is it too early? This is something I've been calling for a little while now. Maybe during one of our clips, maybe I'll spark up a cigar. This is very good news, and I wasn't sure. Look, I'm obviously a supporter of the administration, big Trump supporter. I say they get it right 99.7% of the time. There have been a few things where I've said, I don't agree with that, or that's not quite right. I did not think they were going to do it. I feared that the administration thought, look, we have these ringleaders dead to rights on the Minnesota invading a church, screaming in the faces of kids, violating the FACE Act. We got those guys dead to rights. Don Lemon is going to claim some kind of journalist exemption, First Amendment protection, and pretend that he was merely a reporter covering the event rather than one of the conspirers of the event.
Right.
And so I thought the feds had said, you know what, never mind, we're not going to go there. Ladies and gentlemen, they got him. According to Lemon's attorney, Abby Lowell, he was arrested and said, quote, "The First Amendment exists to protect journalists whose role it is to shine light on the truth and hold those in power accountable.
That's why I should
There is
have
no
known.
more important time for people like Don Lemon to be doing this work. What is this work? This work is to violate federal law by disrupting church services, screaming in the faces of little kids. What is this work? So you knew that was going to be the defense, First Amendment. However, this is a bogus defense. You cannot commit a crime and then get off the hook because you claim to have been a journalist while committing the crime. That's what he's trying to do. He's saying, yes, I conspired with this mob. Yes, I busted into a church and interrupted the church service in violation of federal law, namely the FACE Act, which really only exists to protect abortion clinics. But to get it passed, the liberals had to concede that it would also protect churches.
Yes.
I'm gonna do all those things, but I'm gonna hold a camera while I do it. So I'm a journalist, so you can't arrest me. It'd be like saying, you load up your gun, you go over to your enemy's house, you pull out the weapon, point it to his head, you say, I'm gonna get you, you dirty rotten bum. I'm finally gonna kill you. But hold on 1 second. Boop. Hi, this is Michael reporting for the Michael YouTube channel. I'm gonna shoot you now. Okay. Well, you can't arrest me for murder because I was a journalist while I murdered that guy.
Yep.
You don't get to burgle a house, but as long as you film it or like write an article about it afterward, it's okay because you're a journalist. No, you can be a journalist, I guess, if you really want to be, but you don't. That doesn't give you license to commit a bunch of crimes. Don Lemon committed a crime by all available evidence, allegedly, reportedly, allegedly, by all the evidence we have from his own words. Remember, he was with that group of people. He showed up to the church. He said, I have a secret. People don't know what we're going to be doing in here, but I know. Yeah, you know, because you conspired with them beforehand. He brought them coffee and donuts. He was part of this, not merely a passive reporter, an active participant. And I felt it was very important for the Trump administration to arrest him. Very important. Because this is all just little...
I have nothing to add other than... yes, everything is correct.
Tests. What the Democrats in the government and in the media are doing right now, and in the street, some of these activist types, what they're doing is they're behaving like a little toddler who's testing daddy's limits. How far can we get away with this? I dealt with my son just the other night. Say like, buddy, don't stand up on that couch. And what does he do? Buddy, don't stand. He starts this. Don't you do it. I see you. How high can I get? That's what the journalists, so-called, are doing. Let's see what I can get away with. Can I violate federal law? Can I humiliate the federal government in that way? The activists in the streets, can I punch a cop? Can I kick in his taillight? Can I? How far can I push it before they shoot? Can I drive my car into him? How far can I push it before the guy shoots me? And so you have to lay down the law. You have to, just like daddy talking to a toddler, you have to establish the standards. One, for the purpose of justice, but two, to prevent these things from spiraling even further out of control. What Don Lemon did victimized the members of that church. What Don Lemon personally did victimized parents and little kids in that church. This mob that Lemon allegedly conspired with blocked off the kids in Sunday school from their parents. This mob shrieked in the faces of the little kids who were crying, your parents are Nazis and they're going to burn in hell. And they didn't just use naughty words, they violated federal law. As a matter of justice for the community and for the victims in the church, Don Lemon needs to be put on trial. And it would be great if he could face some jail time. We'll see the extent of this. Let's not forget, pro-life grannies have been thrown in the clink for months and years for violations of the FACE Act because they were praying outside of abortion clinics, demonstrating peaceably at abortion clinics. What Don Lemon did is 1,000 times worse. And if the pro-life granny is going to rot for years in the prison, I want Don Lemon to rot twice as long. Okay. Wonderful news. I'm looking forward to whenever I get to my next clip so I can spark up this cigar. Okay, well, here's the next clip. It's not just the lunatic former journalists like Don Lemon, who's got a history of bad behavior. Let's not forget that widely publicized event at Murph's Bar in Sag Harbor where he's accused of sexually assaulting someone. You know, he's got a lot of problems. It's par for the course with journalists. You see this in government, too. Hakeem Jeffries, who's the Democrat leader of the House, he took over after Nancy Pelosi left. Hakeem Jeffries is now just casually calling for the murder of the Secretary of Homeland Security.
Oh. This is disgraceful. She's got to go. We are dead serious. She needs to be put on ice permanently. She's got to go. And by the way, she's not the only one.
She's got to be put on ice permanently. You get the pun. This is Hakeem Jeffries doing this is a poetry slam at the House of Representatives. She's got to be put on ice. Huh? No more Mr. Nice. Yeah. So it's a pun. You know, do you get it on the law enforcement agency? But that phrase has a meaning. That phrase has two meanings. To be put on ice. It can mean one of two things. It can mean to be tabled for the time being. You might have heard this in a corporate meeting. Hey guys, so you know what we're going to do? We're going to put this subject on ice for a second. Just going to let it, keep it here, keep it fresh, but we're going to move ahead on some other plan. That's like the businessy version of
I don't think I knew that, but all right.
Put on ice. And the other meaning is to murder someone.
That one I know.
You can just look it up. Look it up in a dictionary or Google or whatever. It just means to murder someone. Those are the only meanings of that phrase. So he's assuming he doesn't mean that she's going to be tabled for the time being until the company gets around to addressing her again. He's saying that she needs to be murdered. And then he makes it clearer, too, because he adds that adverb. What do you say, permanently afterward? It needs to be put on ice permanently. That means she needs to be killed. And he says she's not the only one. Now, if this were just a one-off statement, you might say, okay, this guy's a hothead. He's a lunatic. Maybe he didn't really mean it. Maybe he doesn't know what that phrase means. Maybe he's functionally illiterate. I don't know, whatever, maybe. All of those things are plausible. Okay. In the context of the Democrat Party today, though, which I read the statistics yesterday, largely, in some cases half the party or more, supports political violence, wishes Trump had been assassinated, wishes the assassin hadn't missed, thinks that political violence could be justified against conservatives, maybe excused or justified or celebrated Charlie Kirk's assassination. In that world, you got to take this very, very seriously. And he's not the only one. Move out of D.C., move out of the federal government, go to Philly. The district attorney of Philadelphia is promising to hunt down run-of-the-mill ICE agents, just regular federal cops, to hunt them down for decades. We'll get to that momentarily. First, though, folks, Thursday, February 5th, do not miss the live taping of the next episodes of Bar Fight with Michael Knowles. 2 shows, 4 special guests. We've got Mike Nellis and Brian Allen for the 6 p.m. show. And then we've got Harry Sisson and Chris Mowry for the 8 p.m. show. Doors open 30 minutes before each show at John Ridge's Redneck Riviera in Nashville. You must RSVP for the event. Click the link in the description to register. We will see you there.
Interesting.
Philadelphia District Attorney on the need to hunt down rank and file cops for decades.
This is a small bunch of wannabe Nazis. That's what they are. In a country of 350 million, we outnumber them.
You don't know what that word is.
If we have to hunt you down the way they hunted down Nazis for decades, we will find your identities. We will find you. We will achieve justice.
That's wild.
He justifies it by saying this is what the Israelis did to the Nazis, which makes perfect sense because the libs have been calling all of us, anyone to the right of Hillary Clinton, Nazis for many, many years. But notice here, he's not just saying we're going to imprison the president, Donald Trump. That itself was a complete upending of the political order, of precedent, a total destabilization of our political order. But they did that. They already did that. They already tried to put him in prison multiple times. They justified killing him multiple times. They tried to kick him off the ballot because they knew he was going to get reelected. Happily, those things didn't work. Now they're taking it a step further. They're not even calling for the arrest of presidents and former presidents. They're calling for the arrest of rank and file cops simply for enforcing the laws that Congress passed many decades ago. Because they're Nazis, apparently. So this guy's a Soros DA, no surprise. Got a lot of money from George Soros. He's one of those radicals, but there are a lot of these people. And I think they mean it. It's not just the wacko DAs. The new governor of New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, had this to say.
I've already met with AG. We are putting out information on helping New Jerseyans know their rights. We are not going to allow any ICE raids to be staged from state properties. And we are also going to be standing up a portal so people can upload all their cell phone videos and alert people. Like, if you see an ICE agent in the street, get your phone out.
Yes.
We want to know. Because they have not been forthcoming.
Get your phone out, film the ICE agents, maybe dox the ICE agents. We're keeping a database so that, best case scenario, we can go and prosecute cops for enforcing the law, and more likely so that our political followers, our violent political followers, can go kill them. This is radicalism in the governor's mansion, in the DA's office.
Oh, I guess
Worth
it is
pointing
called the
out, got to
governor's
give a hat
mansion.
tip here to Daily Wire's own Luke Rosiak. One of the people who was arrested with Don Lemon is a top aide for the Soros prosecutor in Minneapolis. And he was apparently arrested because of the Daily Wire reporting on, because of Luke's reporting on him. So this is really great stuff.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I meant to light my cigar. Okay, I keep getting distracted. There's too much going on right now. I'll light my cigar during the next clip to celebrate the arrest of Don Lemon. Really good stuff from the Trump administration. You know, there's a lot of good stuff from the Trump administration. This is really good stuff. They had to follow through. This was a game of chicken. We've been playing a big old game of chicken for a long time. And there were a lot of people who, all the doomers, all the panicans, all the nothing's going to happen. Oh, this is weak. All these jokers, some of whom didn't even vote for Trump in 2024. All these doomer losers said, he's not going to do it. And then finally, the Trump admin arrests people for the church attack. So yeah, well, they're not going to arrest Don Lemon. And I'll tell you, I didn't know if they were going to arrest Don Lemon. I hope they would.
To be fair, I wasn't.
I didn't hit the administration.
Wasn't sure they were going
and
to.
And then what
either.
happens? They make good. Doomers destroyed again. Panicans destroyed yet again. How are they still breathing, those panicans? They've been so obliterated. Plan trusters, totally vindicated. Oh, this is good. This is a good day. Now, just to give us a hint of what happens if we ever lose elections, here's Pramila Jayapal, one of my favorite members on the other side in the House, describing what the Democrats will do if they get the gavel.
Oh, okay.
We really need to, as soon as we get the gavels back, we have to dismantle DHS and ICE and CBP. And we have to reconstruct them to what they really should be doing. Remember, don't let people tell you that these are agencies that have always existed and they need to exist. They didn't exist before 9/11.
They didn't exist before 9/11.
Yeah, they were
We have to abolish
renamed.
ICE. This is a mainstream member of the House. We have to abolish ICE. And ICE didn't always exist. They didn't exist before 9/11. Okay. That's true. ICE was founded, I think, in 2003. But, you know, there was an agency that dealt with immigration enforcement before ICE. Do you know what it was called? It was called INS. Some of the listeners will be too young to remember INS. Do you know what INS was?
I remember
It was just
hearing that.
ICE. It was just ICE, but spelled differently. You know how, like, we have the CIA.
Okay.
The CIA stands for the Central Intelligence Agency. Now, the CIA didn't always
Okay.
exist. Before the end of the Second World War, there was no CIA. There was something called the OSS, the Office of Special Services. That was just the CIA. Like, things get renamed, they're reconstituted, but the tasks that they accomplish remain basically the same. So when she says, we're going to abolish ICE, when the Democrats say, we got to abolish ICE, ICE isn't even that old, we got to abolish ICE. You say, okay, are you just going to bring back INS then? And keep Border Patrol to enforce the law, to arrest these guys and deport them? Is that what you want? Why do we need to abolish ICE? Ask that question. Why is it that we need to abolish ICE? What is it about ICE that you want to abolish that would not equally exist under INS or some other version of immigration enforcement? It is not some quirk of ICE. It is not that they just don't like the uniforms. It is not that they don't like this or that. The thing they don't like about ICE, the reason they want to abolish ICE, is because they want to abolish immigration enforcement. But we have always had immigration law enforcement in this country. What the Democrats want to do is not restore some older form of immigration enforcement. They want to abolish it altogether. They've been pretty open about that. They opened up our border under Biden. Actions speak louder than words. They brought in 3 million illegals a year. They're now protesting in the streets, getting their lemmings killed, encouraging them to obstruct law enforcement to protect face-tattooed rapists from Venezuela and fraudster Somalis. They want to abolish ICE because they want to abolish immigration enforcement, which is as radical a proposal as we've ever had. Just ask them that. Okay, we're going to bring back INS. That sounds great. Now, speaking of the police, there's something really...
I'm going to cut it. So I'm going to take a break. I've been going for... Geez, how long have I been going for? In one go, almost 5.5 hours. So I'm not going to... I'm going to take a break. So the stream is going to stay live, but a couple of the streams are going to go down as we rename them for the gaming portion of tonight. I don't know if anybody's going to be available afterwards, or not afterwards, but during this. But we'll be doing Monster Hunter and probably, well, we might do Infield, Arknight's Infield. And then maybe Monster Hunter. I don't know if anybody is going to be out up and about that wants to play with me, but yeah. So I will be back shortly after I take a bio break and all that stuff. So please bear with me as we change up some of the things. Da, 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 da.